Hey everyone, and welcome to another video. Tonight we have the 5 best horror stories series of 2024. That's a mouthful. It's hard to believe that the year is almost over. I feel like this year went by so fast and so slow at the same time. Anyways, these stories are not placed from like my least favorite to most favorite or most to least or anything like that. They are placed by order of upload date, so the oldest one will be first, the newest one will be last. Anyways, if you do enjoy this video, please be sure to drop a like rating. Liking the video helps out the channel immensely. Subscribing if you are new is also very much appreciated, as I've posted videos similar to this one all of the time. I can't say that I post the best of 2024 all the time, that wouldn't make sense. Anyways, sit back, do whatever it is that you do to relax, and as always, I hope you all have a great night. It's been a week since Edith M. Carroll died. She was found dead in her bathroom, having choked on something. It's an eerie fact, but most people who choke to death do so in their bathroom. Instead of running outside to get help, they go into the bathroom to try and cough it up, often locking the door out of habit. I don't like to think about it. She deserved better. A lot of people don't know about Edith. Some might call her the part-time lady at the bakery, or the one who worked in administration at the local community college. Not a lot of people know that in the late 1970s, she was the co-writer for a horror movie. As of her passing, I'm the last living member of the film crew. Given the events that took place, most of us collectively agreed to never talk openly about it, but seeing as there's no one left to trouble, I figure it's high time someone pulled back the curtain. And as someone about to hit 70, now's not the time to wait for better days. I was born in 1957. I finished my studies during the height of the Vietnam War, and by the time I turned 20, we were knee-deep in psychedelics and a stagnating economy. I was working part-time at the cinema, trying to save enough to follow my on-again, off-again girlfriend to San Francisco. We broke up when she left town to pursue a degree in economics. Through my cinema job, I got to know a few regulars, the kind of people who were first in line with every new release. One of these regulars was a man named Seb. The guy drove an azure blue 68 Frog Eye Sprite, and always had something interesting to tell. Little bits of trivia about whatever movie he came to see. Over the course of a few months, we became good friends. I handed him the occasional free popcorn, and he'd talk my ear off about whatever movie was showing. Turns out, Seb was a gaffer. He handled electronics, mostly lights, on small-scale movie sets. At the initial showing of The Hills Have Eyes, Seb was first in line. He was more eager than usual. He'd actually shaved off his beard and combed his hair, even without bringing a date, like he often did. He paid for his popcorn and gave me a $20 tip. "Heading out tomorrow," he said. "Got a job out of state. Heading for the big leagues." "Doing a movie?" I asked. "Like a real one?" "As real as it gets." He grinned. "Big budget stuff." "Promise you'll be back for the first screening, right?" Yeah, he nodded. "It's happening." I handed him his popcorn and a Coke. Seb stopped. He looked up, squinted at me, and sighed. Nodding to himself, he finally smiled. "You want a job?" Seb needed an equipment assistant. You can get a long way with a shared love of cinema and a can-do attitude. At least back then. I signed on so fast his popcorn didn't get cold. Not before long I was handed the official title of Gaffer's Assistant, or Best Boy Grip. We were given a few days to prepare. We were joining a film crew up in New England, but most of the crew were Midwestern. Our first meetup would be on site in a small coastline town just northeast of Brunswick. I joined Seb on a long drive all the way up there in the middle of summer, blasting music all the way. We took turns road tripping, cross country. The frog guy was a beast to handle. He told me all about the movie in excruciating detail. It was the passion project of a writer gone director named Roy Hampton. He'd mostly worked in advertising and network TV, so this was a sort of breakout project. Still, it was a lot of money involved. Seb had no idea where the financing was even coming from. The movie had signed on a stage actor from Dallas named Dawn Anderson, who was making her debut on the big screen. The script was an adaptation of a story called The Crown of Io by a turn-of-the-century writer named Emmett. A risk. It was originally intended as a sort of drama piece, but it had been rewritten into a horror script inspired by movies like The Wicker Man, Rosemary's Baby, and The Omen. I remember Seb talking about it. Even while driving, he was enthusiastically waving his hands around, talking as much with his body as with his mouth. He couldn't stop smiling. That man loved his job. We went past Brunswick to the coastline town of Chatterblinds. There were less than 1,000 people living there in total, so there was little in the way of amenities, but enough to make ourselves comfortable. Some of the crew had rented out what little rooms there were at the local B&B. Others were bringing caravans and minibuses. Just going through town, we could see a couple of trailers lined up by the side of the road. Seb seemed to know some of the people we passed. He waved as we made our way through town. Every other street or so, someone would look up and wave back. It was shaping up to be a beautiful summer. There was a fenced-off area at the outskirts of town where we turned in. We followed a bumpy dirt road, lined with birch trees, along a solid chain-linked fence with a guarded gate up front. Seb handed over his ID to one of the security guards. Took them a while to find him on the list, but he was on there. Digman, the guard said. Sebastian Digman. You haven't signed up for on-site housing. Camping out? Seb smiled, nodding towards the trunk of his car. My assistant here could use a place to crash, though. Got some spare tents by the equipment lot, and some folks are bringing in folding cots to the mess hall. It ain't much, but y'all are free to grab what you need. Seb turned to me. I could see my reflection in his wide-framed sunglasses. What you thinking? He asked. You camping out or sticking to the mess hall? Mess hall. I grinned back. You know that's where the party's gonna be at. Seb gave me a sheepish grin as the gates opened. We rolled in without a word. The guard waved us off. Good luck and God bless. I spent the rest of the day hanging on to Seb for dear life. We were chasing down scripts and inventory lists, double-checking that everything he'd asked for was there. Every cable, every box of screws, every replacement bulb. Seb was a goof, but about this one particular thing, he was a machine. Meticulous. I did get to see some of the other folks in the periphery. The special effects team were hard at work, going something over with the script writer. I think Edith was there too. The main script writer was scratching his head and redlining revisions, assisted by his co-writer, Edith. I caught a glimpse of the director as well, having a heated discussion with the camera crew. I saw Dawn, the main lead. She was simultaneously comparing notes between two different scripts, as they hadn't settled on which one to go for yet. I think that was the only day when I didn't see her wearing some kind of blue sundress, the iconic get-up of her character. Seb had managed to get a hold of an earlier script and went through the scene markups. I was sealing up boxes with this thick industrial tape while he smoked, flipping through the pages. It was all done by a typewriter, and there were smudges of ink on his fingers. They renamed it again, he sighed. First it was the Crown of Io, then the Queen of Black Sands, and now... He held it up, red text on a white background. End of Eternity. I nodded. Creepy. They'll probably change it again, he said between puffs of smoke. Sounds too artsy, European. We're not gonna be a Fulci film. He ripped out one of the pages and handed the rest over to me. It was massive. What's the runtime on this thing? I scoffed. 12 hours? Original was about 3.5, he said, shaking his head. They've cut it down to 3. Final version is probably about 2.5. He handed the ripped out page back to me and put his cigarette out on a nearby fuse box. Throw it away when you're done, he said, stretching out. It's already old news. Later that night, we all gathered in the mess hall. There was a surprising amount of staff, numbering close to 100. I was in the thick of it, stuck between technicians, extras, costume designers, makeup artists. Everyone was there, shoulder to shoulder. Seb was somewhere up front. Roy Hampton took center stage, stepping up on top of a rickety plastic table. He threw his arms out, gesturing towards us, and was met with a big cheer. I couldn't help but to join in. To the end of eternity, he laughed. He was a fit man in his early 40s, a thinning hairline underscored by a large pair of round reading glasses and a neatly trimmed beard. He wore a colorful turtleneck sweater despite the summer heat. Others joined in, repeating End of Eternity like a eager echo. Tomorrow is the first day of shooting. Scene markups will be out in a couple of hours, so get ready for a late night and an early morning. But that don't mean we can't have fun. He laughed, smacking his hands together. Others joined in. I want you all to take some time and reflect on where you are, what we are about to do, to make our mark on cinema history in a way that no one's done before. No matter what we end up making here, and no matter the outcome, we have already won. There was a surge of applause. I could hear Seb up front doing a loud whistle. It's gonna be rough, but it's a space for miracles to happen. Take some time to get caught up to speed, then take the night off. Work hard, play hard. That last sentiment was echoed the loudest, and by the time Roy stepped down, I could tell someone was already lighting up some refreshments in the crowd. Seb didn't need me for the rest of the day, so I stuck around the mess hall. I got a tour of the equipment sign-out lot, and was handed a sleeping bag and a folding cot. By the time I got back, the mess hall was jumping with energy. Someone had brought a whole bunch of Kiss tapes, along with plenty of drinks. There were 4 six-packs on one of the counters with a large note that just said, "Everyone drinks." I wasn't gonna pass on that. I had a couple of drinks, a couple of smokes, and did my best to remember the lyrics to Shout It Out Loud. I huddled up with a bunch of background extras that were scheduled for the next day, playing a mix of Truth or Dare and Battleship. Don't ask about the rules to that one. I don't have the slightest idea. I talked to people from all over. Some of the practical effects guys were complete geeks, comparing notes on everything from timed explosions to faking a scalding water effect. I remember sharing a beer with the writers too. All in all, it was a good time. I think I made out with Dawn's hairdresser. Somewhere around midnight, about a dozen more people joined us. They looked a bit more businessy, having starched white shirts and black tees. They were all smiles though, but I could tell they were a bit hesitant to join us. I didn't hear much about who they were, just the occasional dismissal. "We're just finishing up," one of them said. "Long day." "Someone's gotta lock up," another said. "Make sure we're set for tomorrow." We didn't mind. This was a closed set, and with the amount of staff we had on board, there were bound to be a few unfamiliar faces. Still, there was one face I couldn't look away from. A woman in her late 50s. She was the only one of them who didn't smile. Her rose blonde hair was sort of pushed down, as if she'd worn a hat or a cap for most of the day. She too was wearing a white shirt, buttoned up all the way to her throat. I only caught a glimpse of her briefly before she disappeared into the back. I didn't think much of it. Still, I'll never forget that face. It was telling me something. I nodded at the counter full of free-to-take refreshments and urged one of them to join us. I was met with an immediate headshake and an apologetic smile, with a vague excuse about an early morning. But I noticed, as soon as they thought I wasn't looking, that their smile faded. Their eyes grew cold. As they looked around the room, I didn't see a kindness in their eyes, or a sense of belonging. I saw disgust. What happened next is etched into my memory. The woman with the pressed-down hair came back, dragging a camera along on a tripod dolly. One of our 3 main cameras for this entire shoot. Top-of-the-line kind of stuff. Extremely expensive. Coming back into the mess hall, she pushed it. It came crashing down, stopping every conversation in the room. All that remained were the voices of Gene Simmons and Paul Stanley, singing their hearts out. Seconds later, one of the men with white shirts picked up our 8-track player and smashed it against the side of a table. People got up on their feet, as the woman who destroyed our camera was handed a shovel by a guy coming out of the storage closet. Turning it to the side, she chopped down on the camera like she was cutting firewood. Plastic, glass, metal, and electronics, all broken and torn into ribbons. She was completely unhinged, grunting like an animal with every strike. People started to filter out through the doors. She looked up at us with tears flowing from her eyes, her face red from exertion and anger. She was screaming at us and crying. She bawled her eyes out, smashing the camera to pieces. As the men in the white shirts advanced, screams erupted. Panic. I was too far from the exits to get out in time. One of the men zeroed in on me, following me through the mess hall. We circled a table back and forth like something out of a cartoon. Finally, he got fed up and tried to jump across. I had to think fast and ducked, pushing the table up. The weight caused it to flip, sending him sprawling onto the floor. That's when I first noticed that he was holding a knife. There were 2 main doors leading out of the mess hall, and the one leading further into the building to the equipment lot. The door closest to me, leading outside, was closed. The others had gotten out and barricaded it. The other door leading out was on the far side of the room, across from at least 6 of these people. The only other way out was through the equipment lot, right by the woman with the shovel. I didn't really have a choice. I burst into a sprint, knocking over 2 chairs along the way. The plastic pitter-patter against the linoleum floor felt like a mockery. The woman with the shovel wasn't prepared, but she took a swing at me, crashing through 3 empty bottles on the counter as she did. I got by, but not by a great margin. The equipment lot was much larger than it had any right to be. It had been used as a sort of industrial warehouse a decade earlier, and we didn't need more than a quarter of it. Rushing through the door, I saw 2 other men in white shirts pouring turpentine into a box of candles. I had to think fast. Right around the corner, I'd been sorting out equipment with Seb earlier. Keeping up a full sprint, I went straight for the lights. I heard approaching footsteps trying to keep up behind me. Thinking back on where I'd seen Seb put out his cigarette. I rounded a corner, almost tripped over a cheap plastic chair, and grabbed the fuse box. With 2 clicks, I first turned the power off, then ripped out whatever fuses I could grab in the dark. Then I slowly crept backwards, squeezing into a small space behind one of the industrial-sized shelves. There was no backplate to the shelf, so if they had flashlights, they'd see me instantly. But I was banking hard on them not bringing anything but knives and pipes. As long as it was dark, they wouldn't find me. I tried to steady my breathing and keep still. My belt buckle kept tapping against the metal siding, forcing me to put my hand in between. I was scorching hot, having to brush away a sweaty strand of hair to not get poked in the eye. I just stood there waiting. I could hear them approaching, a knife running across thick metal bars, footsteps slowing down. There were at least 3 of them now. A whisper in the dark. The woman with the shovel. "You think bringing him back will be your salvation?" She laughed. "Do you honestly think in your heart of hearts that he will do anything but to suck your spirit dry?" I didn't answer. I held my breath. "You cursed, demented people," she spat. "You don't consider that what you do have consequences." Way in the back of the storage area, I could see a cone of light. They'd found a flashlight. They started to yell at one another to find the other cameras. One of them were cutting up cables, and another had set fire to a small box of spare parts. They were almost out of turpentine, and were now looking for something easily flammable to pile on. I could see the vague outlines of the woman with the shovel, her heavy panting making her shoulders rise and fall. "Killing you is doing you a favor," she shrieked. "I'm not killing. I'm protecting the innocent. I'm protecting the people who matter. She smacked the shovel against the side of a shelf, making it rattle. A clang rung out, bouncing against the corrugated walls. It made the wall vibrate, tickling my spine. "Where are the cameras?" There was a chatter up front. One of them was relaying something important. The others had started to pack up, grabbing whatever they could, and leaving through the front. As they did, they scanned the room a final time, looking for our cameras, or tapes. I figured they were with the director. He'd probably be up reviewing test footage ahead of the first shoot. As the flashlight panned across the room, I caught a brief glimpse of the woman with the shovel. She had this wide-eyed look on her face, like she'd never blinked. Her cheeks were stained with tears. "Destroy yourself," she cried out. "Debauch yourself and choke, you worm." Dropping the shovel, as if ending the conversation, she took a quick look around the room, and I think, right before she left, she caught a glimpse of me. I felt a dark lump sink into my stomach. There was hesitation. She peered down at the shovel. Then she left. I don't know how long I stood there. I felt like I'd fused with the ground. Like my shoes were too heavy to move. It wasn't until I heard sirens in the distance that I hurried back to the fuse box. My hands were shaking so bad that it took me 3 tries to put it all back. Hitting the switch, the light came back on, showing little but scattered tools and a burned box as witnesses to what had happened back there. People were gathering around the mess hall. I joined them outside, my legs visibly shaking. There was an uncomfortable coastline chill running through the summer night, carrying an unfamiliar smell. 2 police vehicles approached in the distance as we counted off everyone who'd been inside. Turns out, these people had a little help from the inside. 4 of the crew members and a night guard had up and left with them, leaving behind a broken gate, slashed tires, and several smashed windshields. they'd started a fire in one of the trailers, but it had burned out without causing too much damage. Still, people were shook. Some talked about leaving. There was an emergency crew meeting. Our security chief promised far and wide about how they'd take extra measures before hiring any locals, and that they'd double patrols. They promised that they'd figure out what was going on, and the motivation behind this. They assured us that they'd coordinate their efforts with the police, and that we were free to add our testimony. I didn't even notice Seb shuffling up next to me, trying to speak over the sound of the shouting and the worried murmurs. "I was worried this might happen," he sighed. "It's a controversial script." "You know these people?" "I know their type," he added. "Look, just be careful. I thought it'd be fine, but..." He looked over to me, patted me on the back, and leaned in. "I don't know who's financing all this," he whispered, "but whoever it is has deep pockets and access to some weird, esoteric stuff." Leaning away, he put his fingers under his eyes, as if to say, "Watch out," and retreated into the crowd. Over time, we all retreated, back into tents, trailers, or whatever cheap mattress we could find. It was an uneasy night. I saw that woman's face every time I closed my eyes. I could hear the clang of metal on metal. There were still broken plastic from the camera scattered across the mess hall. The shovel was still lying there, in the middle of the equipment lot. At some point, in the middle of the night, I went outside to have a cigarette. The night air was rough, tugging at my clothes. The wind rattled the chain-linked fence. I got up and wandered all the way to the edge of the fence, and in the distance I could see something. I stomped out my cigarette and peered across the small dirt road leading up to the set. White birch trees swaying back and forth, making the wind whistle through the leaves. And there, hanging from the branches, were dozens of neatly pressed white shirts with black ties. A final reminder that this was far from over. It had just begun. After the initial shock of the first night, things quickly settled down. A well-placed group of patrolmen wandering around the yard put most of us at ease. A reminder that this thing was still in full go-ahead mode. The white shirts that had been hung outside the set as an ill omen were taken down and publicly burned. Director Roy Hampton gladly announced the schedule for the first day of filming. We were originally going to film one of the near-end scenes by the shoreline, but they changed it at the last minute to a nearby cave. Seb wasn't happy about it. He had to completely switch up the light setup he'd prepared. It'd be a few stressful hours for the both of us. Seb had to improvise a natural light filter to better fit the texture of the cave, and I had to hunt for extension cables. We couldn't keep a diesel generator in an enclosed space. We'd suffocate. Seb and I finished packing an initial setup and were escorted off-site with the rest of the tech crew. It was going to be a solo scene with Dawn, at a point in the movie where her character reluctantly accepts the influence of a timeless being into her corporeal form. The fall from grace, like Eve eating the forbidden apple. There was a small convoy heading out, with music blasting from the front. It was a bumpy ride, where Seb and I had to ride in the back to keep the equipment from falling over. We couldn't tie it all down. About 35 minutes later, we were facing a small cave. We had to drag the equipment on foot the last 200 or so feet, but the location itself was pretty impressive. The entrance to the cave was this tall slit that went up at least 8 feet. I could tell why they'd switched to this place. Very cinematic. We went inside to check the place out and start setting up. It was much more spacious than we'd anticipated. one single space in a sort of half-sphere shape, with a large pool of water in the middle. It was big enough for someone to swim around in, a group even. The cave itself was pretty rough though. It'd take some time setting up an even light. Seb nervously scratched his chin, like he wasn't sure if we'd brought enough reflectors. Director Roy and main lead Dawn arrived shortly thereafter, with an entourage of crew. Dawn was all fancied up in a blue summer dress and full makeup. She was practicing lines with one of her assistants. I couldn't stop looking at her. I'm the first to admit, I probably stared. Seb, on the other hand, was focused on the work. They say this thing is deep, he said. There's a hole in the center. What? The pool, he said. They say it's deep. Oh, I nodded. Sure. Eyes on the prize, Seb said, shaking his head. We're behind schedule. And we were. We barely managed to set up what we had for the initial shot where Dawn enters the cave. The second part, inside the cave, was still being worked on. The space was large enough for a crew of 12 to fit, but it was difficult to hear one another. Sounds just sort of bounced around. Seeing that first scene being filmed, though, that was magical. The snap of the clapperboard, the immediate silence. Everyone hunkered down into their roles. I kept an off light centered on Dawn, while Seb continuously moved one of the cables out of shot. The camera rolled, and just as scripted, Dawn turned around at the last minute, a final hesitation, a resistance to corruption. Then she turned back and headed inside. As Roy called out, "Cut!" a loud applause erupted from the crew. We were officially doing this. We did a few more takes, trying out different angles, before settling on a dolly zoom shot, an homage to Hitchcock. Roy was obsessed with the guy, and he wanted it to show in the movie. We couldn't blame him. It was a good influence to have. As we finished up the first shot and headed inside, I was brimming with excitement. I'd been unsure if I would be able to contribute, but now I know I was there and getting my hands dirty. It felt good. I felt like I could do it. I could start to see what Roy was doing and how he thought. I was picking up the names of things, just getting better overall. Well inside the cave, Dawn was going to have a conversation with a deity whose voice would be added in post-production. As Roy explored the space and discussed the various angles, one thing became increasingly clear. We couldn't all be in there at once. The space would be limited to the director, sound, the cameramen, and Dawn. The rest of us had to wait outside. Now, the mood outside was great. People were smoking and laughing. Some of the carriers were talking about bringing others up there later for a midnight swim. They were right. That place would be an amazing space to hang out. Very zen. We were a few short minutes from lunch, so some of us had to begin unpacking whatever we'd brought to eat. As noon rolled around, we could hear an audible gasp from inside the cave. At first, we didn't think much of it. I finished my lunch banana, and the others dug into their various sandwiches. Then, someone calling. We couldn't hear what he said first, but it sounded urgent. We all quieted down, only to hear it again. "Call an ambulance." Moments later, another voice. "No, no ambulance. Just get out. Get back." "She's bleeding," said a third voice. "She's not moving," said fourth. "Oh my, what's wrong with her neck?" said another. We dropped everything. One of the cameramen came stumbling out and threw up. One of his assistants tagged along to pat him on the back. But one voice was louder than the others. The director. And he was clear about two things. That everyone needed to get out, and that there would be no ambulance. Everyone filtered out of the cave one by one. Everyone but the director and Dawn. We all just stood there, holding our breaths. It was obvious that something had happened. Some kind of accident. We all looked at one another, back and forth, waiting for someone to break the silence. As it turned out, it would be the director himself who did. Roy came out with his hands up, as if trying to calm us down. He had this big smile on his face as he waved his assistant over. It's fine, he said. Dawn is just a bit shaken. She'll be on her feet in a bit. Take a long lunch, and we'll get back to it at, let's say, 2 p.m. I was rolling up a cable, standing a little closer than the director had anticipated. I could overhear a bit of what he was whispering to his assistant. Little words not meant for me. Something about fetching his notebook. Not the blue one, the black one. Then to get a guard posted at the cave. And finally, to fetch one of the makeup assistants. The brown-haired one. We weren't convinced, but there was little we could do. One of the crew who'd seen what happened said she slipped and smacked her head on one of the rocks as she stepped into the pool. Someone else said she'd started speaking gibberish. Apparently, the line she was reading was supposed to be some sort of forgotten god language. It was straight from the source material. We all went our separate ways, taking a long lunch, but some of us still weren't convinced. Two of the women from makeup and costume called the local sheriff. After all, Roy had said not to call an ambulance. He hadn't said anything about not calling the police. By the time our 2-hour lunch was up, there was a squad car parked on the dirt road leading up to the cave. Roy's assistant was being interviewed. There was something about the way he talked that made it sound like he was stalling. We all stood in a half circle listening in. They were making small talk about the movie, asking about what had happened, and wanted to see if Dawn was all right. The assistant was eager to answer. A little bit too eager, perhaps. A couple of minutes later, the director stepped out, and with him was Dawn. She looked a bit shaken. She'd covered part of her face with a towel, and she was drenched in water. She excused herself to the officers. They asked a few control questions to see if she was all there, and she had no trouble answering them. Things like her middle name, where she was born, that sort of stuff. But I don't think anyone else was thinking what I was thinking. They hadn't heard what I'd heard. Looking at her, like I'd done all morning, I could tell one thing for certain. That wasn't Dawn. They had a similar look, and they sounded the same, but the hair was a bit longer, and she was a bit shorter. If I hadn't overheard the director asking for the makeup assistant, I wouldn't have thought of it, but that wasn't Dawn. It was the woman from makeup. But how could she look and sound like Dawn that well? If it was all acting, she should have been the one in front of the camera to begin with. The sheriff and deputy excused themselves, wished us the best of luck, and headed out. Roy decided to postpone the next shooting a couple of hours so Dawn could dry off and get her makeup redone. Looking at the crowd, I could tell there were others who had questions. Maybe they didn't know exactly what was off, but we were all getting worried. Something had gone terribly wrong. Later that day, we finished the shot in the cave. We picked up the equipment and called it an early day. The camera crew stayed a bit late just to get some environment shots, and the sound guys got some background noise. Seb and I headed back with one of the equipment vans. I sat next to Seb in the back, bouncing up and down as the suspension held on for dear life. "You seen the black book he carries?" I asked. "You know what's up with that?" "I think it's the original," nodded Seb. "Like a copy of the original book. The Rask book. He refers to it all the time." Seb looked ahead, watching the driver fiddle with the radio. Knowing we weren't actively being listened to, Seb quieted down. "We got a lot of wiggle room when it comes to scenes and casting, but every line of dialogue is straight from that book. Even the crazy god babble stuff? Especially that. Seb lit up a cigarette and passed it to me. I took it, contemplating in silence. Later that night, the crew that were sleeping on site had another get-together. We were all a bit weary from the other night, but spirits were relatively high. Most of the people who'd been scared had left the set altogether, so those who remained were those who didn't care enough to be bothered. I wasn't really in a party mood, still not knowing what to make of what had happened, but I figured I could at least check out the cave, see if I could spot anything out of place. The others just wanted a reason to get their drink on. There were 12 of us crammed into 2 very small cars. We rolled all the way back to the cave, armed with flashlights, a portable 8-track player, and plenty of drinks. People were singing all the way there, and I'm the first to admit, it was hard not to get in the mood. As we got back to the cave, we noticed something peculiar. One of the security guards from the set was stationed there, reading a magazine. As we approached, he perked up and shone a light on us. "No entry," he said. "Y'all can go party somewhere else." "Come on, man," someone protested. "It's been a rough day." "Why can't we go in?" another one asked. The guard just shook his head. "Director's orders. Gotta keep it clean for reshoots." I stepped up carefully, taking a deep breath and releasing the stress from my shoulders. I put on my bravest smile. Now I was even more curious. "Look, are you going to sit here all night?" I asked. "If we're reshooting here, we gotta put all the lights back up anyway. It'll be a mess no matter what we do, so what's the harm in letting us kick back a little?" He looked me up and down, not sure what to make of it. "We won't throw any trash around," I continued, "and you can stick around if you want." He looked back at the rest of the group, letting his flashlight pan over them, one by one. "Y'all got beer?" Minutes later, we were all back inside the cave, music blasting from the 8-track. It wasn't as good as the one that had been smashed by the white shirts, but it did the trick. We had to settle for country music though. The man with the Kiss tapes had left. While the others stripped into their birthday suits and plunged into the pool inside the cave, it took some time to check for any traces of what had happened. Any signs of blood, or anything really. It didn't take long for me to realize there was nothing of interest around. I sat down by the 8-track player and cranked up the volume. The guard had stripped down too, joining the others in the pool. I wasn't feeling it. Not yet, at least. Apparently the water was warmer than anticipated, and the flashlights made the ripples reflect off the rough cave surface. Every laugh echoed, every ticklish squeak, all of it. As I was about to switch cassettes on the 8-track, I noticed the laughter slowly dying down. I looked up only to see the 12 other people just standing there in the middle of the pool. They'd stopped laughing, talking, and playing. Instead, they stared at one another in what seemed like disbelief. It was such an eerie sight. A dozen people, as naked as the day God made them, their minds going blank in unison. One of the camera assistants looked down at his hands, then up at the others. What happened?" he asked. They were all looking down at their hands and the water. One of them looked straight to me. "Did I get the line right?" she asked. Are we rolling?" "It was dark," someone said. "I've been in the dark." "Yes, dark," another chimed in. "But who are you? Why were you there?" Finally, the security guard rose out of water, brushing his hair out of his eyes as he joined the crowd. "I'm Dawn," he said. "No, I'm Dawn," another said. They were looking back at one another, one by one, all saying the same thing, all using the same tone of voice, the same accent. the same body language. I'm Dawn. For all intents and purposes, and to the best of their knowledge, they all seemed to think the same thing, that they were all, each and every one of them, Dawn Anderson. They tried convincing one another. They were comparing childhood memories, their social security number, favorite songs and food, intimate secrets about everything from their sex life to the name they would give their firstborn child. As the questions piled on, and the answers got louder, I could tell they were getting agitated. I got up and tried talking to them, but it was useless. They were all convinced that they, alone, were the real Dawn. Then someone threw a punch. Someone was getting choked. It happened so fast that I didn't even realize what was happening. They were going to kill each other. I have this vivid memory of looking back at Winona, an assistant sound technician, as she started beating Chuck Helcom with a rock, all the while screaming, in the same accent as the rest of them, that her name was Dawn Anderson. I tried breaking it up, but it was escalating all over. I was pushing two people apart when someone grabbed me from behind, dragging me down into the pool of water. I flopped down belly first. Now, I'm not sure exactly what I saw under the surface. There was a hole leading further down, just like Seb had said, and somewhere down there, I could see someone still. Someone tied up with a spare cable and lodged deep into an underwater crevice. I could feel something in the water, something tugging at the back of my mind ever so slightly, a voice whispering from across a great distance, asking me, then telling me that I wasn't alone, that there was someone out there who wanted to be with me. They needed a place to stay. I didn't listen. Had it been minutes earlier, I might have. Nowadays, decades later, I still have this image in my head. Perfect hair bobbing up and down with the shifting of the pool. A person turned problem, brushed under the carpet. But at that time, I convinced myself that I was looking at nothing, that I heard nothing. I couldn't bring myself to imagine the worst. Not then, not there. There was blood in the water, screams, attacks got more ruthless. Some of them wrestled or threw rocks. Most of them tried to drown one another. "Say it," one of the hairdressers demanded. "Say it. Say that I'm Dawn." She got clocked in the back of the head and collapsed face first into the shallow end of the pool. There was this guy, Michael. He was one of our drivers. One of the calmest, friendliest people on set. I hadn't even seen him without his oversized glasses before. He could be a bit long-winded because of his stammer. Now he was standing next to me, panting like an animal, and grabbing my arm. You can't be Dawn," he wheezed. "No one can. He said I was. I listened, and you didn't. Mike, you can't." As soon as I mentioned his name, I realized I'd made a mistake. He shrieked and tried to bend my arm, an effort to break it. I managed to get a kick in on his leg, causing him to fall forward. In the split second where his grip faltered, I recoiled. I hurried out of the pool, heading straight for the exit. There were threats all around me. These familiar faces turned feral, all looking to take me down in this mad free-for-all. Stiff fingers grabbing at my hair, rocks whizzing past my ear, desperate cries. I had no choice but to run. I got out, but I hadn't been smart about it. It was hard being smart when I could barely think a cohesive thought. The moment I sucked in the night air, I realized they were coming after me. Not all of them, but at least 3. I'd never run. One of them laughed. "You are not the real me. You're a fraud." The keys to the cars were in the discarded clothes inside the cave. All I could do was run straight into the birch forest and hope for the best. I could barely think straight, and the oppressive dark didn't help. A harsh wind cut through the leaves, leaving the sweat on my brow cold as ice. They were hot on my trail, running without abandon over every sharp rock and branch and straight through the underbrush. If I were to have any chance of outpacing them, I had to stop thinking and just go for it. I almost sprained my ankle stumbling over a log. In that quiet heartbeat where I struggled to regain my balance, I could hear them. Their agitation had reached the point where they weren't just angry, they were reduced to making noises, sobbing, retching, and grunting like animals, their minds unraveling. At some point I realized I had no idea where I was. It was the middle of the birch woods, and I could still hear them skulking about. I just couldn't see them. The canopy was blocking what little moonlight was up there. I hid behind a boulder, trying to make myself small. From there, I listened. "It's dark," one of them mumbled. "Deep, deep inside. It's dark. It shouldn't be. Why is it dark?" I can't. I can't let I'm the real one. The really real one. You have to believe. They spread out. Two of them started fighting, but the third one was heading my way. A woman in her late 30s. I think she was in the props department. She'd found this sharp piece of granite that she held like a knife. Even at a distance and with little light, I could see that she clung to that rock hard enough to cut into her fingers. "Please," she wheezed. "Please let me be it. Let it be me. I can't can't let." I closed my eyes, held my breath, and hoped she'd just pass me by. I counted the seconds, feeling the sting of salty sweat in my eyes. Slowly I peeked an eye open. She was right there, looking down at me. For a hot second I thought we were good. She looked hesitant. Still, I could hear the blood dripping from her grip of the stone, tapping against the leaves in the underbrush. But like an animal, something set her off. Could have been the blink of an eye, a split impulse, anything. But she threw herself at me, her hands bloodied and frantic, her nails digging into my skin, her teeth snapping at me like a hungry dog. We wrestled back and forth for what felt like forever. I didn't want to hurt her. I tried to tell her to stop, to step back, to listen, but she wouldn't. Maybe she couldn't. I felt the stab of that granite shard against my rib, and something just took over in me. I don't want to go into detail, but I fought back as hard as I could. I had to defend myself, and to do that, I couldn't hold back. None of us really wanted that fight, but we still had to do it. And when she finally stopped moving, I started walking. I didn't care. I couldn't allow myself to. I ended up by the main road leading out of Chatter Blinds. I tried to wave down a passing car, but they just kept going. Two others passed shortly after. One even slowed down, looked at me, and then passed. But one of them finally stopped. The squad car from earlier, the sheriff, and the deputy. I was taken in and looked over. Most wounds were superficial cuts and bruises. I had splotches of blood on my clothes, but it wasn't mine. I didn't say that, though. I told them there were people who needed help. I tried to explain that there'd been a fight, but I had a hard time wrapping my head around what had exactly happened and how. I think they were on drugs. I lied. It was the best explanation I could come up with. I didn't know where to even start. And this one they definitely believe without a second thought. The night resulted in 6 people being committed to a nearby hospital. 4 others were reported missing, one of which was the woman I'd been attacked by. The final 2 were in good enough condition to be taken in for interrogation. Of course, they had nothing to say, and come morning, they had no memory of what had happened. They weren't Dawn, they never had been. How could they be? No one was pressing charges, and no one had a good explanation. They didn't find any drugs, and we hadn't even had that much to drink. To an outsider, it was just weird. But at that point, our entire set seemed cursed to the people of Chatterblinds. We were the strange outsiders, coming there to upset their order. Still, 4 people were missing. They were never found. By early morning I was released. I was ready to go home. I'd had enough of that madness, and no pay in the world was enough to compensate for whatever BS was happening behind the scenes. I put on a fresh set of clothes and had my bags packed and ready to go. I was waiting for Seb to wake up, and I'd ask him to take me to the closest train station, or bus station, or whatever came first. But as I sat there, watching the sun rise, another face came wandering across the lot. Dawn, or whoever was posing as her. She wandered to me and smiled. She didn't say anything, and neither did I. She took a flower out of her hair, a tiny blue sunflower, and handed it to me. "I had a dream about you last night," she smiled, "but it wasn't a very good one." "Sorry to hear that." "You look like you had a rough night." She frowned. "Just like in my dream." "Sure." I wasn't interested. I just wanted to go home, but she leaned down and looked me in the eyes. "You beat me with a rock," she said, her face deadpan. "It hurts." "I didn't." "You didn't?" "I didn't." She shook her head. She got up and grinned at me, the kind of menacing grin that told a story in and of itself. "I'm telling," she smiled, "and you'll be in trouble." I shook my head and said nothing, but as she walked away, there was this icy cold panic in my chest. I got up and tried to find the right words. I could see where she was heading, straight for the director's trailer. I raised my hand towards her, but before I could say anything, she just grinned back at me. "It's okay," she said. "Just make the movie. It's important." She wandered away, her blue sundress swaying in the softening wind. I don't know how long I slept. A few hours, maybe, just leaning against the outer mess hall wall. It wasn't until Seb tapped me with his muddy boot that I woke up. Despite my fresh set of clothes, he could see that I wasn't okay. "You need something?" he asked, squinting from the morning sun. I considered it. I could still get on a train and just go. I could. But there was something that told me I'd regret it, if Dawn Anderson had something to say about it. She knew. Somehow, she knew. I shook my head, trying to collect my thoughts. "Maybe," I sighed. "I don't know." "Well, wait until you figure it out. We got work to do," he continued. "Everyone's on extra cleaning duty for the next set." "Great," I sighed. "Just great." I stayed down, rolling the little blue sunflower between my fingers. Seb took a moment to look me over. He must have realized I wasn't telling the whole story and offered me a hand. "Come on, buddy," he smiled. "Let's make a movie." The next couple of days, we managed to shoot a few scenes. It almost felt like a real movie set, for once. Our schedules were on time, and there was a steady stream of supporting actors being brought in. If this was the only period of filming you'd seen, You might think it was like any other project, but for those of us in the know, we knew most of this was all surface, like the lead actress. No matter what she sounded like, or moved like, or looked like, we all knew the truth. That wasn't Dawn Anderson. But what were we supposed to do? Everyone was just acting like nothing had happened. Even Seb didn't seem to know how to act, and he was the only person in there that I could 100% trust. I'd managed to compartmentalize much of what had happened those first few days, treating it as if something that had happened to someone else. But as with many other things, normalcy came and went like a pendulum, and it was about to swing pretty far in the other direction. In the script, the next location was just called a blue house. The house itself was supposed to be insignificant. The focus of the scene was the action of the characters. It was supposed to be this really tense scene where the heroine had found a large wooden chest, rumored to contain the bones of an unholy prophet, sort of like an anti-saint. The house itself was supposed to be a sort of backdrop, just a blue house. She would slowly approach, walking from room to room, speaking to the spirit of the prophet in a dead language. Finally, the chest was supposed to slowly open. That was the planned scene. We had an actual house for this scene, down by the coast. Director Hampton wanted a real house with a view of the coastline. However, when Seb and I were brought on to set up the interior lighting, we could tell there were issues. Constant delays, where runners and set designers had to fix and tinker with the interior. Half the day passed and we hadn't put up a single light. Seb wasn't impressed. Things had been going well for a few days, and this just ground his enthusiasm to a halt. We spent most of the afternoon sitting by the cliffside, listening to music, and sharing a pack of cigarettes. That's the clearest picture I have in my mind from that day. "I gotta ask," I remember saying, "why are you so eager to keep this job?" Seb flicked the ash of his cigarette, nodding to himself. Finally, he shrugged at me. "Got a kid on the way," he said. "This is probably the last set I can work out of state before I get locked down." "You're having a kid?" "Yeah." That was the first time I imagined Seb Digman as a parent. It changed him somehow. By nightfall, they gave up. The director had a long chat with some of his inner circle and sent most people home. The only ones who were allowed to stick around were those who the director deemed trustworthy. Both Seb and I were in. Maybe it wasn't so much a matter of trust as it was desperation. As we saw wave after wave of people leaving the set, the shadows grew longer. Seb and I watched as some of the folks who'd been toiling for hours finally got to rest, and we were tasked to pick up their slack. We'd seen people wander in and out of the house all day with these cheap metal buckets, armed with little hammers that we used to nail down power cables. You don't want a loose cable to drift into view on set. That was pretty much all the equipment they'd used. It was strange. All they did was walk in, hammer a little, and come out with a bucket full of white pebbles. Then they'd toss it over the edge of the cliffside, go back in, and do it all over again. They looked like miners, only without the pickaxes and safety helmets. I'd just finished eating a prepackaged cheese and ham sandwich when I got a tap on my shoulder. One of the sound guys handed me his bucket and hammer, wiping the sweat off his brow. "You're up," he wheezed. "Go see Hampton." So I did. The director, Roy Hampton, had been busy all day. It was rare to see him do anything but make loud demands, or point out details that needed to be changed. Now he was just sitting there, on a bench across from the house, flipping through a copy of the script with a marker pen. The lead actress was nowhere to be seen. As I approached, he looked me up and down before turning his attention back to the script. "Did they tell you what to do?" he asked. No. We need to clear the house, he continued, for the shoot. Clear it of what? Without looking up, he tapped the side of my bucket. Teeth. I was given a few more instructions for clarification. For example, I wasn't allowed to touch or move the wooden chest prop. Furthermore, I had to look everywhere, behind the furniture, under the carpets, anywhere and everywhere. I was to use the hammer and not pull them out with my hands. I could not keep any of the teeth. Once they were out of the wall, however, it was fine to touch them if necessary. But it didn't make sense to me. Obviously, teeth was a joke, but that didn't answer what those white pebbles were, and having them thrown out by the bucket load meant there had to be tons of them inside. Why did we pick that location to begin with? It was me, Seb, and 2 runners. Who stepped in? An old house made sometime in the 1920s. Tight corridors, thin wooden walls, creaky floors, curled blue wallpaper. Seb insisted that the whole house was tilting slightly, but I couldn't feel it. Wouldn't surprise me if it did, though. Stepping into the living room, there was only one item that looked out of place. A massive wooden box, smack dab in the middle of the floor. It was as if everything in the room had been moved to accommodate for that one box. I thought the team had done a great job making it. It really looked like some old ceremonial thing. It seemed to be nailed to the floor. Seb wasn't convinced, though. He leaned down, dragging his hand along the side of the box. He looked up at me with blackened fingertips. His expression changed. "This is real patina," he said. "This thing is old. Real kind of old." One of the runners were the first to find something. He called us over. It was underneath the kitchen sink. He lit it up with a flashlight, inviting us to take a look for ourselves. The others kneeled, one by one. No one said a thing. Finally, it was my turn. Even then, I was still expecting some kind of salt or calcium buildup. Something you might see in an old house. But it was teeth. Actual teeth. Just like we'd been told. It was molars. Most of them small, like the nail of a pinky finger. Others were the size of a thumb. There was at least 24 of them. There was this stunned silence as we all tried to process this. For some reason my eyes drifted back to Seb. He was the only one looking not at the teeth, but at the box in the middle of the room. Noticing me looking at him, he nodded towards it. "You know," he said, "I'm starting to think that ain't a prop." There were 2 floors in total. We could find teeth in every single room, if we looked close enough. Inside the fireplace on the bottom floor, on the side of the stairs, under and on the carpets, Seb found a couple teeth hanging from the chandelier. The first tooth I knocked out was one of the most visceral things I've ever felt. There was like a wet, flesh-textured hole left in the wall that slowly closed. There was a warmth and a wetness to every single tooth, as if someone was breathing into my face with every tooth removed. Every clink of a tooth falling into my metal bucket sent a shiver down my spine. We probably went at it for an hour before we'd filled our first bucket. One by one we went outside, dumping it all over the edge of the cliff. Looking over at the director, he didn't seem to have a care in the world, laughing it up with some of the folks from the costume department. Going back in, we had trouble finding more teeth. It wasn't until about 15 minutes later when we realized that most of the places where we had already looked had new teeth growing in. Most of them tiny, but they were there, even up in the chandelier. "What's the point?" Seb sighed. "If it keeps coming back, what's the point?" "Maybe it stops," one of the runners said. "Like, after a while?" "What makes you think that?" I asked. The other runner, A guy named Merle pulled one of the teeth out with his bare hands, stuffing it into his pocket. "I'm keeping one," he said. "Ain't no way anyone'll believe me if I don't." We spent the next 3 hours knocking teeth out and throwing them over the edge of the cliff, all the while finding more teeth all over, no matter how many times we got rid of them. By the 4th bucket load, the director stopped us at the door. He went along with us inside. "It's useless," Seb tried to tell him. "There are too many." "I got it now," the director assured us. "We're fixing this." We stepped back inside and walked straight to the wooden box. Using his cigar cutter, the director cut a small wound into his thumb and smeared a bloody circle across the top of the box. The rest of us didn't say anything. This wasn't the strangest thing we'd seen him do, but it was up there. He handed me his script, now with a bloody thumbprint. "Read what's marked in yellow." Flipping through the pages, the only things marked in yellow were certain nonsense words. They were the words of the spoken off-screen entity, the corrupting influence that the heroine tries to resist throughout the movie. I can't pronounce any of this," I said. "What's this? Rio? "You can't say it wrong," the director added. "Just say it how you feel it should be said." I looked up at Seb. He just shook his head. "Rao Soma Io," I spoke aloud. "Drin Soma Io." Ray nodded, waiting as I flipped through the pages. The marked words were few and far between, a mix of various spoken lines. "Stro Soma Io," I continued. "Hoffen Soma Io." Then something happened. The words started to make sense to me, not just the way they were supposed to be spoken, but their innate meaning. But it wasn't just words, they were experiences, pictures. They made me think of distant places and foreign smells, pictures of blue fabric blowing in the night wind, fine salt under my fingernails, a great fire. Then, without noticing, I didn't have the script in my hands anymore. The director took it back. Everyone just looked at me, slack-jawed and confused. There was a more intricate pattern on the box now, but you could barely tell. The wood was too dark, masking the dry blood. "I think we're done," Director Hampton said. "They should be gone by morning." "What? What exactly did we do?" asked Seb. "What is this?" "You think you'd understand that explanation?" He smiled. "Or would you even want to, for that matter?" Seb sighed, drawing a breath into a new cigarette. "No." The next day, filming resumed. There were no more issues with the house, and we were able to set up our equipment within the hour. We were done just after lunch, quickly moving on to some environmental shots by the cliffside. It's as if the previous day had never happened. I was pretty out of it though. I hadn't slept well. Every time I started to slip into a dream, I had this panicked feeling of not being able to get back out, like stepping off the deep end of a pool when you can't swim. I couldn't allow myself to fall into a deep sleep, instead dipping in and out of semi-consciousness until the early hours of the morning. I kept thinking about those words, seeing them, feeling them, knowing them. I remember looking out over the cliffside, feeling a stiff breeze ruffle my hair, when Seb tapped me on my shoulder. "You okay?" he asked. "Slept really bad," I sighed. "Me too," he said, sipping his coffee. Seb looked down at the rest of the crew, still packing up from one of the beach shots. They looked so small from up there. "You seen Merle today?" he asked. "The runner?" Nah, I yawned. Probably slept in. Seb shook his head. No, he didn't. We were kept busy all day long, but we kept an eye out. Neither of us managed to catch a glimpse of Merle, and no one seemed to know anything. There were still people running about back at the warehouse, but most were accounted for on site. It was worrisome. I'd seen enough to know that people were expendable at this point. We came back as the sun started to set. The late night get-togethers and mini-parties had been replaced with a whole crew face-planting into their pillow simultaneously. Having lost all sleep from the other night, I was barely standing. I was out cold in a matter of minutes. This time, I could dream, but not without twisting, turning, and waking at random. I kept getting these intrusive thoughts in my head that I had to go for a run, or drink scalding hot water, or rub sand against my shin bones. Just these weird physical sensations that I had sudden urges to pursue. I didn't, of course, but I couldn't stop myself from feeling it. When my mind finally settled into a singular dream, it was surprisingly real. It felt like I was having an out-of-body experience. I imagined myself walking around the set, browsing the dark shelves, and running my hand across the cold metal. I could hear my footsteps as I made my way back to my bed, going back to sleep even there and then, in my own mind. Only when I got back, someone was already in my bed. Me. The moment I woke up, I was staring into a stranger's eyes. One green eye, one red. A rattled breath, struggling for air. It took me a moment to realize that it wasn't them having trouble breathing. It was me. I was being strangled. There was this slow buildup of panic in my chest as I came to. It was as if my heart was trying to beat faster, but the blood couldn't reach my head. Still, looking back at it, what I remember most is the neutral expression of my attacker, or the cold fingers around my neck. What I remember most is something sharp poking into my skin as if they were holding a handful of gravel and pressing it against me. I was hyper-focusing on these nonsensical little things, as if I couldn't understand what was really happening. My hand flopped to the side of the bed, my fingertips growing numb. I could feel my biceps losing strength. Grabbing something out of my bedside pants, I brought my hand up towards my attacker and flicked my thumb. I'd managed to grab my lighter. I burned them straight in their red eye. I didn't even realize how much I needed to breathe until I managed to get them off me. I pushed myself away and felt the chemicals in my body come loose, blood rushing to my head and muscles, kicking me into action. I wanted to scream for help, but all that came out was this useless whimper. My throat had been hurt. Instead, I backed away, readied myself to run, and watched my attacker step into the moonlight. Merle, the runner. His left hand was covered in teeth, going all the way up to his shoulder. More teeth falling out of his mouth with every breath. Little holes building up on the side of his face, with early onset of more teeth poking through the skin. His eye had turned red from internal bleeding, as one of the teeth had grown out of the corner of his retina. In the moment, I abandoned all reason. From what I'd seen on set, this was the most visceral and horrifying sight by far. That night with Dawn, at the cave, at least they'd been human, but this? I couldn't tell what was happening here. He shouldn't have taken that tooth. I wanted to turn to run, but he was matching my movements like a predator. A shift to the left, to the right. His eyes didn't leave me. I backed away. He moved closer. My instinct to try and talk him down was thrown out the window. This wasn't a person that would listen to reason. All I had was my lighter and a solid 8 feet of distance. I heard the tip-tap noises of little teeth falling off his arm, like sand in an hourglass. Then he attacked. My folding bed was thrown across the room. His naked footsteps were heavy, leaving dozens of teeth behind. Despite that, he was fast. He came at me with all he had. I grabbed the first thing I could use as a barrier, a door leading me into the bathroom. I rushed inside, slamming the door shut. I felt him grabbing the handle from the other side, pulling with an impossible strength, but losing his grip with the loss of teeth slipping from the palm of his hand. I got just enough leverage to lock the door. I stumbled backwards into a bathtub, pulling down the cheap blue fabric as I fell. Seconds later, the door started to give way. Wooden splinters scattered on the floor. I pulled down the shower rod, wrapped the curtain up, and set fire to it with my lighter, wielding it like a makeshift torch. Good thing it was cheap plastic, and that no one had had the time to shower that night. It felt primal, in a way, like a caveman waving off a hungry wolf, but this particular wolf didn't seem all too bothered. And with that, the door broke. It all happened so fast. I remember hearing myself trying to scream, but just managing a wheeze. I pushed the shower rod into his chest like a spear, but it barely budged him, scraping against surface-level teeth. A tooth-covered fist swung towards me, cracking the ceramic tiles next to me as he missed, instead hitting the light switch. It turned this waking nightmare into a shadow play. Vague gestures and silhouettes cast by moonlight. A red eye, a mouth with oversized teeth, tip-taps of teeth hitting ceramic tiles. And still, I couldn't scream. Managing to duck under a second swing, I used his momentum to get past and back out into the mess hall. I ran towards the back where I could pass into the warehouse, but I didn't get far. Merle threw something heavy at me, hitting me just over the shoulder. I fell forward, completely losing my balance, knocking something over from the counter. He'd ripped out a piece of the sink. Landing palms first into a spilled pile of table salt, I rolled over to see Merle approaching. Parts of the shower curtain still smoldered on his shoulder. He had picked up the shower rod, wielding it like a club. He was going to beat me to death. For a moment, the impressions of the day flashed before my eyes. The teeth in the walls, the cliffside chat with Seb, the nonchalant attitude of Director Hampton, and the strange words, the images that had flashed within my mind, the words that had crept into the back of my head and settled there, coloring the inside of my mind with foreign pictures. And suddenly, it started to make sense. The blue fabric, browing in the wind from an open window, that was the shower curtain. The salt under my fingernails, it was right there. But there was no great fire, only a sputtering flame on his shoulder. "It's wrong," I muttered as Merle approached. "It's wrong. There should..." The words came to me, clear, vivid, and eager. I'll never forget them. I can't. Rau soma io, drin soma io, strau soma io, hoffen soma io. By the last syllable, it was as if something in the air corrected itself. Maybe it was just a coincidence, a freak wind, but another part of me felt like the world was making something right. A sputter from the flame got caught in his hair. Something flared up by the neck of his torn shirt. In the blink of an eye, he erupted into flame. A great fire. The fire alarm screamed in my stead. I coughed on the black smoke as Merle fled outside. I could finally hear others waking up and stepping out of their trailers, but to them, all they saw was the fire. Merle was dead the moment he hit the ground. He was just a tangled mess of fabric and something to them. I drew in a deep breath of nighttime air, feeling my throat relax. Someone was asking me what was going on. Someone was screaming for help. But louder than any voice was the mere presence of Dawn Anderson, the lead actress. Standing at the edge of the fire with a robe wrapped around her, giving me a tired smile, she scooched closer, speaking just loud enough for others to hear. "Good thing you were here," she smiled. "This could have burned down the entire warehouse." I didn't answer. I just looked at her. "Looks like some props didn't make it, huh?" she continued. Now we both had dirt on one another. She knew what I'd done to her that first night outside the cave, and I knew she wasn't the real Dawn Anderson. We were at an impasse. "Looks like I deserve a raise," I wheezed. "I'm sure Mr. Hampton agrees." They held a fireside applause for me. Someone pointed out the trail of teeth left behind, as if that somehow confirmed that it was just burning props. Someone else pointed to the vague shape of a skeletal hand in the flames. Another sign of important props being lost. But both Dawn and I knew what it really was. Or rather, who it really was. But we had a movie to make. Filming progressed rapidly. Director Hampton wanted to finish up the scenes that were shot off-site first, so we could move on to interior and controlled environments. There wasn't too much hassle once we got into a routine, but it was hard to ignore what I'd seen. Whenever things were going smoothly, all I could imagine was what horrors were happening behind closed doors. There wasn't a doubt in my mind that Roy Hampton was doing more than just directing a movie, but it was hard to put into words just what I suspected. About a week passed without incident. Seb and I got a little less to do as we transitioned to finished sets, so we were occasionally tasked with clearing out off-site gear and props, going through places we'd filmed to make sure we didn't leave anything behind, or did any damage that might make the owners mad. Then we were ordered to clear out the Blue House, the place where we'd filmed lead actress Dawn Anderson, as her character conversed with an imperceptible deity, the place that had once had teeth growing out of the walls. I wasn't too enthused about the idea. Seb and I were the first on site, mostly clearing out staples left in the walls, extra cables, putting furniture back in order, that kind of thing. And of course, we were instructed not to move the wooden crate in the middle of the room. That came with the house, apparently. Last time we were there, we'd tiptoed around it like it was a landmine. It didn't take long to get through the work order. We'd barely done anything to the place, and now that there weren't any unnatural growths coming out of the woodwork, we were peachy. The two runners we had helping us out spent most of the day smoking and going through some old magazines they'd found upstairs. I got some time to sit down with Seb in his '68 Frog Eye Sprite. We drove onto the property so we could look out over the cliffside while he blasted some Hendrix. I still had a hard time picturing him as a family man, given our last conversation. "About the, kid, was it planned?" I asked. "Kinda," nodded Seb. "Always wanted kids." "Really?" I smiled. "You don't seem like the type." "Dreamt about it since I was a teenager. Gonna have 2 boys. John and Keith." "Got it all figured out, huh?" "A man's gotta have a plan." "Then, what if it's a girl?" "God already promised me." He smiled. "God ain't got no reason to change their mind." We stayed there for about an hour. I leaned back and napped in the passenger seat while Seb turned up the volume on All Along the Watchtower. If that had been the rest of the shoot, I would have been okay with it. Some work, some rest, no nightmares. As we went inside to finish up, we noticed the 2 runners standing on each side of the wooden crate. they were trying to lift it. I didn't realize it at first, but they must have forgotten that we weren't supposed to move it, that it came with the house. But before me or Seb got the chance to say anything, it was already too late. See, the front of the crate had been nailed to the floor, but the back was nailed to a rotting plank. So when the runners lifted it straight up, it tilted forward and broke wide open. Apparently, it wasn't as sturdy as one would have thought. As the top of the crate burst open, I was expecting a little dust, some books, or maybe some clothes. Old doodads that had been kept around for good measure. Instead, rolling out of the wooden splinters was this big lump of stone-like mass. At first I didn't know what it was. It was large and gray like a polished lump of coal. There were also little white things crawling across it. Dozens of moths took flight out of the bottom of the crate. Then I saw it, a familiar shape bent in an unfamiliar way. This lump of coal had once been a person. The faint outline of the skull and shoulders were the most immediate giveaway, but after a while I could spot the fingers as well, broken and bent in every which way. One leg in a fetal position, another bent sideways across the body in an unnatural angle, like someone had done their best to push them into the crate, no matter how much damage was done to the body. And the moths. While a dozen or so happily fluttered about the room, I could count hundreds of maggots crawling across the body. It was almost like a pattern, zigzagging across the bends of broken bones and twisted face muscles. We all just stared at it for a moment. One of the runners poked it with his foot, tipping it slightly. It was hard as a stone. As it rocked back and forth, some of the maggots tumbled onto the floor. Seb bent down, looking at it closely. The other runner, a guy in his early 50s with a sizable gut, crossed his arms and scoffed. "It's gotta be prep," he said. "Put it back in the box." "I ain't touching it," said the other runner. "It's probably diseased." "If it was a prop, they would have asked us to bring it in," said Seb. "But they did though," said the first runner. "They asked us to." "No, they didn't," I added. "This came with the house." "BS." Well, they tried their best not to show it. I could tell the runners were just as shaken as we were. They wrapped their hands in towels before they dared to touch it, and even then, they decided to just tilt the box back up and leave it as is. As we wrapped up for the day, the runners took off, heading into town to get a sandwich. Seb and I drove off too, but stopped about halfway back to the set. Seb pulled over and parked by the side of the road, turning down the radio. He shook his head as if trying to convince himself to say something. Finally, he sighed. "We gotta call the police," he said. "We can't pretend this is normal." "You think it wasn't a prop? With everything you've seen here, do you honestly think that wasn't real?" The answer was obvious. We took a detour through town, stopping at a payphone outside the supermarket. We got a few side eyes from the locals, looking us up and down as Seb talked to the sheriff over the phone. I saw one woman leaving with her 7-year-old daughter. The kid waved at me with a little hello, and I waved back, only to see the mother pulling her away. Maybe they didn't like outsiders. Or maybe they just didn't like us. I also couldn't help but notice how there was a clothing store just across the street selling shirts, dress jackets, and coats. Very similar to the clothes to what we'd seen hung from trees outside our set. As a threat, a handful of blank-faced mannequins proudly displayed a variety of neatly pressed shirts. I started to get the idea that not only were we seen as outsiders, but as an actual threat. And given what I'd seen over the past couple of weeks, I wasn't sure they were wrong. Seb tapped me on the shoulder, snapping me out of my spiraling paranoia. "We're meeting them back at the house," he said. "Let's go." As we got back in the car, I noticed the mother staring at us from across the street, firmly clutching a golden cross around her neck. Our eyes met for a moment. I could tell she was scared. I saw her shoulders move with her heavy breathing. We weren't just outsiders to her. We were dangerous. As we drove off, I could still see her looking at us through the rear view mirror. A stark reminder that no matter who we were and what we were doing here, we weren't welcome in Chatterblinds. We pulled up outside the blue house again. We didn't have to wait long for the sheriff to arrive. I got the impression that they'd been called out a lot these past few days. There'd been the break-in, the debacle at the cave, and now this. And that was just the immediate issues. Who knew what else had been going on? They pulled up to the house, and we escorted them inside. All the while, they kept talking to one another. "Yeah, this house is derelict," the deputy said. "I'm not sure you're allowed to film here." "They got the lease," the sheriff added. "I don't like it, but it's above board. They know the owner." "Yeah, but it is what it is." As we entered the living room, Seb pointed them to the wooden crate. Moths were still fluttering about, forcing the deputy to wave them off with his hat. As they moved the loosely added lid of the crate, a few more moths fluttered out, and the body was gone. "What am I missing here?" the sheriff asked. Seb just shook his head and looked at me. Maybe the runners moved it, or the director. Either way, someone got back there ahead of us. Probably someone from the closed set, as that was closer than downtown Chatterblinds. "Someone took it," I said. "It was there and—" "Look, I'm inclined to believe you gentlemen, but you ain't got something to show us. There ain't much we can do." "We'll call you as soon as something shows up." "See that you do," he continued, "and make sure no one moves it next time." They wandered off, leaving me and Seb along with the moth-laden box and a whole bunch of nothing. The sun turned the horizon a brownish orange, stretching out our shadows. Seb didn't say a word. We got back in the car and just drove. As we came to a fork in the road, leading us up towards the closed set, Seb kept driving straight through. We missed the exit. "Where are we going?" I asked. "We're getting out of here." "Oh yeah?" "Yeah." We went past the half-abandoned farmlands, the lone houses overlooking the cliffside, and the various abandoned summer homes. Past the cows grazing on dry grass and the pine trees struggling to keep their needles, the shadows grew longer. "Why now?" I asked. "After all this, why now?" "You remember what the script said?" Seb asked. "What it said about the box?" "Not really." "Check the glove box. Got a copy. Page 36. I clicked it open and pulled out in a noted version of an older script. Turning to the correct page, I got a stark reminder of what the script said. According to the script, that box contained the priest, or prophet, of some kind of unnamed deity. It was described as the voice of the dead-tongued god. Jesus. The word just fell out of me. Looking back up at Seb, I was afraid to ask what he thought. I didn't say a word, but he answered anyway. "That crate was never supposed to be opened. It's not a prop. At best, we're looking at a mummified corpse. At worst..." He shook his head, drawing a breath of his cigarette. "I don't want to think about it," he sighed. "That's where I draw the line." "A man's gotta have a plan," I added. Seb nodded, flicking the cigarette to the road behind us. We kept going through downtown Chatterblinds and out past the highway, but as we got to a crossroads, Seb slowed down. A cold wind blew through the pine trees. I had barely noticed the dark creeping up on us, as the shadows had melted into night. As the car came to a stop, I could see something come into view. It vaguely resembled someone in a blue dress, lying halfway across the road, unmoving.
"What is that?"
Seb asked.
Is that a person?"
"I can't tell," I said.
"Kinda looks like it."
We sat there for a few seconds just to see if it moved. It didn't. Seb put the car into park.
"I don't like this,"
he muttered.
"I really don't."
I nodded. I didn't like it either. Still, we both stepped out to make sure they were okay. As we got closer, the blue dress got tangled in a stiff breeze. At this distance, I couldn't tell for sure if it was a person, but it was roughly the size of one. Still, it didn't move, and I couldn't tell what was up or down. There was a strange pale color to it. As we got closer, it became apparent that this wasn't, in fact, a person. It was just a mannequin in a blue dress, the same kind of blank-faced mannequin I'd seen in the window of that place downtown, the one with the fancy shirts. Seb and I looked at one another as we turned back towards the car. There was someone there. They must have waited by the roadside. 8 people in total, some coming out of the woods, 2 of them blocking our way back to the car. One man leaning against the driver's side of Seb's car had a shotgun firmly pointed in our direction. On the opposite side of the car was a familiar face. It was the same woman I'd seen that first night. It was impossible to miss her stringy rose blonde hair and wiry frame. She held a hammer in her left hand, and what looked like a handful of nails in her right. Other shapes were joining her from the sides, stepping out from the edge of the forest and into the headlights of the car, all with neatly pressed white shirts, black leather belts, and dress pants.
We were surrounded.
"Should have left while you still could," she smiled. "Now the train's passed. Sin's already stained you."
"We don't want to cause trouble,"
Seb said.
"I'm heading home."
"I got a kid and—" "You got kin? Waiting at home?" She laughed. "You poor sod. You don't see it, do you? You can't feel the taint of those people curdling your bloodline." Seb didn't answer. He looked at me as if expecting an answer or a plan, but I had nothing.
"Hearing those hellish incantations,
stepping into Satan's church, you've crossed the bridge and paid with the blood of your firstborn. You mark my words, sinner." "Then we'd like to repent," I said. "Yeah, we didn't know what to—" "Ignorance is not innocence." Seb dropped to the ground. He'd been smacked in the back of the knees with a lead pipe. Another man was heading my way with the aluminum bat, ready to do the same to me. I just held my hands up in surrender and got down on my knees. He gave me a firm push, but I was spared any further battery. "On all fours, sinner," he spat. I did as they asked, digging my fingers into the asphalt. I could feel the road salt stinging the skin under my fingernails. I could hear Seb groan off to the side. He probably took a greater hit than I first thought. The circle closed in around us. A fist grabbed my hair, keeping my head firmly affixed to the ground. I could barely see Seb in my periphery. "Ariel," said the man with the shotgun. "We ought to step off the road." "This won't be long," the woman smiled. "And I don't think anyone on these roads mind waiting for a good cause." It was the first time I heard her name, and all these years later, it still burned into my mind. Ariel. It sends me back to that moment, staring down at the asphalt, feeling that cold breeze on my back. Ariel got down on her knees in front of me, carefully putting her hand on my cheek. She was warm and trembling. She was excited. "You got any offspring?" she asked. "No," I gasped. "No, I don't." She patted me on the cheek. "Good. Then your tainted blood can die with you. Very good." "I don't want to die." "We don't always get what we want, son." She moved over to Seb. I could hear her get down on her knees. "I'm gonna need an address," she said. "I ain't giving you anything," Seb spat. "Nothing." "We're doing you a kindness," Ariel explained. "This is not about killing people. This is about stopping Satan in his tracks. We're putting out a fire that could burn down the world, son." "My boy ain't gonna hurt anyone." "What's your boy's name?" There was a short pause as Seb considered his options. I could hear him get a firm slap as she repeated the question. "Your boy's name, son." "John." "Well, let me tell you how this is gonna go. With the company you keep and the taint you carry in your soul, John is gonna live a life of pain and sin, barred from the gates of heaven to wander in perpetuity. The empty halls of the forgotten. You want that for your kin?" There was no answer. Ariel sighed, exasperated. "Screw it," she said. "We got what we came for. Let's not drag it out." They pulled us to our feet and pushed us towards the tree line. They turned off Seb's car and moved the mannequin off the road. I was ready to scream for help at the first sign of a passing car, but no one came. Turns out that road wasn't quite as popular as one might think. I could hear the jingle of nails in Ariel's hand. I could see 2 men with rope near the tree line, and 2 more lighting the way with flashlights. They led us there without a word, but with a soft hum on their lips. A hymn. There's nothing wrong with us," Seb said, desperately trying to bargain. "We were leaving. We were getting out." "An infection spreads," said Ariel, "as is the nature of things." "We're not an infection," Seb growled. "We're people. I have folks waiting for me at home. "I understand," she interrupted. "I hear you, and I'm sorry." There was something so nonchalant about her way of saying this, but the implications of what was about to happen was starting to dawn on me. I could feel my heart racing, trying to catch up with my thoughts. These people weren't just here to frighten us, or to make us uncomfortable. They were here to make examples of us, for the others. With every hand that touched me, I recoiled. I protested, but there were too many of them. I was pushed up with my back against a tree, and before I could say anything, a rope was pulled over my neck and tied by the back of the trunk. Shortly after, my hands were bound. Ariel stepped back, handing the hammer and nails to one of her associates. She clutched her hands in front of her and closed her eyes. The 2 flashlights were firmly affixed on us. I could feel myself sweating through my clothes, staining my armpits. "It is my firm belief that you are beyond redemption," she said. "But it is by God's words that we aim to forgive and redeem. So by these words, I pray you find salvation." They moved up to Seb first. They were going to nail him to that tree. "O Heavenly Father, hallowed be thy name." As Ariel began her prayer, Seb turned to me. I could see the panic in his eyes as they loosened the rope from his left hand and moved it up to the side of the trunk. "Think of the script," he said. "Taint them. Say something." His eyes flickered wildly, like a frightened animal. His tone was conversational, but it was fear. He didn't dare to scream. It's as if keeping his voice normal would somehow deter them from treating us like animals. What are you?" A firm tap of a hammer, followed by a horrifying shriek of pain, suddenly cut short by someone pulling back on the rope, pressing against his neck. I could see Seb's face turn purple as his scream got stuck in the back of his throat. My mind raced as I tried to think of what he could mean. I had read the script, but it was all just fiction. There were parts that were unsettling, but that was natural for a horror movie. But I couldn't help but to think back on the words that the director had asked me to read that day back in the Blue House. The highlighted words, the meaning between the lines, the images they'd painted in my mind. Looking at Seb's bloated face, hesitantly I stuttered those words. Rao Soma Io. Drin Soma Io. The rope tightened around my neck. I couldn't speak or breathe. My head was bursting at the seams, and my mouth was drier than sand. Still, I mouthed the words to completion. Strauss Soma Io. Hoffen Soma Io. Just thinking of those words brought pictures to my mind. A blue fabric swaying in the breeze, salt under my fingernails, a great fire. That was the pattern inherent in those words. There was a truth to them, a universal truth, something that I couldn't comprehend. It occurred to me that the pattern had repeated. We'd seen the mannequin dressed in blue, and the way the dress had fluttered in the cold breeze. I'd felt the road salt grind under my fingernails. But there was no great fire. But there would be. There always would be. The words didn't lie. As they untied Seb's right hand and pushed it back against the trunk, I saw something in the distance. Far behind the men with the flashlights, there was a silhouette. Someone coming our way. Ariel opened her eyes and shuddered, stopping the reciting of her prayer. The others stopped as well and looked to her for guidance. She was furious. Whatever I'd said had cut straight through the prayers. She flipped up a pocket knife and stormed up to me. "I'll rip your tongue out." It all happened in a matter of seconds, but I remember it as an eternity. I remember every detail of Ariel's sweaty forehead and the taste of metal on my tongue. That initial cut and the single drop of blood staining her index finger. And I remember looking past her, and there, stepping into full view, was the coal-shaped figure we'd pulled out that chest earlier. Its face and limbs still twisted, struggling to move, hobbling forward like a broken puppet, neck firmly broken, leaning against a stiff shoulder. Mouth wide open in a toothless, silent scream. Maggots still dropping from every crack and corner. Looking back at it, I feel this deep pain in my chest, like I surrendered something of mine willingly, freely handing over my pound of flesh, but in that moment, all I could think was the pattern foretold in the words I'd learned. There was going to be a great fire. I can still see it in my mind, the tips of Ariel's rose-blonde hair starting to glow, the man with the shotgun dropping everything to clutch his scalp, the men standing by our side stepping away, shielding their faces from the broken warmth. Fire. 4 of them burst into flames, illuminating the broken creature from every angle. The ill-shaped legs and arms, the inverse torso, a dead, dry tongue, Screams erupted into screeching as they fled or died, their prayers shattered to the wind, broken by pain and panic. Ariel's pocket knife dropping to the ground as she fled like a bat out of hell, her rose-blonde hair curling up to die with the encroaching flames. In a matter of seconds, all that remained was a sputtering corpse, next to a shotgun and this thing. Candle-like flames danced in the undergrowth, but quickly died out. Our attackers spread out across the woods, screaming their prayers and curses into the night. I couldn't hear them over my pounding heart. Seb had almost passed out from the pain, barely staying awake. I couldn't get him to look at me. He just hung limplessly from his maimed left hand, still nailed to the trunk of the tree. A dry hand touched the side of my head, cradling me like a worried parent. A dead face drew closer, an eyeless stare piercing into my mind. It had heard me. We spoke the same language. It was eager to see me. It spoke to me. It was only a few syllables, but it was... I can't put it into words. It was a guide, a path, a way to make it through all this and come out the other side unscathed. I can't even put to words what they sounded like, or whether it was consonants or vowels. It just was. In the blink of an eye, I understood. A surge of information burrowed into the back of my mind, promising to help me with everything going forward, if I was open to listen. To this day, I'm convinced that this single action is what has allowed me to live this long, to outlive all the others, and as that thing left me in those woods, I remember fixating on the first step on that path. I had to finish the movie. No matter what, I just had to. What happened next was a blur. I remember picking up a hammer with a soot-covered handle and bringing Seb down from that tree. I remember driving his '68 Frog Eye Sprite back to town to call for help. I remember an ambulance and a knowing nod from the sheriff's deputy. And as I returned to the set that night, I did so with a renewed determination. This wasn't just a movie anymore. This was an event foretold, something I had been bound to complete. And at that point, I didn't know if I was going to fight it with every inch of my being, or let fate take its course. In a way, I still don't know. Over the next few weeks, most of the remaining shoots went off without a hitch. Dawn, or whatever passed as Dawn, was an immaculate professional, knocking out most scenes in 1 or 2 takes. It was sort of unnerving to watch, seeing her move in and out of character at the drop of a hat, almost like she could make herself into different people. It wasn't just acting, it was different, stronger even. Seb came back after a while, but he was a completely different person. Not only because he wasn't allowed to do any heavy lifting, but because of the incident with Ariel and the white shirts. It had drained him, in a way, knocked him off his pedestal. There was no quick quips or clever initiatives. He was broken and afraid. We both just kept our heads down and wished for it all to be over. We had moved to in-house sets, leaving about a third of the support staff without a clear assignment. Not me and Seb, though. No matter where we filmed, there was always need for proper lighting. Still, we could see groups of bored staffers hanging out near the mess hall during our breaks. There was a small celebration when we hit the final milestone. I wasn't on set for it, but we all got a small bottle of champagne. Seb just chugged his. We noticed a few more smiles as people skittered from station to station. There was still a bit more filming to do, but this was the final scene with any sort of dialogue. The final days would be mostly Foley, environment shots, and reshoots, but from what we'd seen, There wouldn't be many of those. A handful, maybe. We had a small party. Most of us were just happy to be done with it. The optimism from those early days were gone. By now, we'd all figured out that there was more to this film than we'd first thought. Some talked about it being turned into more of an art film, while others more concerned about the effort spent on voiceovers. I remember overhearing a conversation between two of the camera operators. Every time we bring up an issue, it's just, they say we'll fix it in post, but no one is taking notes. No one. And some things you can't fix in post. There were a lot of rumors floating around. Some of the people in the costume department had overheard a discussion about the film's distribution. When we first started, we had been told there'd be early screenings in cinemas across 12 states, but according to more recent rumors, that plan had always been speculative. There was no set plan in place. Furthermore, there'd been a few visits from investors. As it turns out, the people who'd invested money into the movie weren't from the entertainment industry. There was a small electronics company who'd invested a significant amount, and a publishing company. There was also a pharmaceutical rep with a sort of axe insignia, who seemed to be the largest contributor, but they'd only been on set for a single day. Either way, it was becoming increasingly clear that most of the people working with director Hampton didn't seem all that interested in the movie itself. Which begged to question, if these people weren't interested in the movie, then what were they interested in? Well, I had to take over most of Seb's responsibilities on set. There wasn't much left to do. It was mostly maintenance and staying on call for possible reshoots. It gave me a lot more time on my own, talking to other crew members and staying updated on the schedule. Turns out, there'd been talks of people pre-screening a couple of scenes. The director had been showing a few scenes of the movie to some of the part-timers. It was a strange rumor. A lot of people were talking about the screening itself, but no one had anything to say about what they'd seen. The only evidence for people having been invited to it in the first place was the staff pins. Every staff member who'd attended a pre-screening were given a pin as a sort of show of trust. It became the mark of an inner circle of trustees, and people were eager to get one. It wasn't a big deal in and of itself. It was just a little blue pin in the shape of a sunflower. I wasn't too eager to see it. I just wanted to go home at that point. We were only a couple of weeks from packing up and officially calling it a day. I was looking forward to throwing my hands up and just being done with it. I wasn't that curious about the pre-screening at first, but there were questions starting to build up, mostly because of a woman named Sammy. Sammy worked with the set designers. She was one of the most outgoing people in the crew, introducing herself to people with a handshake and a hug. Very much a child of the flower power era. She was the kind of person who just exuded positivity. There was no way not to like her, really. She was one of the first people invited to the pre-screening. I wasn't surprised. She'd made a lot of friends, but it was what happened afterwards that made me raise an eyebrow. She started to zone out a lot. I'd see her eyes completely glaze over instead of lighting up when she recognized a friendly face. Most of the time, she'd be looking down as if deep in thought. She would also write a lot. I'd never seen her write anything, but all of a sudden she was carrying around a notebook at all hours of the day, and once I'd noticed it, I couldn't stop noticing it. A lot of the folks with pins had notebooks. It was strange, though. No one had said anything about it. I tried asking Sammy about it, but she was very deflecting. The Sammy I knew could be set off to talk about anything for any length of time, so to have her shut down a conversation for any reason was very out of character. Just inventory, she said, making sure we got it all covered. Yeah, no, I wasn't buying it. Still, we got ever closer to the final day on set. One afternoon, Seb came to see me. It was just after dinner time, and I'd horked down a couple of hot dogs. He walked up to me, flashing his very own sunflower pin. "I've been invited to a screening tonight," he said. You think I should go?" "You want to?" "I don't know," he said, shaking his head. "I don't like it." "So just don't go." "You think they'll let us?" After what we'd seen, I wasn't so sure. There was no telling what was really going on behind the curtain. "I mean, what are they gonna do?" I asked. "Do you want to find out?" Looking at Sammy's lonely corner in the mess hall and her glassy-eyed stare, I didn't know what to think. There was a part of me that just wanted answers. I think I realized, even then, that I couldn't step away from all of this without answers. The things I'd seen during the filming of The End of Eternity would haunt me for the rest of my life, so any sort of idea of what it all meant might give me some peace of mind. "I'll go," I said. "Then I'll tell you about it." "You sure?" Seb asked. "A man's gotta have a plan." Seb handed over his pin. About an hour later, I was standing outside a meeting room at the far side of the main building, along with 8 other anxious crew members. There were mixed feelings. Some seemed excited, others worried. I was somewhere in the middle. It was so strange, in a way. Even now, no one knew for sure what parts of the script would make it into the final cut. There were a couple of scenes I was fairly sure were being cut, but then again, Roy Hampton was erratic at best and nonsensical at worst. There was no way for any of us to know for sure. But yeah, I think all of us had long since realized that this would be no ordinary horror movie. One of Hampton's assistants checked out pins and led us into a small room. There were black chairs placed in 4 rows of 6. There were no lights. I got myself in the second to last row, far back enough to get a good overview, but not far enough to bring attention to myself. Others were already whispering with anticipation. Were they showing us a single clip? Several? Raw footage? Before we got a chance to ask anything, I heard the familiar click of a projector rolling to life. I hadn't noticed them rolling it in. Then again, it was a little too dark to see anything but the silver screen. All our eyes focused on that little shining square at the far end of the room. The bright light and the clicking. So, there isn't much to say about the footage shown. Honestly, I can't remember much of it. There were quick cuts, some kind of voiceover, strange music. But I have no visual memory of what was shown on screen. I just remember sitting there, mesmerized, until someone in the back row tapped me on the shoulder. "I love this part," they whispered. "You seen this?" I asked. "No, but I helped with the story." I was about to turn around, but they put a dry finger on my cheek, keeping my head looking forward. "You don't want to miss this," they said. "You a co-writer?" "We all are," they whispered. "We put words to thoughts that were always there." Sounds like something a writer would say. How appropriate. I think I missed something vital. Looking around the room, I could see others weeping and burrowing their face in their hands, but the screen was empty. There was just nothing left but the projector clicking over and over. Did I miss it? Turning around, I saw no one in the back row. Perhaps the one I'd spoken to had already left. Then again, that finger on my cheek felt familiar in a way I didn't want to think about. Perhaps it had been the same person who saved me from the white shirts. If so, I'm using the term person very loosely. I stepped out of there with no clue what the big deal was. I barely remember what I'd watched, and there was this uncomfortable ringing in my ears that just wouldn't go away. I still had the pin, and to my surprise, I was holding a notebook. I didn't remember picking that up. Looking at the others, they seemed just as dazed as I was. Most of them awkwardly mumbled and tried to laugh it off, while others seemed genuinely disturbed. One of them kept repeating, "What was it about?" over and over like a mantra. I didn't have a good answer. No one did. If I really stopped to think, I'd get flashes of images. I'd see a woman in blue, and I'd hear this monotone droning noise slowly translating itself into a voice. It spoke, but I couldn't understand the language. But somehow, I could understand what they meant. It was fleeting, like the flavor of a childhood treat. Returning to the mess hall, Seb couldn't begin to understand what I was talking about. The more I tried to explain it, the stranger it seemed to me. He asked me question after question, but I didn't know what to say. It was uncomfortable. As in, physically uncomfortable. It made me so anxious that I felt nauseous. Rushing off to the bathroom, I tried to calm myself. I stood there looking into the mirror, making a mental list of what I'd seen. I tried to focus on a single scene, so I could write it down and show it to Seb. I clutched my notebook and pen and whispered aloud to myself. "There were branches in the foreground," I muttered, zooming past a field of flowers, a woman in blue, an overhead voice speaking in the background saying, and there it just stopped for me, saying... I looked down on my notebook, looking to jolt my thoughts back into action. I'd tried to write it all down, but all that had come out were these nonsense words, similar to what I'd read in the script previously. They didn't mean anything, and yet they resonated with me. In a way, it's hard to explain. It's terrifying at first. A voice came from a stall behind me, a tattered old voice, as dry as bone. It was drawn out, spoken as if they'd just woken up. I didn't say anything. That every word we say, and every thought we think, has already been said in thought. That it's all out there in nature. We're plucking them from trees long since grown. One of the stall doors slowly opened. What other words are out there? Can we find the thoughts of a fluttering hummingbird, of the slithering snake, and the bubbling brook? Blackened fingers wrapped around the door frame, crackling like burning tinder. What were the first thoughts of a conscious God? And when we find them, will we recognize them? The outlines of a burned, toothless face, twisted beyond recognition. Empty eye sockets, facial muscles long since decrepit. What happens when the words come to an end? When there is nothing more to say? The door flung open and I flinched. Catching a glimpse of my notebook, I noticed a single word repeated over and over. EO. Of course, I was alone in there. There was no one in the stall, just as there'd been no one sitting behind me at the screening. But that didn't mean what I'd seen and heard wasn't real. Later that night, I noticed a group of people outside the mess hall. Mostly staffers, but they were all people who had been shown the screening. I could see their pins. They'd brought their notebooks and had begun comparing notes. Some of them were ripping out pages, handing them back and forth between one another. Even Sammy was there. It looked like a spirited debate. Seb had kept his eyes on them for a while. When I joined him, he couldn't help but look down at my notebook. "They're trying to make sense of it," he said, comparing it to the script. "Are they making any progress?" I asked. "Not sure," he said, pointing at one of the director's assistants. "He's collecting some of it." "Collecting what?" "No idea." There was a part of me that wanted to go out there. I wanted to be part of it, to figure it all out, to understand, to put my thoughts into words and organize what I could. But looking at Seb and down at my nonsensical notes, I couldn't bring myself to go further than a couple of steps. What were the first thoughts of a conscious God? I mumbled to myself, repeating what I'd heard. First line of the script. I looked at Seb, raising an eyebrow. It's in Hampton's cutout of the script, he continued. First line of the movie. Did he write it? I think it's from the original author. Our discussion was cut short as a fight broke out. I was about to run outside, but Seb held me back. Instead, we stopped to watch. It was just 2 punches. Then one of the assistants hit the ground. Still holding his notebook, he nodded, writing something down. It helps, he laughed. I see it. I get it. One of the makeup artists punched 3 staples into the shoulder of a man next to her. There was another fist fight, and someone began kicking a man on the ground. Someone used a camera lens as a bludgeon, smashing it over their own head. Yes, I remember, someone cried. Of course. It's brilliant. Hampton's assistant was circling the mayhem, picking up bits and pieces of bloody notes as it escalated. I could see people from nearby trailers beelining towards the crowd, throwing themselves into chaos. Even inside the mess hall, people were pushing past me to get out there, all with the same sunflower pin, eager to make sense of their experience, to put it into words. Even Sammy got into it, this kind-hearted, soft-spoken young woman. Now she was on the muddy ground with a nail file, stabbing it into the leg of a middle-aged camera operator. Someone grabbed my arm. It was a man with short blonde hair and oversized glasses. He must have spotted my notebook. He tried to pull me along, smiling at me. I resisted. Come on, he said. We almost got it. I pulled my hand away and his smile dissipated. Seb stepped up next to me. What is wrong with you? Seb said. Does that look normal to you? He pointed out the door with his wounded hand. Equal parts relieved laughter and pain reverberated through the outer yard. I could see pinless bystanders lining up around them, looking at them from afar. But we almost got it, the man added. And it's genius. He grabbed my arm again, this time with force. I tried pulling back, but he held on tight. Before I had the time to protest, Seb socked the guy across the nose, snapping the cartilage. The man reeled back in the doorway, clutching his bleeding nose. He looked up at us with this big, unnerving smile. Seemingly without thought, he wrote something down in his notebook. He didn't even look down. Do it again, he smiled. Hit me. I stepped back and Seb followed suit. It makes so much more sense when you do. You have no idea. He hurried towards us, but we backed away. Leaving through the warehouse, we slammed a door shut in his face. Locking it from the other side, I could still hear him through the door. Do it again. Hit me. You gotta. Stepping away from the door, we could hear him starting to bash something against it. Seb turned to me, putting a hand on my shoulder. You got your head screwed on? He asked. Yeah, I think I'm good, I said. I missed some of it. You... what? How? There was someone in the back row. They... Before I finished the sentence, something moved outside. We could see it through the windows. At first I thought it was someone holding a spotlight, but as my mind processed it, I realized they were on fire. A man burning, cheerfully sprinting as far as his legs would take him. Even from afar and through the window, I could see all his teeth through a ghoulish grin. There was a gunshot and a cheer. Laughter. Someone in the other room was screaming, begging to be let go. Then a scream cut short. Another gunshot, more cheers, laughing, singing. Someone was putting on music. Seb and I looked at one another, but said nothing. Every second, there was a new horrifying sound coming from outside. I barely noticed him snatching my notebook out of my hands. Looking at the nonsensical words I'd written, he dropped it on the floor and grabbed my collar. "Don't lie to me," he said, shaking his head. "If you're part of this, you gotta tell me. You owe me." I just stood there with my mouth open, trying to put something into words. I couldn't do it. There were too many thoughts, too many threads to pull, but for all the parts of me that wanted answers, there were twice as many telling me to run. This was spiraling out of control. Seb just sighed, looking at the back exit. "My car's around the corner," he said. "Let's go." I took point, leaving through the back exit. The first thing I saw was the smoldering corpse of a burning man, still smiling. Running, we rounded the corner between two trailers. It was fast, but I can't forget what I saw that night. One of the trailer doors were open. There was a woman stabbing into a twitching corpse. "He wants this," she repeated. "I'm blameless. It's his wish." Someone leapt off the roof of the mess hall. Others happily attacked one another with various weapons and tools. I saw the man getting whipped with sound cables. Those who couldn't reach their notebooks just yelled out the words that came to mind, and it was all just nonsense. But it was the kind of nonsense that reverberated in my head, looking for meaning, and I'm sure that if I listened too closely, I'd find it. As we got to Seb's car, I could see the light from a bonfire at the front of the set. There was this awful, acrid smell in the air. I could taste the smoke on my tongue, and there was a residue that stuck to the inside of my nose. It was awful, sickening. The moment I opened the passenger side door, I looked across at Seb. Behind him there was a black silhouette, something hiding in the dark, looking my way, and with a whisper that traveled straight into my ear it said, "Duck." The moment I did, a fire axe cleaved the air inches above my scalp. I could hear the weight of the steel axe head. He was an older man from the logistics department. He kept track of the warehouse inventory. Now he was shirtless, wielding a fire axe. "I'll help you," he exclaimed. "Stand still. I'll help." Diving into the car, he came at me again. I kicked the passenger door open, breaking a handful of unseen mechanisms. It slammed into his stomach, sending him reeling back. As Seb put the car into gear, the wild eyes of the old man met mine. "Thank you," he smiled. "Thank you so much." Before he got another chance to attack, we were on our way. My breaths were so short, they were barely perceptible. The 68 Frog Eye Sprite spun around, tires screeching as we gunned for the exit. The gate would be closed, but we didn't have much choice. The bonfire was enormous. Even from the back and the side of the building, we could see the top of the fire. As we turned the corner, I could barely bring myself to look at it. I could see bodies in the fire, skeleton hands reaching upwards, people throwing themselves into a pile. Chanting, laughter, singing, and there, in the midst of it all, I could see Director Roy Hampton. He was collecting notes from the various notebooks, seemingly ignored by the mad revelers. He gave us a curious look as we sped past, clutching his many notes to his chest like a mother cradling her child. The car lurched forward as we broke through the gate. Metal and plastic rattled and scattered to the wind. Tires screeched and we were on our way. Even from afar, I could still make out Roy Hampton's silhouette by the fire, and right next to him, a burned-out mockery of a person. Taking to the road, Seb didn't stop for anything. He broke every speed limit going through downtown Chatterblinds. He took a different route through the outskirts of the town, letting the suspension suffer the many potholes that had built up over the years. He wasn't taking any chances, and we were getting out, no matter what. By the time we hit the freeway, it almost felt like that first day, leaving whatever had been behind us, and heading for greater things. Him to a life as a family man, and me, well, I had plenty of time to figure something out. But well, that was our final day on set. It was far from our final day with the end of eternity, and it wouldn't be the last time I saw director Roy Hampton. After leaving the set of The End of Eternity, Seb and I went west. We didn't stop until every sign pointing us back to Chatterblinds were far off in the rear view mirror. The highway was as open as ever, but I couldn't help but to feel trapped. Like some cosmic shackle had bound my life to what had happened back there. Even if I never saw or heard from any of them again, there was no way I'd ever forget what had happened. After an exhausting trip, Seb and I finally parted ways at a roadside diner. He was going back home to his girlfriend, and I was going to pick up my job working the projector. It wasn't much, but I needed to get back to something mundane to process it all, to come down. We had a meal and hugged it out in the parking lot. We didn't say much. I wished him the best, and he did the same. But as he got back in his car, he asked me a final question. If I hear something, do you want me to pass it on? Yeah, I nodded. Sure. I didn't really want it, but I didn't expect him to hear anything either. It was over. It was done. And for a long time, that was it. 6 years. 6 years of pretending to live a normal life, dating back and forth, showing movies to the late-night crowds, getting promoted to general manager, and handling the shifts. I ended up in brief but stormy relationship with a Dutch woman that almost had me killed. Long story, but that's what life's about. A whole bunch of long stories. 6 years after the filming of The End of Eternity, I was in a slump. The movie was never shown. Sure, I got the check in the mail, and it was substantial, but money just sort of leaks out of your account over time. It didn't take long for all that hard work and suffering to be turned into a cheap replacement car, new kitchen floors, a suit, and the various day-to-day stuff that no one really pays attention to. I was as broken and stuck as ever. My new position afforded me a slightly more flexible schedule, and a place with one more room, but that was pretty much it. It was the same job, the same people, the same movie trends bringing in the same crowds. Then, I got a call from Seb. Seb Digman was a family man by then. I hadn't heard much about it, but I got the impression that he had a troubled family life. I knew of his one kid, little John, but I think he had a second or even a third kid with another woman. Either way, he was steering dangerously close to Deadbeat Dad Road, and he'd long since taken his hands off the wheel. But talking to me was different. It was like nothing had ever happened, just two excited friends, eager to meet. He told me about coming down to town in a couple of days to sort out some family stuff, and he thought we could catch up. You said you wanted me to let you know if I got something, he said. Well, this is it. I got something. I met up with Seb at an old corner pub, the kind of place that had been around for generations. I could easily picture the folks behind the counter having been there since the Civil War. Seb was good, all things considered, a little heavier under the eyes, but still as upbeat as ever. The scar on his hand from being nailed to a tree was as obvious as ever, though. He wasn't getting rid of that anytime soon. We had a couple of beers and talked about our lives. He had a lot more to say than me, but the story about the Dutch ex-girlfriend gave him a couple laughs. But when it came to the meat of the conversation, the tone took somber turn. "I've been keeping my ears open," he said. "The movie's out there, but it's mostly shown at private parties. Small gatherings. People close to Hampton."
Like a home movie kind of thing?
"Yeah, like that,"
Nodded Seb.
"It's weird."
"So what's the big news?"
"Well, there's gonna be a showing pretty soon," Seb sighed. "And, it's not far. There's this up-and-coming finance guy who's expanding into the entertainment industry, and Hampton must have gotten whiff of him."
"Sounds exclusive," I added.
"It is,"
Seb agreed.
"but the guy is 21? And his mom is, an old acquaintance of ours. We can get a foot in the door." "Through his mom? Hear me out on this."
I heard him out. I didn't like it. He made an argument for it, explained how it was all set and ready to go, and finally just asked me to go, as a friend.
"Can you live your life without knowing what this was all about?"
he asked.
And no, I couldn't.
I really couldn't, not even then. The man's mother was none other than Ariel, the ringleader from that group of violent locals back from Chatter Blinds. Turns out after getting severe burns on most parts of her body, a lot of the fire in her burned out. Having turned docile, wheelchair-bound, and lethargic, Ariel had spent years trying to find a way to come to terms with her past. This was a way to do so, to see the source of her pain with her own eyes, and to apologize for her past misgivings. This had turned into a sort of enemy of an enemy kind of deal. Ariel had long since realized that her problem wasn't with us, but with the various powers that be that pushed that whole film into the realm of the senseless. After a long discussion, she and Seb had agreed to put their differences aside. She would get him a couple of invitations for the screening, and in return, he'd grant her the peace of mind that only forgiveness could bring. I wasn't buying it. I'd seen that woman's eyes, and I couldn't imagine anything but hate coming from them. But then again, last time I'd seen her, she'd almost been burned alive. That changes people. On the day of the screening, Seb picked me up in his '68 Frog Eye Sprite. We had a couple of Slim Jims as a dinner snack. I could tell Seb was nervous, but it was impossible to say exactly why. Maybe he was excited to leave this chapter of his life behind once and for all. Or maybe it was something else. Either way, I could tell something was off. He barely said a word on the drive up, keeping his eyes on the road and his breathing steady. But he did say one thing that made me raise an eyebrow.
"There's a storm on Jupiter," he said.
"Sorry, what?"
"There's a storm on Jupiter,"
he repeated. "Read it in a magazine once. It's been around for centuries. Kinda looks like a big eye."
"Didn't know that."
"You can sort of see it from Earth," he continued, "with a large, white disk, and it's all storm."
"Where are you going with this?"
"I don't know," he sighed.
"It's just, some things are like that, you know? Without that storm, without that big eye in the sky, we wouldn't see it."
Looking at the road ahead, I could feel the first pitter-patter of rain.
"If it wasn't for all that storm and noise, we might not even know it was there," he continued. "Makes me wonder what kind of things are out there, flying under the radar, you know? All the things without storms, that just kinda stay in the dark."
He turned to me as he clicked on the wipers. "I'm not sure we're seeing the real storm yet," he sighed. I don't think this is it." We parked about a block from the venue. By now, the rain was coming down hard. Seb had to pull a tarp over his car, costing us a couple of minutes in the downpour. By the time we got to our meetup, we were both drenched, but our host wasn't. We met Ariel outside a cafe, along with her son, Jonah. I could barely recognize her. Most of her face was burned, and her left eye had sunken in on itself. Looking at it felt like falling into a well. She didn't even look up at us when we approached, instead just holding a cross around her neck with both of her shaking hands. We sat down with her. Jonah went to get us a couple of coffees, leaving us to stir in our own silence. It probably took Seb a solid minute to find the right words. "This won't set things right," he finally said, "but it's a start." Looking up at him with that one dark eye and the other as bright as ever, Ariel nodded. "I understand." "You tried to have us killed," I said. She turned to me, her face barely moving. Not a single wrinkle of expression changed. "Yes." There wasn't much more to say. We had history. We were all on our own paths, for our own reasons. But maybe this was meant to be something else, and maybe for that moment we all realized it. Either way, we were in this together. We trudged through the rain, making our way to a rented-out community theater, our venue for the night. Jonah tried to keep the mood up by talking about his upcoming investment, while Seb and I chimed in with what applicable movie trivia we could conjure up to keep him interested. While I was still a hobbyist at best, Seb hadn't slowed down in the least. He could step back into his role at the drop of a hat. We were among the first to arrive. There was a check-in at the door, where we were written down as guests. The place was buzzing with caterers and security personnel. There were a few other guests who'd arrived early, casually socializing in the lobby. Jonah excused himself, bringing his mother along to meet his many potential clients and business partners. As Ariel was rolled away, she turned to us, and for the first time I could sense something, the hint of a smile. Within the next hour or so, the place was crowded. All kinds of people from the movie industry, along with one or two hopeful singers/songwriters. There was a composer who'd worked with Kubrick for a brief time, taking up plenty of spotlight. 3 B-list actors, trying to talk their way into a handshake and a couple of promises. This one news anchor from upstate, a photographer, along with his girlfriend of the week. It was a wild mix. Some seemed desperate to just get an in on whatever this was supposed to be, while others seemed to be there out of genuine interest for Hampton and his work. Then, of course, some people just wanted to skim some money off of Jonah. Seb and I kept to ourselves. We were asked a couple of times who we were, but we kept the discussions short. We just said we'd worked on the movie, mostly background technical stuff. Seb tried to divert attention by making people talk about themselves, a strategy that worked 9 times out of 10. There was a little announcement jingle, the same that we used at my job. The movie was about to start. We got seats behind Jonah and Ariel. Even with all the guests invited, there weren't even enough people to fill a quarter of the seats. It was eerie, in a way, like we were doing something inherently wrong. A few caterers walked up and down the rows, offering shrimp cocktails and cheap sipping drinks. Seb bunkered up with a couple, getting a few eye rolls in return. Looking at me, he shrugged. "I drove here," he whispered. "You're driving back." "The man with the plan," I sighed. As the lights dimmed, there was a faint scatter of applause coming from the other side of the room, as none other than director Roy Hampton stepped out on stage. He waved at the audience as he introduced himself. "I'm Roy Hampton, director of End of Eternity," he presented. This exclusive viewing is made as a benefit for our rising entertainment star and benefactor. Let him see you, Jonah. Don't be shy. Jonah got out of his seat, waving to the others. He sat back down with a smile, looking at his mother. Ariel didn't move a muscle. It's been a long journey. We've presented screenings of this movie in select theaters across the country, but as you're about to experience, it's not a project intended for the mainstream. This was a passion project, something deep and meaningful to me, and the many people who've worked on it. I believe it can give us a glimpse of something deeper, and in a way, to make us whole. He took a deep breath, looked down and back up. So without further ado, I present to you the end of eternity. Thank you. I could see Seb tense up in the light of the silver screen. This was it. This was the movie. The end of eternity. Sitting here decades later, it's hard to describe. As I watched, I kept having to remind myself what I was doing. I kept spacing in and out of focus. It was as if the movie continued to run inside my head. Even when I closed my eyes, still there was a narrative. I'll try to explain it. The movie portrayed an anonymous woman in a blue dress. She was tortured by the voice of an otherworldly being, whispering secrets of the world to her. As she tried to get a job in a new town, escaping a passionless marriage, she eventually succumbs to the influence. Turning more and more inward, she finally understands her place in the world. In the movie, the Earth exists in a multitude of fractured realities. In one world, people wander as broken shadows, desperately seeking to become whole. In another, they are tortured beasts, floating in a hellish firescape. But in countless iterations of the universe, all existing simultaneously, the protagonist is the one who solely lives here. In this one instance, this one life, this one place. She is the first of the last, an indication of the many worlds dying, disappearing, an indication that whatever waits at the end of eternity is waking, an impossible force deep within the crust of the soil, stirring, cracking her world open like an egg. So it speaks to her. The voice at the end of it all, the final spoken word, and the penultimate voice, a voice that can be heard by her loud and clear, as it is not diluted by impossible multitudes. She can see the truth. She can listen. She can weep. As the movie builds up to the reveal of the last world, I looked around the room. Even before it was spoken, I could feel it. I think we all could, and in unison, we mumbled under our breaths. We mouthed it silently. Eo. All throughout the movie, there was this nonsensical voice speaking to her. The influencing voice was just noise. I couldn't make sense of it, and yet a few select words rang true, the same words I'd learned that day on set, when Hampton had asked me to read an excerpt, and still, even now, it brought images to my mind, the same images they've brought since that first day. An image of a blue fabric, fluttering in the wind, salt underneath my fingernails, a great fire. But others reacted differently, as if they heard different things. An older man in the back started laughing maniacally. Jonah just sunk his face into his hands, openly weeping. Looking over at Seb, he just shook his head in disbelief. "John deserves better," he mumbled. My boy deserves better." I think we all saw and heard what we wanted to, or, in a way, what we were meant to. Maybe they saw some version of their own truths, or heard a stutter of the same voice as the protagonist. Maybe they felt the same existential frost crawling up their spines as I did. Either way, as the lights came back on, it was dead quiet. Everyone just sat there looking straight ahead. You could have heard a pin drop. Roy Hampton took the stage again, but something was different.
There was a sway to his step that I hadn't seen before. His back was straighter. His eyes looked different, colder. When he entered the middle of the stage, he relaxed his shoulder, taking a deep breath. I think we all saw something of ourselves. He smiled. We learned something new, much like I learned something the very first time I read this book. He showcased a thick, leather-bound manuscript, tapping it confidently. It said I was to make this movie, to show it to others, to give little glimpses of what could be, both in our lives and our lives to be. And at the end of the line, all those little glimpses would add up to one thing. Ariel stirred in her seat. Up until that point, she hadn't moved a muscle. At the end of it all, I'd come back, and I'd watch the world with new eyes and a beating heart. Hampton stepped forward, casually dropping the leather-bound script to the ground. Pages scattered across the stage. And finally, I live again. Everyone just looked at one another. A mumble rose through the crowd amidst the crying and giggling. Jonah put a hand on his mother's shoulder, trying to calm her. I looked at Seb, his eyes still red from tears. "He's Rask," Seb wheezed. "Hampton listened too much. He's Rask." I could see it. There was something there. Something I could recognize in the pit of my stomach, that could find me from across the room. I'd seen him that night in the woods, and by the fire on the set. I don't know how he did it, but this dead author somehow made his way back. That was him on stage, not director Roy Hampton. He looked at me with a gleeful smile. He drew breath and raised his hand. Something was about to happen. But before it did, there was a bang. Looking down at the row in front of me, I saw Ariel holding a shotgun with a strange symbol engraved on the barrel. Roy Hampton collapsed to the ground, clutching his stomach. Ariel was tackled, and Jonah was dragged off. People ran for the exits or dove to the floor. A few remained seated, staring blindly ahead, not even flinching at the gunshot. Hampton writhed in pain, clutching his stomach. It was a bad hit. His blood was so black that it seemed purple. It stained his clothes and hands. As he screamed and gasped, his voice became increasingly twisted, changing in pitch from high to low, back and forth, like he was cycling between young and old in a matter of seconds. It was this unearthly howling noise erupting into a voice, but not his own. Sa orak zent io, ru abgur vio gept io. The words poured out of him like torrent. Pointing with a bloodied hand at his audience, his screams cycled between horrifying and nonsensical, but with every breath something would happen. The first was the main theater door. The heavy rain had pooled outside, resulting in a flash flood. Those first few people who tried to get out were knocked off their feet, tumbling down the stairs. All the lights but the projector went out as the movie started up again on its own, playing from the halfway mark. The protagonist with the blue dress was superimposed on the bleeding body of Roy Hampton, who had forced himself back up to his knees as we all fumbled around in the dark. Yath Maugu Zevbreth Drick Auleth Eo Eo Eo. I didn't see what caused it, but I saw Ariel being flung across the room, picked up and flung with a massive force, at least 30 feet, instantly snapping her neck on impact with one of the second-floor balconies. Her lifeless body tumbled to the ground, gun still clinging to her hand. As Hampton wept tears of blood, pandemonium unleashed around us, as the world seemingly came apart. In the back there was a man whose body was turned to shadow. To this day I can't explain what he used to look like, or if it even was a man. It's as if he'd been erased in every way but the immediate visual sense that he was there. I saw a woman whose eyes were burned from the inside out, an old man spewing up dirt in the front row. Jonah was crawling towards his mother as little white bioluminescent bugs poured out of his head. A sulfuric wind blew through the room, burning through my nose and throat, and despite it all, I grabbed Seb by the shoulder and headed for one of the emergency exits. There were flashes of light going off behind us. I could see things in my periphery. Tall things, short things, transparent and solid. There were discolored sunflowers creeping out of cracks in the wall, seemingly reaching for us, as whatever Hampton had become continued to unravel. The audience kept running. It felt like a gauntlet. People were disappearing around us. There was this massive red-feathered bird creature who tore into an old man ahead of us, dragging him into a bathroom stall. Someone tripped on a molar tooth growing out of the carpet. There was a short man in the far back that just evaporated into a cloud of flies. Even halfway through the building, I could hear him screaming. It reverberated through the walls, rattling my bones. There were flashes of something different corridors with different people. With every step, I'd be someone, somewhere else. I'd be young, I'd be old. For one breath, I was Seb, watching his scar on my own hand. It's as if we were piercing a barrier, losing a semblance of order that our mind required to function. Then it was dark, cold. I would feel my body stiffen. I grew elongated, unfeeling, and unreal. In that moment, I thought it was over. I thought that'd be it. I had this vision of worlds beyond, and the many instances of lives I would come to lose. But one thing kept coming back to me, the words I'd understood all the way back when, an image of blue fabric fluttering in the wind, salt under my fingernails, a great fire. This wasn't it. Not yet. I drew breath as we turned a corner. I was there. The carpet under my feet was real, and the screams of the maimed and dying were piercing my ears. As Seb and I made our way out the emergency exit and the alarms began to wail, I heard a scream for help. Instinctively, I reached out an arm, pulling someone along. I don't know who it was, nor did I care. Seb hurried ahead, keeping the door open, crying out for me to hurry. We all collapsed outside, scrambling to get to a safe distance. Only 3 of us made it out that night. Me, Seb, and this mysterious woman I had managed to drag along. Turns out that was Edith M. Carroll, one of the movie's co-writers. I hadn't recognized her in the crowd. As the chaos inside the venue rose to a crescendo, a lightning bolt struck the roof of the building. I could see the clouds part above for a split second. Then it was over. No screams, no death, just this one bright light, thunder, and then the pitter-patter of a calming storm. It was done. They later said the theater collapsed from an unsupported roof, exacerbated by the downpour. To this day, no one really knows how many people died in there. It's as if everyone just forgot they even existed. The only name mentioned in the articles were Roy Hampton, who was credited as a philanthropist and esoteric scholar. The 3 of us who made it out could finally put an end to it all. While the answers we got weren't necessarily what we wanted, we could at least say that this was it. There was nothing more for us to look into regarding Roy Hampton and the end of eternity. And yet, it was an empty victory. Pyric. As we rested outside, waiting for the sirens to stop, we spoke in hushed tones. Seb had trouble focusing, rubbing the scar on his hand. If I find anything else, I'll let you know, he said. Sounds like a plan. I nodded.
We held hands for a while, just two people ensuring one another that somehow things were going to be okay. It didn't exactly turn out that way, but it never really does. That night was the last time I saw Seb Digman. He died about 8 years later to a kind of metal poisoning. According to his kids, it had been something he'd had in his system for years, maybe even the whole time I knew him. I eventually dated and married Edith, the one this whole story began with. That's how I know of her work at the bakery and the community college. We'd been married for decades, right up until her passing not too long ago. But it was only a matter of time. For years, she had cried to me about what she'd seen that night at the screening, her death, staring into her own face as life slipped from her. Maybe that's why she choked in the bathroom. I don't know. There was also the case of Dawn Anderson. It's strange. She's still around. My oldest son showed me a video of her on YouTube not too long ago. She makes videos under some strange synonym. She looks different, but it's the same woman. I can tell. I've researched Rask over the years, trying to make sense of the things I've seen and experienced. I wanted to understand what Hampton's obsession was about. I haven't found a complete copy of that manuscript, though, and I count that as a blessing. Neither are there any remaining copies of this film, The End of Eternity. Not that I can track down, at least. Maybe there's a forgotten tape in the back of a closet somewhere. But the more I've thought about it, the more I've started to realize the ingenious nature of his work. That by reading, experiencing, and understanding his work, Emmett Rask can manifest. He can always come back. A concept cannot be forgotten. Information doesn't go away just because we don't know it. It's still there. I don't know how to assemble a phone, but I can still call my grandchildren. Just because I don't know how doesn't mean the information doesn't exist. That's how Rask exists. He just is. And whenever someone looks a bit closer, or listens a bit too eagerly, he makes his way back. He learns his way back, little by little. I've come to terms with what is going to happen next. I was kept alive out of circumstance. Rask wanted someone to live long enough to learn just enough to bring him back again. For someone to invest, experience, and become. That's what he wanted for me. But I think he forgot one thing. The images shown to me. The words I'd been given. Blue fabric, fluttering in the wind. Salt under my fingernails. A great fire. Looking back at my long life, the very first picture of me and my mother was at a hospital. She wrapped me in a blue blanket, leaving the window open to welcome the spring wind. That was my very first earthly experience. The night that Edith and I conceived our first child was on our honeymoon, on an Italian beach in late July. I remember it for many reasons, but the salt crystals beneath my fingernails on that very night meant something. Even then I could feel it. And now, as I write this excessive and maddening recollection, I look at what is to come. A repeating pattern coming to a close. Perhaps I'll learn a little too much, a little too soon. Maybe the act of writing all this down will bring it to the surface and send Rask roaring back with a vengeance. But I don't think it will. As I look across my desk, at the last of Edith's scented candles, I think what is going to happen has long since been established. And as I wait, putting these final words to paper, I think it will be okay. While there may be an end to eternity, there are so many more things to understand than we'll ever grasp. So with that, I leave you with this. We have to accept the mystery. There will never be an end to questions, no matter the answers. And at the end of the line, we must embrace the great fire to come.
Hello. I hope you're having a fantastic day. I can't share who I am, and I can't even share my name with you, so for the future of this document, I will refer to myself as Pepper. There's not much I can tell you about the day-to-day details of my job, but I can say that in this world there's plenty of supernatural things. Creatures that can't be comprehended. Cryptids, ghosts, even local horror stories. All of them are rooted in some sort of truth. It's my job to kill these things, or at the very least protect the public from them. I tell you this because I believe everyone should know. The creatures that go bump in the night are actually there. I want to start with an interview I had with the victims of one of these supernatural attacks. The document you read has been transcribed from audio to text. The name of the victim has been changed in order to keep their identity a secret. Tape begin 5:02 a.m. Pepper. Sarah, is it? Sarah. Yes, that's me. Pepper. Hello, Sarah. My name's Pepper. I understand you've been through hell tonight, which makes sense if you find yourself in my office. Sarah. Are you sure I'm safe here? What if it comes back for me? What if... Pepper. Sarah, I assure you nothing will get you while you're in this office. Now, Sarah, I need you to explain everything that's happened. No matter how insane it seems, every detail, no matter how minor. If you think it's important to the story, then include it. I will inform you this whole conversation and further on will be recorded. Do you understand? Sarah. Yeah, I understand. Pepper. Good. Please begin. Sarah. It started about 3 days ago. I was at Jim's Coffee on my way to work. There was this homeless man outside the shop. He asked if I had some change I could spare. Well, you see, I hadn't slept well the night before and was in a grumpy mood. I'll admit, I was kind of mean. I told him to stop being a leech and to go get a job. He didn't like that. Grabbing my arm, he pulled me close to him. It was like the colored part of his eyes had disappeared, and he stared into mine. You should learn to be kinder, he said. It may not sound that scary to you, but something about the way he said it terrified me. I ended up skipping coffee that day. Pepper. This man, did he have any distinguishing details you can remember about him? Sarah. No, he seemed normal enough. Well, I guess he seemed pretty clean for being a homeless man. Pepper. Interesting. Please continue. Sarah. The rest of the day went on pretty normal. When I got home, my door was unlocked. It seemed weird, but I figured I just forgot. I couldn't sleep that night. I was so tired the next day that my boss sent me home and told me to go get some sleep. When I got there, my door was left open. There was no way I forgot to close the door. I went into the garage because I keep a handgun in there. I went through my house, checking each room. I couldn't help but think of the homeless man. I got through the whole house, finding nothing. I stopped in my bathroom to wash my face. I must have been super tired to leave my door wide open. I looked up into the mirror to see a figure standing right behind me. I didn't have much time to react. I grabbed the gun from the counter and snapped before firing a shot. Nothing was there. All I did was put a bullet hole in the wall. I ended up putting some duct tape over the hole. I'll call someone in the morning. I wouldn't have been supervised if one of my neighbors called the cops. I didn't sleep again. I was stirring at every sound I heard, the constant feeling of being watched. At one point I turned over in bed to a shadowy figure standing in my doorway. I blinked and it was gone. I kept my gun on my nightstand all night. I thought there was nothing. No, I knew there was nothing to be worried about. I was just sleep deprived and I was seeing things. There was no one in the house. I was just worried and I got scared by some old homeless man. Pepper. That was a long pause. Sarah. This next part is just really hard. Pepper. Take your time. We have all night. Sarah, thank you. Morning came and I called someone to come repair the hole in the wall. I didn't want to be alone in my house anymore, so I asked the repair service if I could leave a key and they could just come in to work while I wasn't home. They agreed, and I called my neighbor Scott to see if I could stay in his house for the night. He was a nice guy. Scott was a tall, skinny guy with brown hair and beautiful blue eyes. I always liked him. He let me stay, and I went over immediately. I explained to him what was going on. He was supportive. We hung out most of the day, and nothing weird happened. I started to think it was all in my head. I even felt safe enough to go upstairs and shower alone. I went back downstairs to go lay on the couch and sleep. Scott was just standing in the kitchen, just staring at the fridge. "What are you doing, you weirdo?" I said while chuckling. He didn't respond. Something was dripping from his head. "Scott?" He turned around. His lower jaw looked like it had been ripped out. His eyes were hanging out of the sockets. He fell to the floor. I ran to him trying to feel for a pulse. It was stupid. Who could have survived that? I was just being hopeful, I guess. That's when I saw him standing near the couch in the living room. A shadowy figure. Blood stained his hands. His eyes were glowing red. I was terrified. My brain was telling me to run. It was screaming at me to move. "Move your legs," I screamed at myself. I moved hard so I could get out of the house. Started moving through the brushes towards mine. I looked behind me to see that creature behind me. Its legs moving in ways that shouldn't be possible for the human body. Almost like it had no bones. And the noise it was making. Pepper. Explain the noise. This is very important. Sarah. It sounded like when you slide something heavy against a hardwood floor and scratch it. You know, like the... Pepper. Oh no. Sarah. What do you mean, oh no? Pepper. Continue the story, Sarah. I need a second to think. Sarah. I tripped sometime while in the forest, and when I did, I couldn't see it anywhere. I took my moment of peace to call the police. I tried to explain to the lady there was a shadow monster chasing me, and it killed my friend, but the line was cut. I tried to call back, but there was nothing. The call wouldn't go through. There it was standing above me. Its mouth opened to a white glow, and something fell out of it on my forehead. It was a tooth. I'm sure it was one of Scott's. I crawled and cried as it moved towards me, mouth agape. It was gonna kill me. It grabbed me by my leg, pulling me towards it. Its mouth widened while pulling my legs in. I cried, I kicked, I screamed. I did everything in my power to escape. It all seemed hopeless, but then nothing short of a miracle happened. I heard the beautiful sound of a shotgun racking a shell before the loud gunshot. The round blew a hole through the creatures, and it screamed in agony. I couldn't help but laugh at its misery. It let go of me and scurried off into the woods. The man with the gun took my hand and led me to his truck. Next thing I know, I was here in your office. Pepper. Thank you, Sarah. This interview has brought a lot to the table, and I think I know what we are dealing with. My associate outside will take you to a place you'll be safe until we can deal with the entity. I promise you have nothing to worry about. Sarah. Thank you. Tape end, 6:17 a.m. I lied to Sarah, and while I truly feel bad about it, I was left with no other choice. See, the creature is something I've dealt with before, and it always ends the same way. The entity which the organization has named a Yonder. Yonders hunt those who fail the test brought upon by it. The test can present itself in many different ways, from an actual physical test to a morality test. In Sarah's case, I believe the test was the old man asking for change. After she was rude and failed to give the man the change, the Yonder chose her as the target. The thing about Yonders is they are relentless in their hunt. They will kill anyone who gets in the way of their target. Their goal isn't simply to kill their target, but to consume them whole.
Yonders cannot be killed, and it's best to give them what they want in order to avoid more bloodshed. Sarah could have avoided Scott's death if she simply never got him involved. But that being said, I must inform you of Sarah's eventual fate. I'm sure you could guess this, but she is dead. Sarah and my associate outside, who was also listening to the interview and had already figured it was a yonder, 6:31 a.m. went to a nearby hotel which is owned by the organization. There my associate left Sarah and went to his car to smoke, knowing by the time he was finished she would be gone. He heard her scream and didn't return to the room until the screaming had finished. Just like that, Sarah was gone. I know you might think wrong of me and the organization I work for, but I assure you I did what would result in the smallest loss of life. While Sarah's death was unfortunate, it was necessary. While yonders are one of the many supernatural entities that roam our world, they are especially dangerous. Their test can be ultimately anything, and there is no way to know when a test has taken place. I inform you of this simply because I believe it is important to know. I leave you with this story, with this one bit of advice. Always be scared. Hello, it's Pepper again. I appreciate everyone who took the time to read the last story. However, I liked to emphasize the point of the story was not for entertainment, but as a tale to be weary. People of the world are ignorant of the horrors around them, which is partially the fault of the organization I work for. I have another one for you, and this one is especially scary to me. Unlike the yonder from my last story, which has been documented several times and is somewhat understood by the organization, there are only 2 living people who have seen and survived this entity I'm about to list. I am one of them. This was almost 11 years ago. I had only worked at the organization for roughly 5 months. This was the first case I was ever allowed on. I was a level 4 field agent at the time, which meant I wasn't allowed to be on a case alone, and had to be placed with a level 2 field agent. The organization doesn't require you to be a tank of a human to work there. Due to the high turnover rate, most field agents don't live past their first year. I'm a short guy, not very muscular myself, and the only thing that kept me alive this long was my brain. The other agent I was placed with was in their 3rd year, and he has seen some stuff. I didn't even meet the other agent till we arrived on the site. He was the exact opposite of me. Tall, muscular, wearing a dress shirt. Scars covered his hands, and he had one on his chin. And he had a sword, along with 2 handguns, 9mm Berettas. I, on the other hand, had a flashlight and a .38 revolver. At the time I was young, and I thought he looked awesome. Despite his massive size, people took to calling him Mouse. Most agents had some sort of code name. No, I won't tell you how I ended up with the name Pepper. So, first case? Said Mouse. Yeah, well, first one where everyone isn't dead when I get there. I wouldn't be too sure about that. Most of these missing person cases usually end with us finding the bodies. There are a lot more cold cases than I care to admit. Mouse's voice was much softer than you would expect from looking at him. They give you the details? He said. Yeah. Several missing persons have been reported around the area. Ages range from 14 to 44. 4 males and 6 females. You got 2 things wrong. First 7 females have been reported missing. When was the 7th? Yesterday. A 9-year-old girl. That was the second thing you got wrong. I know it's my job and all, but someone so young going missing kinda shook me. The worst part is, she was almost definitely dead. If there was a chance she was alive, we wouldn't be here, and the police would be dealing with it. Even knowing the information, I still asked. You think she's still alive? He ignored my question. I knew it was stupid to ask. They tell you about the sawmill? He asked. Yeah, it's abandoned and seems to be the center of the disappearances. There's a legend of a cult back in the 80s that used to meet there right after it closed down. Long story short, the cultists went there one night, and they all just floated away. The lady who told me framed it as a way to keep kids away from the place. He said, "That's what I'd guess." You always listen to the legends around here, especially if we're in small towns like this. These legends can say a lot more than most people can. I learned to live by that rule. The sawmill is what you would expect from something straight out of the 80s. It was in surprisingly good condition for something abandoned for that long. There was a large wooden building surrounded by smaller ones. Large metal pieces stuck out of them. The whole place did seem eerie. I think we split and checked the smaller buildings until we'll meet at the large one, said Mouse. Yeah, I'll take the left. I moved my way towards the building. It reminded me of a barn. It was red with white stripes and had two large swinging doors. Despite that, I decided to go through the smaller door on the right. It didn't want to budge at first. I had to put my whole weight into it to get it open. It fell off one of its hinges and kinda hung by the other one. The building was just for storage. It had a ton of logs. The wood had begun to rot, and it smelled really bad in there. I pulled my revolver just in case. I made my way through the rows of logs, being careful to check each corner. At the end of the final row, I found what made the place smell so bad. It was a deer carcass. It was small and decaying. You would have thought it was young, till you saw its head in perfect condition. Still with large antlers, I pulled my camera, which every agent had, took a picture for later. Besides that, there was nothing of interest there. I left and made my way toward the main building. I found Mouse at the main entrance. "Anything on your end?" he asked. "Found a dead deer," I said. "Yeah, mine was for equipment storage. Nothing interesting. However, something's blocking the main entrance. We can't get in through this way. There is another door up to the right. It's on a balcony, so we'll have to climb. Like I said, not very fit, so climbing up this was hard." Mouse, on the other hand, scaled the side with no effort. The door on the balcony wasn't even locked, and we made our way inside. In contrast to the outside, the inside was disgusting. It was old, falling apart, and full of dirt and cobwebs. What you'd expect from an abandoned building. In the area we were in, you could load the logs into machinery. The main entrance is where they would bring trucks to load the logs. Honestly, it seemed normal until we came across the stairs. These stairs lead down, and that made no sense. They'd have no reason to build a basement here. At least to my knowledge, they wouldn't. The stairs, just like the outside, were in great condition. They didn't belong here, though. They were nice, like what you see in Victorian-style mansions. The wood was waxed, not scratched on them. I didn't want to go onwards. Seemed off, I told Mouse. We should get back up first. He didn't listen and just started walking down the stairs. I followed. It got dark quickly. I pulled out my revolver and my flashlight. Mouse did the same, and I couldn't even tell you where he was storing that flashlight. "It's so dark, like it's eating the light," I said. "Yeah, it's too dark." The stairs went on for an impossibly long time. By the end, I was starting to get tired. I was so relieved when we reached the end. The relief was short. The room was way darker than the stairs. Even with the lights, we could only see 5 feet or so in front of us. We walked through the room. About every 30 feet or so, we would see a pillar. This place seemed wrong, like whoever built it didn't know what a pillar was even used for. Then we came across something. It was large and round and looked like an egg. I was the first one to touch it. "Ugh, it's squishy," I said. "What? Don't touch it," yelled Mouse. His face was pale. I looked back at it, and I figured out why. The thing I was touching wasn't some weird blob like I had first thought. I saw the ears, the eyes, the nose. It was a human. Their head was swelled at a tremendous rate, and their body had shrunk. They were floating almost like a balloon. It was horrifying to look at. "Kill me," it whispered faintly. It was still alive. Suddenly the darkness seemed to fade, and our flashlights were now able to shine up to 40 or so feet in front of us. Looking up, we saw more balloon humans. Off a quick head count, there were 11 of them. 7 females and 4 males. It was the missing people. One of them was visibly smaller, and I knew it was the little girl. We were barely able to collect our thoughts before the humming started. It was off tune. Whoever was humming didn't have a human voice. We were snapping around trying to find whatever was humming. When my eyes met it, the singing started. My mother gave me a red balloon. Oh, we were such pals. Oh, I loved this red balloon. Oh, it was my gal. Then I lost my red balloon. Oh, how the fun shall end. Oh, won't you be my red balloon? Won't you be my friend? The entity's voice was scratchy. After finishing its song, it stood from its sitting position. We both had our guns locked on it. In its right hand, it held a pointy piece of wood, and its left held a sickle. I have a hard time remembering what it looked like due to the short time we had to look at it. It had on a green outfit, reminiscent of the outfit Robin Hood wore in the cartoon minus the hat. It was short, maybe 4 feet tall. Its skin looked wooden like an old doll. Its eyes were human, though. That's all the details I can remember. Mouse began yelling at it to drop its weapon. It took a step forward before either of us could react. It was on us. The sickle it held made contact with Mouse's left eye, blinding him in it. I shot at it twice. It was quick to react and threw the wood at me while dodging both shots. The wood impaled me in my stomach, making me bleed from my mouth somehow. It cut the holster with Mouse's sword and other handgun. They both fell to the ground. I shot 4 more times and even managed to hit its chest. A yellow, vicious fluid shot out from the hole. That slowed it down enough for Mouse to play the hero card and grab it. "Shoot it," he yelled. I tried, but I had no shots left. It sliced off Mouse's arm and he let go. It ran further into the darkness. I didn't want to let it go, so I picked up Mouse's other handgun and went after it. I figured missing an arm, Mouse would die anyway from the blood loss. Even with my flashlight, it had the advantage. I wasn't the hunter in this situation. It began singing its song again. I realized the meaning of the song this time. It kept making noises and moving through the darkness. It was toying with me, but I wouldn't let it kill me. I was watching its movements in the darkness, and I was able to pick up on the patterns. Like I said, brains kept me alive. Just as it went behind another pillar, I shot, barely hitting one of its hands. It screamed before moving into the darkness. I ran after it, but it made its way down another staircase. I made the smart decision to retreat and call for backup. Despite what I thought, Mouse lived, making him the only other living person to see that creature. I still talk to him and even ask him for advice on cases to this day. He, however, isn't sent on many cases due to him missing an eye and arm. The case was decided to be too much for us, and was placed with more experienced agents. Despite that, no one ever saw it again. It was discovered the stairs kept going for miles, and it was deemed safer just to seal it and cut off the public from accessing the sawmill. The human balloons were taken and humanely put down. An autopsy discovered the reason their bodies had shrunk was due to their internal organs being sucked into their head, with any excess space being filled with a gas similar to helium. The fluid was tested as well as the finger of the creature, which I had shot off when I hit its hand. Its skin was similar to petrified wood,
and the liquid inside was a slimy substance that has yet to be identified to this day. I often wonder what happened to the creature. Most likely, with its home being filled in, no one will ever see it again. We never figured out how it balloonified the others. Honestly, I think I'd rather not know. Working this job desensitizes you. I've seen so much messed up stuff that I think it's normal at this point. Just the other day I was taking a recruit on his first case and we came across a mangled corpse. I was confused as to why he threw up. I see worse stuff than that at least once a week, but that made me remember I was like that once. I was that scared kid who couldn't understand how a creature could do that. So I sat there and I tried to remember the stuff I shut out. This is my story. And I don't mean some cases I choose to forget, I mean my personal story. How I ended up working a job where almost dying is pretty common, and the life and the people that I'd much rather stay forgotten. I was 20 at that time, and I thought life was amazing. I was broke working a dead-end job, my family had long disowned me, and my only friends were junkies and alcoholics. So why did I think life was so great? Well, it was 'cause I had her, my beautiful girlfriend, Josephine. I can see her now, her purple hair up in that messy bun, her snakebite lip piercings, her clunky glasses, her brown eyes. I missed those things. She was shorter than I was, and I think that's one of the things that drew me to her. But then I got to know her, and we clicked. We dated for 2 years and she moved in with me and my roommate. She was broke too, but our struggle kept us together. She liked Mike, my roommate. She tried even harder than I did to get him off the pills. But enough of that, 'cause that night would be the best night of my life. I saved enough for a ring and I was gonna take her to the fanciest place in town and propose. It was a mixture of excitement and anxiety. I framed the whole thing as a celebration of the promotion she just got. Arriving at home, I saw Mike coming out of his room. He looked horrible, probably coming down from a high. Mike had been my friend since middle school. I guess that's why I kept him around so long. He couldn't keep a job, and what little money he had, he spent on pills. I gave up trying to help him a long time ago. "Where are you going tonight? Jay's getting ready," he asked. "We're having that celebration dinner tonight." "Oh, that's tonight? Let me get ready." "Who said you're coming?" "I did," Josephine said. I can still see her in that outfit. We were going to a nice restaurant, and despite having nicer clothes, she didn't dress up. She was like that, never liked being the center of attention. "We're celebrating me, so I figured my friend should come," she said. I didn't fight her. I always gave in to her. Mike coming threw a thorn in my plan, but I figured I could bribe him to go away. The drive to the restaurant was full of them discussing what they would have to eat. I sat silently, kind of mad. Looking back at it, I'm glad he came. The restaurant was named Clive's. I don't think it's still open. I couldn't find any information on it before posting this. I'd been there once when I was little, and my family still talked to me. From what I remember, the food wasn't very good, just expensive. That was the appeal, and Josephine had never been. She and Mike ordered drinks, and since I was driving, I didn't drink, though I desperately wanted to just calm my nerves. A man was leaving the restaurant, and at the time I didn't think anything of him. We had our full meals, and just like I remembered, the food wasn't great. Mike and Josephine shared the same sentiment. It was time to put the plan into action. I pulled Mike to the side. "I need 20 minutes with just me and Josephine. I'll give you $10 to go get a drink or snack from the gas station," I said. "Free money? You got it, sir." Clive's was a short walk from the park where Josephine and I met. That's where I was gonna propose. We made the walk, landing in front of the pond, the same place where I bumped into her on a drunken binge. That day was the first day anyone had asked me if I needed help. That day I fell in love and she saved me. Beautiful night, she said. Not as beautiful as you, I said, pulling out the ring and bending down on my knee. What are you... Oh. Josephine, since the day you said those first words to me, I knew you were the person I wanted to love and hold, to walk through the struggles of life with, to die with. Will you make me the happiest man alive and marry me? I will, she said, tears in her eyes. I put the ring on her finger and stood up, her lips locking into mine. I was the happiest I've ever been and ever will be. My happiness turned to confusion as I saw the man running behind her, the same insignificant man from the restaurant. Normally a man sprinting at full speed would scare anyone, but the thing chasing him was much more terrifying. Help me, please! His sentence was cut short as the creature jumped on his back, slamming his face into the concrete. The creature was human-like, with no clothes but lacked genitals, so I guess it didn't need them. It was long and running on all fours. Its eyes were pure black, and its face was shaped similar to a deer. It looked at us, and I saw its mouth try to form a smile. We were its target now, and it came right for us. I don't remember anything until we made it to the car. Mike was sitting there drinking his Red Bull and eating a honey bun. We quickly hopped in, and I popped it into drive. I swerved around the corner. Mike got slammed to the side in the back seat. Dude, he yelled. Babe, it's still behind us, Josephine said. Mike looked behind the car, watching as the creature started to gain on us. It had to be running 50 miles per hour at this point. Oh, dude, drive faster! I swerved into my neighborhood, and I thought I lost it. Looking back, I should have just driven to the police station or something, but I returned to my place, swinging open the door and running to Mike's room. Call the police, one of you, I said. What was that? Mike asked. Like we know, Josephine said. Mike, where's your gun? Where's your gun? I yelled. I got rid of it, dude. Just then we heard it banging on the door. I grabbed Mike and Josephine and pulled them into Mike's room. It was in the house. Josephine's phone was out in the hallway. We could hear the operator answer the phone as it was crushed under the creature's feet. Mike pulled out a pill bottle and I smacked it from his hand. It was no time to be getting high. I began trying to open the window. Mike pinned himself against the door like somehow his weight could stop it. Just as I got the window open and turned around to tell them to come through, the creature's arm went right in the wood of the door. It reached and grabbed Mike, and he desperately tried to get away. Josephine went to grab him, but it was too late for him. We both watched as it snapped his neck. I don't know if he died instantly, but I'd like to think he didn't suffer. Fear makes you stupid. We should have just got back in the car. I left it running, but no. We ran down the streets of our neighborhood yelling for help. It was 1 a.m. by this time. No one was gonna help. No one was awake to help. I had a small moment of weakness. I let go of Josephine's hand and kept running. I was 90 feet ahead of her before I even realized she had fallen. I turned around to help her, but it was there standing just over her. Me and her locked eyes, and she mouthed those words. I love you. It hit her hard upside the head. So hard. She flopped her body, went into dead weight. I froze. I stared into the eyes of the creature. It began trying to form its smile. It walked towards me. I didn't move. I gave up. It killed the only two people who cared about me, and I didn't care anymore. It could have me. I looked into the ground, waiting for my eventual fate, when I heard a loud crashing noise. I looked up to see a man getting out of the truck. The creature lay writhing on the ground in pain. I thought some random bystander hit it. But no, this man was carrying a large rifle. He placed his boot on the neck of the creature before shoving the barrel into its mouth. With one loud bang, it no longer had a head. He turned around to look at Josephine's corpse before he began walking towards me and put out his hand. "Looks like you had a really bad night," he said. He took me to his truck and we began driving away. "Don't worry, I'll send someone for the bodies. For now, let's get you out of here." I'd later know this man as Trojan. He would be my first introduction to the organization that I now devote my life to. He is also the toughest guy I've ever met. The creature I ran into that night was one of a species. They're called Halsbrecker. And the one I met was only a juvenile. The adult ones are way worse. And if it was an adult, I would have surely died. They typically stay in the wild, but when one finds themselves in a city, it's a bloodbath. The one I met that night killed 27 people in 3 days. I've met 4 other ones in my time in the organization, and while all of them have been killed, it's never blood-free. I tell this story now because lately I feel like I've been losing my humanity. While it is beneficial in this job to hold no emotions or attachments, it's not good for a human to forget who they are. I usually don't like sleeping. It's time I could be working, but tonight I went to sleep. And even more, I went to dream of my friend. He was a junkie and a loser, but he socked someone in the mouth for even looking at me wrong. But what I want more than anything is to dream of her, the girl who changed my life when I had nothing. I no longer want to forget who I used to be. So please, if anything is up there, let me see them one more time. Thalassophobia is the fear or phobia of large and deep bodies of water. These can be lakes, rivers, or the ocean. It's become more mainstream in the last couple of years. Games like Subnautica or Iron Lung have shown people the extent of those fears. It reminds me of something from my teenage years. Or should I say, someone. Charles was my friend and he had thalassophobia. Like many people with the phobia, Charles was brought on by trauma. When he was only 8 years old, his father attempted to drown him. I didn't know that at the time, but to my friend group, Charles was the kid who was scared to go swimming. We tried several times to take him swimming, and he'd always fight us on it. If we could get him to go, he'd sit on the sidelines. One day, someone had the bright idea to force him to conquer his fears. So we drove him to where we'd commonly go cliff diving, blindfolded him, and took him to the top. He fought us at first, but I convinced him to jump, and we all jumped. As I looked at him treading water, he had a smile on his face. But just as quickly as the fun started, it ended. Charles went under the water and never came back. The authorities chalked it up to him drowning, but none of us were convinced he was pulled. They never found his body. See, to me, the fear never came from what was in the water, but what could come out. I just finished my most recent case, and the creature I'd been hunting had the highest kill count of anything I've encountered. I was one of 4 agents placed on this case, which is unusual for the organization, and is one of the few cases I've been on with more than 2 agents. There was me, a level 2 field agent, Flamingo, level 2 field agent, Recruit Sam, a level 4 field agent, and Trojan, a level 1 field agent. I'd never worked with Flamingo, and Sam was assigned under me for this case. It was his first case. "Oh man, this is nerve-wracking," said Sam. We were driving to a diner nearby from the case location. Here we'd meet with Flamingo and Trojan. "First cases are like that," I said. "Why do they call him Trojan? According to everyone at training, he's a big deal, but no one knew where the name came from." I chuckled. "I'm afraid it's not 'cause he's really cool or anything." "So he's not really cool?" "No, he is. Just ask him and I guarantee he'll show you." The diner looked like every roadside diner you'd ever seen.
We usually choose places like this when Trojan and I work together. Man loves 3 things in the world, and the first one is food. Walking in, I saw Trojan, and who I assumed was Flamingo, in a booth. Pepper, great working with you again, said Trojan. Nice to meet you both, said Flamingo. They had already ordered food. Trojan knew what I liked. It's confusing, though, for something they deemed so dangerous to send us all out. Why would they have us bring a recruit? Flamingo said. It was a last-minute thing. I haven't even got a case file and was hoping you'd share yours. I said. Of course. Trojan slid a file across the table. I picked it up first and was shocked at what I was reading. It was a campground and a very popular one. Not the first one I've been to, but this one, from what I was reading, shouldn't even be open. This can't be right, I said. Yeah, I thought it was a mistake too, said Flamingo. 312 missing persons in the last year? This place stayed warm year-round and was very famous. People from all over the world came to visit, but in no world should this place still be open. I handed the file off to Sam, and he seemed just as surprised. You can see why they wanted all of us. Normally they'd just send me, Trojan said. I spent the rest of the meal going over the file with Sam. Arriving at the camp, we were to meet with an organization plant who worked as a forest ranger. The organization placed several people in different national parks. Parks can be a breeding ground for entities. The park grounds surrounded a large, beautiful lake. People were kayaking in it, and everyone around looked like they were having fun. I was just mad they still had it open. I was asked to meet with the ranger while the others unpacked our stuff to put in the cabins we were generously given for the case duration. You fish? I confusedly asked. I know, the name's stupid, he said. Ain't the worst one I've heard, I said. Look, I gotta make this brief. I may work for the organization, but I still got a park to manage, he said. I understand. Something's taking people in the night, and despite my protest, we can't get them to close the place down. It ain't uncommon for people to go missing, but we used to get 20 or so a year, not 300. I don't know why it took the organization so long to send you guys. We have a body that's not the first one found either. It's over in a shed off to the east. We also have someone who claims to have seen some creature in the ranger station. I suggest you all start on those, he said. I appreciate the information. I made my way to the cabin to meet the others. Entering the cabin, I heard Sim ask, Why do they call you Trojan? It's killing me to know. Flamingo and I started laughing, while Trojan pulled out his wallet. He reached in and pulled out a condom, a Trojan condom. Sim stood there looking mad. You kidding me? Sim said. I dropped this once, and no one would let me live it down, Trojan said. So what, did you screw a flamingo for your name? Sim said. No. Flamingo said, pulling up his pant leg to reveal a flamingo tattoo. So what's your story? Sim said, staring at me. Maybe I'll tell you one day. I shared the information with them. We decided to split. Sim and I would check on the corpse, and the others would interview the person in the station. Sim seemed nervous as we walked up to the shed. I opened it. From what I'd been told, the smell was horrible. Sim threw up. It didn't affect me. The person had several broken bones. Their limbs were bent in a direction that was not possible. Their skin had been somewhat dissolved. I'd seen stuff like this before. The body had been eaten and regurgitated. So it's overeating, I said. How can you tell? Sim said, trying to recover from his nausea. The body has been partially digested, but whatever did this threw up. That leads me to think the creature has always kind of been here. I'm not getting it, Sim said. The park normally gets 40 or so missing persons a year. Most of those are probably from the creature, but this year the missing persons have drastically increased. I don't think that's the fault of the creature. Something's helping it then? Asked Sim. Bingo. We met back with the others to exchange information. According to the person who had seen the monster, several nights ago he watched as a human-like creature with legs that seemed like jellyfish tendrils came from the lake and wrapped its tendrils around the person and pulled them into the lake. Did they mention seeing anyone else? I asked. No, that's all the info they gave us. Said it was too dark to discern anything, said Flamingo. I think we start patrolling the lake at night to see what we can find, said Trojan. I had to take Sim with me. I couldn't let him go on dying. The rest of us split up. We followed the edge of the water. Sim pointed out footprints leading down the lake. We followed them. They led us to a man. Sim foolishly yelled at the man to get down with his gun drawn. The man ran off into the woods and we were unable to follow. I reprimanded him. Where the man was standing, there were imprints in the dirt similar to snake tracks. Trojan found tracks similar to the ones we found. We met back at the cabin close to the morning to discuss our findings, but one of us was missing. Flamingo didn't return. 2 nights passed and we waited for him. Sim looked like he was going insane waiting. He couldn't help but feel guilty, like somehow he was the reason Flamingo went missing. It didn't bother me or Trojan. We can't keep sitting here waiting, I said. I agree. We'll head out tonight, Trojan said. Sim didn't like it, and I didn't like him going. Sim's young, and this case seemed too much for a starting case. The night came, and I asked Trojan to take Sim. He had much more experience than I. I returned to the spot where we saw the man, and to my surprise, he was there. I called out to him, and he turned to me. The violent one is with you, he said. I got him working with someone else. You're here investigating the deaths, aren't you? I was getting closer to the man. I could pick out his details now. He was normal, with blonde hair and average height, wearing jeans and a blue hoodie. Do you know anything about them? The deaths, I mean, I said. I am the one feeding Dagon. Your friend made a great sacrifice. I was a few feet from him now. Did I hear him right? He was feeding the creature and was calling him Dagon, the fish god. Flamingo, that must have been my friend he was talking about. I had my hand on my revolver now. Goodbye, the man said. Just then I felt something around my ankle. I was being pulled into the lake. I barely had time to take a breath. I fought back against the thing around my ankle. Completely under the water, I could feel the creature enveloping me. Desperately trying to reach for my knife in my belt, I was getting dragged around the bottom of the water and I could tell my arm was bleeding. I could feel the tips of my fingers on the handle of my knife. But once again I was jerked around, moving me away, forcing me to restart the journey to my knife. I got my blade barely. I began stabbing at the tentacles. They let go and I began desperately trying to swim toward the surface. I had no air in my lungs. I was taking in water. Just then another tentacle took me and I had no air to fight back. I thought of Flamingo and how this is what it felt like while he was dying. Light began leaving my eyes, and it wasn't for the angel Trojan I'd be dead. I watched with my final bit of sight as the creature met the blade of the Trojan. I woke up on land to Sim attempting to give me CPR. You can stop now, I said, coughing up water. You're alive, he said. I looked over to see Trojan next to the same creature that had taken me. He had filleted the creature, and inside were the remains of Flamingo and 2 others. I didn't know him well, but someone so experienced getting so easily was scary. I didn't even realize the creature was there until it grabbed me, so I could see how it got him. What I didn't notice though was the part. It was a massive 23 feet at least. Each tentacle was almost 10 feet long. It was brown, matching the color of the lake. It had 6 eyes, and its mouth was right above the tentacles. It looked like a squid somewhat, but had fins as well. Never seen anything like it. We began hearing yelling. "No, how could you kill the Lord like that? You'll be punished severely." The voice was cut off by Trojan, who knocked him out. It was the same man I talked to. We called the organization in to clean up the creature. The man was taken in by the organization, where he was interrogated. He admitted to helping feed, which he called Dagon, but claimed he was being controlled by it. If that's true, then it is a first for me. Sim decided to leave the organization, claiming he wasn't cut out for it. I'm glad he left. I wouldn't want him to end up like me. I did almost die, and that reminded me of my humanity. I can't leave the organization at this point. I spent a large part of my life here, and honestly, I can tell I don't have much time left. The Ash Mountain incident may be the most important event in the organization's history. If you tried to find information on it, you wouldn't be able to find it, at least to the event I'm referring to. When I joined the organization I work for, it was one of many at the time that dealt with the unexplainable. The Ash Mountain incident caused the merging of several of the organizations to create the superpower I now work for. If I were to talk about the entirety of the incident in detail, I could write an entire story about just that. Unfortunately, I was not there for the incident, and was merely sent to deal with the aftermath. However, I can give a brief overview of the incident. The Ash Mountain Incident. February 1st, 2014, 3:17 a.m. An unknown entity arrives through a hole producing a dark gray smoke in unnamed national park, and is spotted by a fire tower ranger. The ranger radios to another tower, and both check on the smoke. Upon arriving, they are faced with the creature. Upon making contact, one ranger solidifies into a gray statue. The second ranger touches the first, causing him to turn into an ash cloud. Ranger retreats, calling for local law enforcement. In the meantime, the creature begins making its way toward a nearby campground. One by one, it begins turning people into ash statues. When local law enforcement arrived, the creature already turned 31 people into statues. Law enforcement engages the creature. It turns 5 officers before it's injured and pushed into a nearby fallout shelter where it remains. You just read the basic case info that anyone joining the organization can access, but the paragraph doesn't prepare you for what the place looks like. In the following days, several organizations entered the fallout shelter to go after the creature. 11 days after the incident, I was sent in. I wasn't alone. I was sent with 2 other agents, Trojan and Wolf. Trojan was already a level 1 field agent. Wolf was level 3, and I was still level 4. We were next up on the list to go after the creature, and to prove our organization was on top. We arrived near the entrance of the fallout shelter. The people weren't the only things that were ash. Trees, flowers, grass, anything living around the area had been turned into an ash statue, like a raging forest fire had moved through the area. We made our way towards the bunker entrance. It was a large metal hatch on the ground. Looks like a cellar. Are we sure it's a fallout shelter? Wolf said. We lifted the hatch. After you, pretty lady, Trojan said. Ha ha, you're so funny, I said, heading down the ladder below the hatch. When I reached the bottom, I yelled, I don't see anything. My sentence was cut off by the hatch slamming. I flipped on my flashlight and began scanning around me, the light scanning over the multiple ash statues of people. Alright, open up. I looked up only to see the ceiling was much shorter than it should have been, and the hatch was gone. I was alone amongst the ash statue.
I was sure that I would be the next to grace them. I was shocked by the amount of people down here. These were all members of organizations similar to what I worked for. They were all experienced in this field, yet they all were caught and killed by this creature. What scared me was their faces, the pure look of agony upon them. I could tell their death was painful, and the way they died froze that look into place. You could still smell the burnt skin and hair. I found myself needing clarification with the fallout shelter itself. It was an older design, like something from the 50s. I wondered why it was so far out in the woods. The nearest town was more than 45 minutes away, a rich family-owned part of the mountain, and had for some time. Way back before the 50s, they built it. The layout didn't make sense. Most fallout shelters aren't entire facilities underground, but that's what this was, a facility. The long hallways were still powered by the faint light of dying light bulbs, like the place had been somewhat maintained, even though the cobwebs and dirt signs of life remained. One room I came across had a makeshift living space, a bed made of cardboard, a lantern, blankets, old food, and water. Someone was living down here. Something other than the ash entity. Whoever it was, most likely taken by the entity. Just another statue among the rows of others. The whole place seemed like something you'd dream about, like a maze. Hallways lead to nowhere, rooms that seem pointless and constantly ongoing. Between the dim light bulbs and my flashlight, I had a decent amount of light, a welcome change to most of the cases I had been on. Of course, that didn't last long. Suddenly my flashlight went out. The light bulbs followed soon after. Now I was in complete darkness. Darkness can do a lot to the human brain. When you are in complete darkness, your body has no concept of time. In my head, hours passed, but I couldn't tell you how long I was down there. On top of that, it's not uncommon for governments to use it as a torture technique. When your brain has no sense of what it's seeing, it causes it to fill in the blanks. Isolation causes you to hallucinate. You add the two together, and you get a real bad time. Soon my head started playing tricks on me, and suddenly I could feel things moving around me. I tried talking myself out of it, telling myself there wasn't anything there. But the problem was something was down here with me. Something had to take the lights out in the first place. I had 36 bullets on me, and 6 more in the gun. I could use that light to give a brief view of the room, but that came with risk. Not much ammo, and I could easily hit something, and the bullet could ricochet. I weighed it, but the risk was worth it. I decided to shoot down the way I thought I came from. One shot gone, giving me such a brief glimpse of light, but it was enough to see the ash demon 20 feet away. I didn't know how quick it was or how easily it could kill me. It waited this long to attack me, so something was stopping it. During the initial fights with police, it was rumored it was injured, and that's why it made its way to the shelter. Not many creatures you meet in this career fear firearms, but this one did, and that was the only advantage I had. I shot one more time where the creature had been seen. Just like I thought, it was scared of the gun. It retreated further into the darkness. The lights came back on once it was gone, leading to the theory it was the one controlling the lights. With the lights back on, I reloaded my revolver and went back to freely roaming the facility. I'd been counting the ash statues. 112 people dead. We were all sent in with barely any information, sent to die from the higher-ups. But the naive me didn't think that he was to focus on killing the creature for the glory of the organization. If I could go back now, I'd slap that kid and tell him to move on with his life, and that this wasn't his calling. But no, I'm that kid,
and I gotta live with my choices. 112 naive kids in there, and only through a miracle that I wasn't 113. I saw it again staring at me from just beyond the light of the room. It didn't take out the lights this time. I watched it figure out what it was taking. I couldn't make out the details besides what I had seen from the flash of the firearm earlier. Looked just like the ash statues around me, but it was gray instead of black. I aimed the revolver at it and shot, missing. It came at me dulling, but not taking out the lights. I choose not to fight, but to run. Every once in a while I look back and shoot at it. It was quick, but I had the speed advantage. I was going further into the facility. I turned a corner, tripped over a statue. It exploded into ash, and I was on the ground. It came at me. I shot it and hit its stomach. It was hurt, but knocked the gun out of my hand. I was hopeless, and just then the hatch opened above me. I hadn't even realized I'd made it back to the entrance. The ash demon began to burn and burst into its ash cloud. It died that easily. The light was what hurt, and I realized why it cut the lights in the first place. It didn't come in here 'cause it was hurt, just 'cause it was dark. I looked up to see Trojan and Wolf. I was covered in ash. "Did you kill it?" Wolf said. "Kinda." They took me out of there. I couldn't wait to shower and get all the ash off of me. Trojan stopped, though, to get me something to eat. I was down there for 3 hours, so he figured I must be hungry. He handed me some cheese fries. When I looked down at them, some ash fell from my hair right into it. Then, looking at the black dust, I couldn't figure out if it was human or the creature. "I don't think I'm hungry," I said, looking at my food. Trojan looked at it too. "What, you scared of some pepper?" Wolf said, trying to make a joke out of it. Trojan liked the joke, and for the rest of the ride, they began calling me Pepper. Guess the name just stuck. I hate that name. Hello. I'll keep this part swift. Unfortunately, I am not the man you know as Pepper. If you have read the previous parts, you have at least heard of me. People call me Mouse. But I'm not here to tell you my story. I won't keep you in the dark. Pepper is dead. I wish I could say he got out, that he went on to have a normal life and he was no longer haunted by his work. But no, he died how he lived, buried in his work. I'm loyal to the organization I work for, and I will be to the end. So loyal that I thought about not putting this out, and even after deciding I would not use my code name. But I guess in the end, I was more loyal to my friend. Pepper kept notes of all his cases. Some of the stories you read were straight out of his journal, and I'm almost surprised that he didn't make the stories as long as they are in his journal. But I understand why he didn't. This one's gonna be longer than the rest. This one comes straight out of his journal. It's his final case that got him in the end. It was an honor to be a part of. Pepper's journal. Only a couple days have passed since the last case. The organization already called me in for another one. This one was different. I walked into the same meeting I'd been in so many times before, ready to be sent on another near-death experience. Before getting my case report, I was handed something else. The director slid me a little gift box. I was confused. Was it my birthday or anniversary? I don't keep track of that stuff anymore. I opened it and was shocked. "Congratulations, Pepper," the director said. "I never thought I'd live to see this day," I said. It was a badge similar to the one I always kept on me, but with one key difference. This one said Level 1 Field Agent. That made me one of 4 agents in the organization with that rank. With that, I was given a case file. It was another unusual one I was leading. Not the first one I've led, but this one allowed me to choose 2 agents of any rank to come join me. Of course, I chose Trojan. He was the #1 agent in the organization, and one of the few I knew I could trust. For the other one, I wanted Mouse with me. Even with his lack of arm and eye, he was still one of the smartest guys I knew. Through experience, I've noticed something. It doesn't matter if you are Christian, or if you are a Buddhist, or if you follow Norse mythology in some capacity, they are all right. That even includes the demonic. You may think that's a little silly, but I've seen demons and I've killed them. But the problem with fighting them is if you do not believe that a cross will kill them, then it won't. That's the struggle of making yourself believe. You might think that after doing it once, you will be fine to do it again, but it's not that simple. Demons are the easiest things to identify for organizations. Unlike everything else, we deal with the purely in it for the sport to make you feel pain. So when the case file said most likely a demonic force, I got ready to fight a demon. Guns, knives, and explosives are all useless. Just like that, I stood in front of the site with both Mouse and Trojan. We all had nothing but a cross in our hands. I never believed in religion, until I got this job, Mouse said. I don't think there are biblical demons, more like a monster that was born from the idea we have of demons, Trojan replied. Looking at him, you'd think he was nothing but a meathead, but he was often very insightful. So you don't believe in the afterlife? Mouse asked. I'd rather there not be one, Trojan said. The site was a mansion, a modern one. Some rich guy lived there at some point, but he's been missing for some time. His disappearance was investigated by local authorities who were attacked. There was only one survivor. He described what they were fighting as a humanoid, constantly shifting his form. Bullets didn't do anything to it. They could move the room around them. It constantly changed the layout of the mansion like it was trying to keep them stuck there. We opened the door and the mansion was beautiful. Marbled floors, several large glass windows couldn't be seen through, and a large, gorgeous chandelier. We keep together, we split. It kills us all. I say. You act like we ain't ever killed a demon, Trojan replies. Doesn't matter. This one feels different. Lead the way, Mouse says. I take a marker and begin marking the room we go through as we wander the mansion. This paid off. I saw one of the mini marks I put on the next rows we went in. We were traveling in a straight line through the room, although we'd come back to the room we'd been in. I then traveled backward into the room we had just come from. It was different. It was already shifting rooms and we hadn't seen it yet, but this proved it had limits. It couldn't add new rooms, just rearrange what was already there. Journal end. At this point, Pepper stopped writing. He was always putting down notes in his journal. He wrote everything down. I asked him once why he did it. Why did he have to document everything? He said someday someone's gonna read it, and maybe my experience can save them. That's the man he was, always thinking of others. It was unusual that he stopped writing. I guess he knew what was coming. From this point on, the events of the day are from my point of view. I had come to the same conclusion that it was in the room with us, and before we could figure out what it could be, I watched as Trojan, no, his real name was Michael Avernatch. I watched as the strongest man I have ever met, the man that seemed unkillable, was punctured through the chest, right through his heart. And if there was a God, he blessed that man, 'cause not even that could bring him down. He swiped around, pulling the cross from his belt. The end of it was pointed. He shoved it down at the demon. It dodged back, placing itself into the next room. Demons aren't what you think they are. The red humanoid isn't accurate. They're more of a shifting mass of gray goo that can change its shape. This one hid in the shadows of the curtain, perfectly forming in the shape of the shadow. You alright? Pepper asked Trojan. I've had worse, he replied. At first, I thought the wound had hit his heart, but it narrowly missed. It didn't seem to affect, even as blood poured down his chest. He stood there as if nothing had happened. We went in the direction after it. I've never seen that before, Pepper said. Seen what? I asked. A demon like that. They're smart, but not so smart as to shape themselves into a shadow. This one is far beyond anything I've dealt, Pepper said. On top of that, they're not ambush predators. Those things feed on fear, Trojan replied. I'll admit it, in my career I've never met or dealt with a demon, so I'm not very knowledgeable on what they're like, but I got what they're saying. It's not a demon, is it? I said. They didn't answer, but the silence was enough for me. It meant we were even more underpowered than we thought. The one weapon we thought we had, the cross, was useless and was just a knife. It can shift form, it can control the area around us, and its look can be mistaken for what we know as a demon. That left me with one other theory. It's a copy, I said. Copies are monsters that are ambush predators, and they are devilishly smart. They have a unique trait in that they can take the form of any non-living thing, but can take the form of living things if one condition is met. They have to eat whatever creature they are mimicking. But from there, they can make the noise, they have the looks, and can even take on the memories of the creature they ate. If I ate a demon, it would solve every question but one. How is it shifting the building? Pepper said. My theory didn't account for that, but at the same time, copies aren't necessarily strong creatures, especially compared to demons. A few bullets should take them down, but the police officer said guns were useless. Demons are otherworldly. You think a copy eating one could change its biology, Trojan said. We have no way of killing it. We need to attempt to leave, Pepper said. No, I got a way to kill it, Trojan responded. Pepper looked down like he knew exactly what he meant, but despite my prodding, neither would tell me. We came across it again in the same room where the mansion began with the beautiful chandelier. It was in its normal form now, what you'd expect a copy to look like. A skinless man running on all fours. When they were in this form, they were much stronger and faster. Trojan squared it up, but instead of fighting, he stood there and let it take him, giving both of us a smile as he did so. The way I wish I could explain how it unhinged its jaws and swallowed him whole. I'd worked with him a few times, and Trojan was always one to fight. He was unnaturally strong and durable. He could take a hit no man could. He gave up. I stood there terrified. No, he gave us a fighting chance, Pepper said. I didn't understand at the time what that meant. It was only after the case was over that I was able to look into Trojan's file. It made sense where his unnatural abilities came from. He was born into a cult that worshipped a large fly-like being they called the One. When he turned 18, he was given as sacrifice to this creature, but instead of willingly dying to it, he chooses to fight. During the fight, he managed to kill it, and the creature's blood mutated his DNA, giving him his intense strength and durability, and his blood. That any time an unexplainable creature took from his blood, they were severely weakened. Pepper never told me this, but it's clear to me how he knew. Just in case you're wondering, after Trojan left the cave of the creatures, he turned on the cult and killed them all. Sometime later, he was found by the organization. His blood was potent. Shortly after he was gone, the creature began to writhe in pain. Pepper took no time to let it recover, charging at it with his crucifix blade. Before he had reached it, the creature shifted the room. Suddenly we were falling toward the ceiling. I landed inches from the chandelier glass, shattered, and I fell among it. It cut into my good arm, making my body even more useless than it already was. At that moment, I thought, why? I don't know why Pepper brought me. There was better options than me. I tried pressing my feet, but the damage to my body was too much. I was losing a lot of blood. Focused on attempting to stop the more dangerous holes, I looked over to see Pepper. More cut than I, but he wasn't deterred. He held a piece of the shattered chandelier. The copy was much more weakened than I previously thought. He fell to the ceiling with us and was cut by the shattered glass of the chandelier, but it wasn't moving. Pepper took the glass, standing over it. He stabbed the glass straight into the creature's head. Just at that moment, the glass met with the head of the copy. It turned its hand into the same blade that stabbed Trojan, but unlike Trojan, it didn't miss the heart. It all happened in a second as both of them stabbed each other. Unable to move my legs, I crawled to him, desperately clinging to the hope I could save my friend. He fell to his back. I made it to him. I took my phone, calling for backup, telling him it will be okay. Someone was gonna save him. He grabbed my hand and stared at me, and at that moment I knew he didn't want to be saved. I tried to hold back tears as he told me, "Don't worry, I got some people waiting for me." At that moment, Ken Dean Olson, otherwise known as Pepper, was dead. I wouldn't bother trying to figure out anything about him. As far as I can tell, the organization already scrubbed him from all records. A ceremony was held for him and Trojan, and it was a lot for everyone who knew them. Demons are the easiest thing to identify for organizations. Unlike everything else, we deal with them purely in it for the sport, to make you feel pain. So when the case file said it was most likely a demon force, I got ready to fight a demon. Guns, knives, and explosives are all useless. Just like that, I stood in front of the site with both Mouse and Trojan. We all had nothing but a cross in our hands. And his friend, once again. The branches crawled up to the heavens, folding over one another, blocking any sunlight from reaching the ground. It was oddly quiet, save for the commotion of my friends, as the common squawks of birds and the occasional rustling of leaves caused by mammals were nowhere to be found. As Max and I were draping the tarp over the tent, Sarah was setting up the chairs, which now circled the pre-made campfire. Penny, meanwhile, sat on a bench, her face shoved into a generic fantasy novel. The three of us exchanged a glance, watching the blonde's lips subtly open and close as she read along the page. She was so engrossed in the book that she didn't notice Sarah slithering behind her. She grasped Penny's shoulders, causing her to flinch and let out a squeak. She dropped the book, which landed unceremoniously in the dirt, before turning around and glaring at the perpetrator. "Don't give me that look," Sarah chuckled, raising her hands defensively. "You're in a camp with all of your friends, and the best thing you can think of doing is reading a book? Penny, no offense, but that's lame." Penny, who was already fidgeting under the gaze of the group, began wringing her hands together, biting her lip. She turned away, refusing to make eye contact. "I didn't want to come here anyway," she murmured under her breath, her attempts to hide her frustrations less than successful. I let out a sigh, leaning on the opposite side of the bench from her. She immediately tilted her head up, teal eyes piercing through my gaze. "Alright, listen. How does this sound? You can decide what we do today." She perked up at that, though her expression was still laced with uncertainty. "Really?" Her voice teetered between excitement and skepticism. "Yeah, really," Max ushered, trying to give me a look that told me to reconsider my tactic. I simply shook my head, silently telling him I knew what I was doing. He rolled his eyes but yielded, crossing his arms. Well, I guess I've always wanted to see you guys hunt. She trailed off, her nails swiping at the bits of dead skin hanging off her fingers. Sarah's face twisted in confusion, tilting her head to the side. Hunt? Like hunting deer or something? Yeah, or rabbits. Anything, I guess. Max laughed at the suggestion. Well, we'd have to leave camp for that. Are you sure that's what you want to do? You can't just give up halfway because you're too scared. Penny's face flushed, her hands collapsing in on themselves. No, I won't back out. I want to see, she muttered, her voice a candle's flame compared to the forest fire that was Max's. It looked like she was regretting her choice, but didn't want to prove Max right by getting cold feet all of a sudden. Sarah, eyebrows furrowed, opened her mouth to question Penny's decision, only to be cut off by a thunderous clap. All right, well, you heard the boss, Max scoffed, rummaging in the car and producing 2 hunting rifles, one of which he passed to me. Even after how many times I've used it, I still couldn't get over how heavy it was. Its weight dragged me down with it, and I just barely caught myself before it could escape my grasp. Just so you're aware, I began, propping the firearm against a nearby tree as I grabbed my backpack. These are pretty loud, so you're gonna want to stay back. They might damage your ears if you're not careful. Not to mention, hunting takes a really long time. With how quiet it is, I'm not even sure we're gonna see an animal. Oh, and also... Okay, we get it, Johnny boy, Max interjected, his tone oozing with sarcasm. Penny's a frail, fragile flower. We'll make sure no deadly rabbit starts, I don't know, gently gnawing on her. Penny's face lit up in hot red. Sarah's giggling, hiding the girl's mumble of a response. Let the boys have this one, Sarah attempted to whisper, though her words still reached the 2 of us. It's the only thing they're good at. I rolled my eyes, slinging the pack onto my back before following Max's steps. That so? And I'm sure you can handle yourselves, so I'll be going without. Before I could finish, Penny's shuffling footsteps already reached behind me, her body centimeters away from mine. I could practically hear Sarah's eyes rolling as she awkwardly jogged to catch up with us. It was weird. The woods were usually filled with noise, birds squawking, branches swaying in the wind, and the occasional scurrying of rodents. So when the only sound consisted of dry leaves crumbling beneath our feet, the grip my fingers had on the gun tightened. Sarah attempted to fill the void with snide remarks, only to be silenced by, much to our surprise, Max. Each hush left her even more flustered, clearly frustrated with having the resident joker taking her role of the responsible one. I thought that this was all in my head, that my paranoia was causing inconsequential details to appear unnatural. That wasn't until I took a look at Penny. Her eyes, the same hue as the sky above, constantly darted to every corner of the forest. Her body seemed to slouch more and more every time, wrapping her arms around herself to block off any attacker. It was hard to tell if this was just how she usually acted, or if she too felt the urge to check behind her every now and then. I slowed my pace, allowing her smaller strides to keep up with mine. Hey Penny, I greeted, causing her to look up at me with a start. Her wide eyes seemed to have trouble focusing on anything. I know Max's comment probably made you feel a little self-conscious, but he's just like that. I promise, if you really want to go back, none of us will judge you. Well, besides Max, but again, she didn't respond, so I pressed on. Do you want to go back? Be honest, alright? She took a moment to mull over the offer before shaking her head. No. Making Max wrong is worth staying. I can handle myself. Despite uncertainty lingering in her words, stubbornness overshadowed it. You know, not in a million years would I have expected your first choice for what you wanted to do to be hunting. I mean, no offense or whatever, but I always thought you were squeamish. She laughed, her hands fidgeting with the straps of her bag. No, I'm, a big fan of biology. I've seen way worse things in documentaries than a dead deer. Though, I am a little afraid. To see one in person, at least. You're the expert. What should I expect? I smiled, rubbing the back of my neck sheepishly. Honestly, not much. Hunting's a lot of waiting around. Like I said, we're probably not going to see any... Max's voice rang out across the barren forest and, on instinct, I readied the firearm. There's a wolf. It's... His voice trailed off. The fear that was once hunting his words, morphing into confusion. What the hell? Is it dead? I motioned for Penny to stay as I approached the carcass, keeping my gun aimed at it just in case. As I neared where Max stood, the reason for his bewilderment became apparent. The corpse, the body of a young wolf, lay just a few meters away. With how its state was almost perfect, I didn't put it past him to assume it was simply sleeping. However, once I walked around it, the chunk of flesh forced out of its throat proved that assumption was false. I winced, not because of the fact I had seen the carcass. I've witnessed animals in much worse states, some caused by my hands. No, it wasn't the sight that unsettled me. It was the fact that it was done to a wolf. If it was a deer or a rabbit, sure, I wouldn't question it. But what would take a bite out of a wolf? The potential answers to that question made me shiver, and I stood up, deciding that this wasn't safe anymore. However, before I could turn to the group and announce it, Penny brushed past me and kneeled next to the animal, studying its wound. Guys, she murmured, reaching her hand just close enough so that they weren't touching the matted tufts of fur jutting out of the sopping wound. This bite, I don't know how to say it. It just looks weird. It's sloppy. The flesh is all stringy like whatever took the bite had to pull just to tear the flesh off. She pulled her hands away, wiping it on the grass next to her despite no physical contact being made. The bite marks look too small. Too, like, a house dog or something. A dog, Penny? Really? Sarah's sudden aggression surprised the rest of us, and even she seemed to be taken aback by it. Her nails dug into her skin, a flash of fear overtaking her, who was always the most sound of mind. Do you realize how dumb that sounds? It's probably a wolf or something. Her explanation fell flat. Penny's analysis poking holes in her logic not but a few seconds ago. What? Why are you freaking out? Do you not think we were gonna see a dead animal? Max's attempt at reassuring her was not as successful as he'd hoped. In fact, it only caused her agitation to spike, her words coming out with uncharacteristic venom. The two's conversation barely lasted before Penny's meek voice cut through the argument. It doesn't have teeth. The statement, as if it were a sentence from a different language, was met with silence. Sarah's already light face now grew as pale as snow, lower lips barely trembling as she fought back the urge to let her fear show. They're gone. Well? Max scratched the back of his neck, dark eyes glaring through the carcass in an attempt to make sense of the situation. Maybe a native did it. We're close to some native villages, and they've got those rituals, right? Jesus Christ, Max. Sarah's form now seemed to be quivering, the lightest of touches enough to set her off. Her eyes avoided the wolf with conspicuous intent, clearly attempting to direct her sudden burst of fear toward a different emotion. "You can't say stuff like that." "Hey," my voice felt foreign, as it was the three who were carrying the majority of the conversation. "Sarah, you're right, but let's not turn this into an argument. I'm sure all of us are on edge, so why don't we call it a day and head back?" "Like hell," he scoffed, arms crossing over one another. "A wolf got into a fight or whatever. It gets some weird injuries and dies. The end. So what? Missing teeth, a massive chunk of its throat gone, and a bite pattern that's apparently similar to a house dog's?" I shot back, puffing my chest out in an attempt to at least level the playing field out with Max's tall stature, to little success. "You don't see anything wrong with that?" "I'm just as disappointed as you, man, but I don't want to risk getting mauled over some hunting." His eyes lit up with a fire that indicated this conversation would go nowhere, but the flame was swiftly put out as he sighed. "Fine." His features softened, guilt etching itself onto his face. "Hey, look, I'm sorry, alright? I didn't mean to be like that. Let's just head back." I felt my shoulders sag, the potential fight draining me more than I'd care to admit. "It's all good." I patted his shoulder, a gesture he physically cringed at. This was a bad spot to camp anyway. We should have just gone to a public one, where we didn't have to worry about any predators. "Speak for yourselves." Sarah's usual snark finally returned, if a little forced. "I actually agreed to come camping because I wanted to be mangled by a bear." Max rolled his eyes, though a subtle chuckle still escaped his lips. My attention returned to the crouching girl, her fingers still tracing the edges of the fatal wound. "Penny?" No response. She seemed to be completely engrossed in the carcass, teal irises practically piercing through the chunks of muscle and flesh. Only when my fingers made contact with her shoulder did she jolt her head up, narrowly missing my chin. "We're gonna head out, so if you want to stop probing that dead animal, now would be great." A shade of pink splashed across her face as she rose, dusting her hands off. Before she could even finish muttering her apology, Max stopped once again, bringing forth a groan of irritation from Sarah's lips. "What now?" she hissed, to which Max simply raised a finger to his lips. My heart lurched, expecting to see another carcass, or worse, the cause of the previous one, but as his lips stretched into that grin I knew so much, I wasn't sure if I should have been relieved or even more worried. "There's a deer, right there." He pointed, and sure enough, with its back facing us, stood a young buck. Its coat was a soft brown, the occasional splotch of white speckling its hind legs. Its head was buried in the foliage, munching away at the leaves and shrubbery. As my eyes flicked between the animal and Max, I noticed him already beginning to aim. Like reading my mind, he held a hand up, stopping me from going on another tangent. "It's not moving. I have a clear shot. The noise is gonna scare whatever animal or monster you guys think is out here, so let me get the shot off before you start complaining." I knew better than to attempt to wrangle the rifle out of his arms, so I instead looked toward Penny. "Well, guess you got your wish," I joked, her expression immediately twisting into regret. But really, you should close your ears. It's going to be really loud." She nodded hesitantly, bringing her palms up and tightening them against her ears. Sarah, rolling her eyes at the display, opted to plug them with the tips of her fingers. She leaned in my direction, her voice barely below a shout as she tried to compensate for the soon-to-be ringing. "Are you going to cover your ears, Or do you want to impress her that bad? Instead of entertaining her jab, I slowly pushed my hand closer to her sides, knowing she wouldn't be able to block it without sacrificing her hearing. Hey, I'm sorry, jeez. She shuffled away, opting to shove her fingers back into her ears. Max's finger curled around the trigger, the firearm readying itself for the impending shot, before the percussion of gunfire shook the ground beneath me. A lack of panicked birds fleeing from their homes would have unnerved me, if not for the sight of the deer. Though I was sure Max got a clean shot through its skull, the animal remained standing, its only movement consisting of its jaw clamping down harder on the vegetation. Max leaned back, the rifle now aimed at the ground. Once steely eyes were now wide with confusion, dark eyebrows knitted in frustration. He muttered something under his breath, either a curse or a question. Sarah, who had been plugging her ears with a smirk, now let her arms drop to her sides. The fear I saw earlier returned in full force, her previously pale face now a ghostly white. Did you miss? She squeaked before clearing her throat and repeating the question in a more confident volume. I thought I landed the shot. He replied, voice trailing uncharacteristically low. It only became apparent just how silent it was when the eventual ringing faded, leaving nothing in its wake. Not even the sound of my breathing could fill the suffocating void. Why isn't it running? The question shared by the group only left one mouth, Penny's, as Max and Sarah remained speechless, anxiously waiting for someone to answer. I didn't have enough time to alert the others as I saw Max's shaking finger tighten around the trigger once again. This time, when the shot rang out, a burst of blood burst from the other side. The bullet tore straight through the skull of the animal, allowing me to see the greenery on the other side, and yet it still stood. No, even worse. It was moving. The deer's head lifted, rusty marionette strings forcing its mouth away from the vegetation. Mechanically and with little motor control, its body turned. One foot stumbled over another, causing it to trip over itself, and I could hear Sarah let out the breath she held since Max first pulled the trigger. Her relief was short-lived as the herbivore caught itself, the sudden halt in movement causing a chunk of something to spill from somewhere within its throat. As its face came into view, Penny gagged, hand clasping over her mouth. Its left eye, once full of life, retained not a single trace of color. A gray, lifeless orb bulged out from sunken sockets, tendrils of red snaking from the ends of its pupil. Its right eye, however, was no longer there. Viscera shot out from the hole where its eye once was, brain matter oozing out like honey. Its neck could barely keep its head up. The skull limped despite the deer's attempts to keep its eye on us. All of that would have been enough to make my legs give out and for me to run screaming. But what truly did it was the fact that instead of rows of flat, dull teeth, monstrous fangs lined its rotten gums. Like the blades of a bear trap, they gnashed together, so large and out of place that it forced its mouth to remain open in a permanent, savage gape. Tufts of black fur jutted out from between each overlapping tooth, the strands swaying in the wind ominously, the same color as the wolf's fur. Max immediately unloaded the clip into it, uncaring what the string of percussion might do to us. Each destructive explosion caused my ears further harm, my hands doing little to block out the noise. Sarah had already fled from the scene before the rifle could finish its barrage. It continued stumbling to us, each bullet taking a chunk of bone and flesh from its face, but doing nothing to slow its advancements. Feet held by nothing but sinew and tendons dragged across the dirt, the clicking of its hooves reverberating through my ears. Max, realizing the futility of his actions, tossed the firearm at the beast, barely phasing it, before finally turning tail and following Sarah. Penny, seemingly paralyzed, watched the monstrosity approach us even closer, her nails digging so far into her skin that it began to bleed. Teal eyes suddenly flicked to me once my fingers wrapped around her wrist, breaking her out of her trance. I tugged, sending her forward. Her legs attempted to keep up with mine but failed, resulting in her white tennis shoes scraping across the muddy ground. The disjointed gallop that followed our every step gradually sped up, the beast seemingly gaining stamina the longer it chased us. I spared a glance behind me, Penny's haunted face filling my vision. The deer's teeth snapped shut with an audible click, its distended neck pushing out in an attempt to reach us. Just before we managed to reach the campsite, Penny's scream rang out, and I watched as the deer slammed its teeth down onto her leg. Blood shot out of the wound like a water balloon popping. The sudden halt of speed caused my body to lurch onto my back. I watched as its mouth opened to slam its jaw shut again, the angle of the bite unable to make a clean break. Before the blades could clamp onto her flesh, I reeled the butt of the rifle back and thrust it forward, smashing it into the animal's skull. Its teeth detached from her skin, and Penny, who had already risen to her feet, began limping after Sarah and Max. Before it could recover from the blow, I once again slammed the rifle into its head, this time breaking the skin and sending bits of skull scattering. The deer crumpled to the ground, twitching violently as if attempting to force itself to get up. However, I stuck the barrel of the rifle into the soft entrance I managed to cave way into before firing once, twice, thrice, until all the firearm produced was a pathetic click. Its writhing ceased, smoke exiting the wound as various exit shows littered its body. I scrambled back, turning to see the others stopped in their tracks, staring at me with an expression that I couldn't place. Only when I joined them by their side was Max able to break the silence. "What was that?" he demanded. His voice cracked under the stress. I could barely formulate a sentence, the sentiment ringing true for the others. "We have to get her to the hospital," I breathed, dragging the base of the rifle along the dirt, attempting to clean off the bits of brain. "That thing could have been rabid. We can't risk anything. It could have already gotten in her bloodstream, or..." My words died out, causing silence to fill the air once more. I placed my hands on my knees, letting out a shaky sigh. "Can someone drive?" "Too dangerous." Sarah winced, looking up as the sun's rays, which were already muted as a result of the branches overhead, dissipated to nothingness. "There's at least a mile of nothing but trees from here before we get to the main road. We'd crash before anything could happen to Penny." "Okay. Does anybody know first aid?" Sarah gingerly raised her hand, which I nodded at. "Okay, get her to the car and patch her up. Penny, if you feel anything change, and I mean anything, tell us, alright? We're gonna stay for the night, but if you so much as feel uncomfortable, we're out of here." She nodded, her eyes refusing to leave the shallow wound left by the deer. Upon arriving at the campsite, Sarah and Penny both immediately sat down, with the former grabbing the medical kit from the tent. I turned to Max, who was kneeling over the campfire and attempting, albeit failing, to light the pile of twigs. "What was that?" My voice trailed off as Max shook his head, refusing to meet my gaze. "Don't ask." His head shot up, his glare causing me to stumble back a few steps. "The less we have to think about it, the less we're gonna have a problem. We just need to get her to a hospital, and then we can forget this ever happened." "Max, drop it." His shout rang out any argument I had, his voice reaching the two. Penny's wide eyes were directed at Max, making frequent stops to mine. Her expressions were akin to a patient awaiting bad news, fear interlacing her teal irises. Sarah gave Max a silent warning, to which his shoulders dropped. "Just drop it, man, please." I nodded silently, turning my attention to the makeshift first aid Sarah was providing Penny. "How are you?" Penny's head suddenly jolted up, a movement that never failed to startle me. It didn't help that my paranoia was already at its maximum, causing my muscles to tense. As brown met a familiar shade of teal, I allowed myself to relax. "How are you holding up?" I continued once I realized Penny wasn't going to respond. She barely nodded her head, her eyes growing distant a few moments later. Her eyelids fluttered, attempting to concentrate on staying open. Sarah seemed to notice this, as the back of her hand lifted to touch Penny's forehead. "Not that bad, all things considered. I thought you were burning up, but you just seem tired," she concluded. Penny barely acknowledging her comment, with a sigh, Sarah gently brought Penny's head down to her lap, fingers interlacing with Penny's blonde locks. "We should head to bed now. I think she's had enough excitement for one day." "That's probably for the best," I agreed. Noticing that the source of light was now reduced to the dying embers Max attempted to ignite. "Me and Max will take turns keeping watch. We'll wake you guys up the moment there's any sun so we can get Penny to a hospital." Sarah hummed in approval, gently tapping Penny's cheek, whispering something that caused the blonde's form to rise. She was practically dragged to the tent by Sarah, who gave a small wave before disappearing behind the fabric. Max and I stood in silence, neither daring to make the first move. "I'll take the first watch," he muttered, fingers digging into his pockets as he fished out a cigarette. "Least I can do for losing my rifle back there, right? You can sleep now. I got this." His attempt at humor was not that great even by his standards. "Right." Disappointment etched itself onto his face as my lack of reaction caused him to sigh. "If anything happens, please wake me up." He nodded, fighting the cancer stick before collapsing onto a chair, his stare fixated on the tree line. I spared him a final glance before entering the tent, which was situated across the girls' tent, though the inferior of the two. I didn't pay the jutting rocks digging into my skin any mind, though the sense of dread I felt in the forest no longer loomed over the air like a thick smog. That still didn't mean I could ignore the fact that there was something wrong. I was so sure that something was lurking in those woods that upon being awoken by Max, I was half expecting to see his pale face, eyes wide with horror, shaking my shoulders and telling me something terrible had happened. But all I awoke to was his dull expression, eyelids drooping with exhaustion. "Your turn." By the end of his words, he fell onto the sleeping bag, his loud snoring already sounding off before I exited the tent. The fire, which had already been reduced to a few desperate embers, flickered in the wind as the dying flame miserably fought to keep itself alive. I tossed a few logs into it before beginning my first trek around the campfire, my body desperately screaming at me to return to my sleeping bag. However, the encroaching darkness, fought off by only the dying fire and the rare ray of moonlight, was all my brain needed to keep my legs moving and my body upright. Or I hoped it would. By the half-hour mark, the butt of my rifle, which started positioned firmly in my right hand, now dragged across the dry terrain, the imprint of a circle appearing wherever it trailed. Max's shift seemed to be eventless, but never had I expected boredom to so easily replace any remnants of fear. Eventually, my wandering brought me to Sarah's seat, which sat right in front of their tent. I carefully sunk my weight into it, careful not to make too much noise and potentially wake Penny up. It was quiet, far too quiet. Yes, it may have been the dead of night on a day with little wind, but I still found myself yearning for the chirps and trills of distant insects. Irritation was a preferable emotion to isolation, I figured. Each time my head bopped down, eyes threatening to close, a howl of wind would pierce through the silence and jolt me awake. The sun was beginning to rise, making up for the dwindling flames of the campfire, when I was shaken out of my stupor once more, but this time, it wasn't the sound of leaves swaying in the wind, nor was it the snapping of twigs. It was wet. Though barely audible, the crude squelches instantly brought me to my feet as I walked to the side of the tent where Sarah slept. I get that you're hungry, Sarah, but you really shouldn't be up right now, I ushered, my voice careful not to rise too high. Get some sleep, all right? However, the sloshing sound didn't cease. In fact, it only got louder, a faint smack of the lips accompanying it. My heart sank and a sudden wave of fear washed over me. Come on, Sarah. Penny's gonna wake up. Nothing. With an agitated groan, I walked in front of the tent, fingers clamping down on the metallic zipper, giving Sarah one final chance to announce herself. I unzipped the entrance, only for a pungent odor to hit me square in the nose. The moment the scene inside was made visible, my heart lurched forward and bile began rising from my stomach. The lack of light did nothing to hide the obscene amount of crimson splattered against every surface of the tent, the source of both the sound and the smell becoming apparent. Sarah's limp body sprawled out across the inside of the tent, chest caved in, one of her arms having been torn completely off. Tendons and ligaments hung out from the shoulder, bits of skin and muscle still clinging on to the bone. My eyes traveled up, catching sight of golden strands sticking to one another, dried blood causing ropey threads to form. Frail fingers dug into the gaping hole, bringing pieces of flesh into her gnashing maw. Eyes, once mimicking the sky, now glowed a vile yellow, pupils dilating irregularly. My gaze finally descended to where the gauze once sat, where an inflamed yellow wound pulsated. As the realization dawned on me, the form paused, head jolting up like an animal sensing prey, her neck twisted hard enough to tear her head off, exposing rows of crumbling teeth, not at all fit for tearing meat. My heart hammered against my chest at such velocity that I didn't hear the percussion of my rifle, nor the sound of Penny's mangled body landing on the ground, nor Max's heavy footsteps as he approached. By the time the piercing ringing blocking my ears faded, his fist had already connected with my jaw, sending me sprawling to the ground. The impact of the blow didn't hurt as much as the sudden shock, which kept me frozen in place. Max immediately got on top of me, his fingers wrapping around my neck as he continuously applied pressure. I could barely point my finger in the direction of the tent and choke out a few unintelligible syllables, but thankfully he understood what I was implying. The grip around my throat loosened, and he looked toward where my finger was pointed. He yelled, scrambling off of me. His eyes hesitated, unsure what part of the situation warranted his attention the most. Sarah, Penny, John, what did you do? I simply shook my head, my hand rubbing where his fingers once were. I didn't. My words barely passed through the aching in my throat, voice hoarse from Max's assault. Penny, the deer,
It made her like this, Max. I wanted to say more, but as the reality of our situation dawned on us, a sudden crushing weight forced my words to die out. It was too ridiculous. I had already imagined countless scenarios for how we would explain this to the police, and each one was less plausible than the last. A mix of a laugh and a cough escaped my lips, and absurdity of the situation taking away the realization that I had just witnessed my two closest friends die gruesome deaths. Luckily, Max was too busy checking the state of Sarah to pay attention to my hysteria. Otherwise, I wasn't sure if a punch was all I would have received. Oh, God, I wheezed, finally managing the strength to push myself off of the ground. What are we gonna do? Max, who was delicately closing Sarah's eyes, ignored the question, instead directing his attention to Penny's corpse. Its limbs twitched, faint raspy breaths still being drawn despite the hole tearing straight through her skull. We burn it, he concluded, marching over to me and forcing me on my feet. They'll never believe anything we say, so we burn Penny, bury Sarah, and return ignorant. They ended up missing after we left them alone, and we had no idea where they went. Got it? His fingers dug into my skin, shoulder blade shifting painfully. All I could muster was a pathetic nod that could have easily been mistaken for a shiver, the merit of the plan outweighing its morals. I didn't need to look up to realize how out of his element Max was. My shoulders ached not only because of the pressure applied to them, but the constant shifting as a result of his quivering. I'll bring the shovel, I muttered, gently prying Max's fingers off of my shoulders. Once freed, I grabbed the tool from the car, returning to the gruesome scene. Who's dragging Sarah? The words felt heavy on my lips, and the moment they left, a rush of guilt flooded through my veins. How could I talk about her like she was just some thing now? I stared at him expectantly, and he back at me. After a few seconds, he finally sighed, his shoulders slumping. I'll do it. He entered the tent, giving me room to grab Penny's ankle, the one that the wound wasn't located on. Though the feeling of the flesh, soft and pliable, sent my heart racing, I refused to acknowledge it. Max finally exited, Sarah's broken figure dragging along the ground, blood pooling beneath her. The walk through the forest was silent, neither of us daring to utter a single word. A mixture of fatigue from the lack of sleep and the events that transpired caused my vision to blur. The only thing keeping me awake was the feeling of her limb in my hand. I was so caught up in the daze, I didn't notice when Penny's body began to resist, her fingers clawing at the dirt, desperate to break free. I did notice, however, when 5 bony digits wrapped around my ankle, forcing me back to reality. My hands fumbled for the shovel and slammed the sharp tip down, uncaring who or what the source of the appendage was. There was a sickening crack, and a guttural groan escaped Penny's lips. The limb, its state of rot increasing exponentially, was cleaved clean off, dark, cold blood dyeing the dirt, and the shovel an inky black. Her other hand came up without skipping a beat, but by the time the decayed fingers wrapped around my calf, Max was already aiming his rifle. The percussion caused my ears to ring, but the sudden release of weight was worth it. While the idea of burning the body may have seemed barbaric before, I was now more than willing to throw her limp figure into a blazing inferno if it meant not having to see her reanimated corpse move once again. Max, noticing my hesitance to touch Penny's body, once again grabbed her remaining leg. dragging her alongside Sarah. Once we arrived at a far enough clearing, I dug the shovel into the ground and peeled back a layer of earth. The sound of the metal digging into the earth violated the silence that seemed to so desperately cling to this forest. Each shovel took an eternity, the physical labor only heightened by the emotional toll. By the time I had made a shallow hole barely deep enough to cover Sarah, my limbs were beginning to ache. Max, noticing my exhaustion, grabbed a tool out of my hand. He pointed at the pile of dried leaves, sticks, and shrubbery covering Sarah, silently ordering me to gather more. By the time I returned, arms full of foliage, Max had already finished digging Sarah's grave. A makeshift cross made of 2 branches dug into the dirt acted as her headstone. I opened my mouth to tell him that marking her grave would only lead police directly to her body, but he must have already come to the same conclusion as his boot reeled back. The cross burst into various splinters the moment Max's foot connected, scattering across the makeshift headstone. Without a word, he dragged Sarah's corpse into the hole, the body tumbling down, leaving pieces of red mush stuck to the dirt walls. He kicked the dirt in, her form slowly but surely being obscured. Her face, initially stuck in a ghastly expression of agony, was now calm, almost peaceful. "Why?" His voice cracked once he dropped the last bit of dirt, the mound barely standing out amongst the rest of the ground. He waited, and once he realized he wouldn't get an answer, his head turned toward me. The moment our eyes met, I instinctively returned my attention to the pile, where I dropped the bundle of shrubbery I held. "I'm sorry," was all I could mutter before dousing her still convulsing body in gasoline. You didn't deserve this. Neither of you did. I'm so sorry." I threw the empty container aside, taking the box of matches from Max and lighting one. My hands held the small flame over the gas-covered pile, but I couldn't bring myself to drop it. To be the one to take her life was one thing, but this? Burning her corpse until it was nothing but ashes? The fire managed to reach my fingers by the time Max's patience ran thin. He slapped the match out of my hand, the whittled stick falling onto the tower of branches. It took a second for the fire to spread from a twig, then to a leaf, then finally to the gasoline. A blast of white enveloped my eyes as a burst of fire shot up, tongues of flame lapping at each other until all that remained of Penny was ashes. The walk back was just, if not quieter than the walk to, now that the sound of dragging corpses was absent. I stole a glance at Max, the usually tall and proud figure now bent over, shoulders sinking and his gaze permanently fixated on the dirt. "Sarah," his voice cracked, the mere mention of her name threatening to tear down his walls. Sarah and Penny's families are gonna blame us, but we can't say anything. I know it sounds cruel, but we don't have any other choice. If we tell the truth, Penny's body is gonna be investigated. Sarah's grave will be found and we'll be taken in. We didn't do anything wrong, John. We didn't deserve to have our lives ruined because of that thing, okay?" Though it was a question, I knew better than to respond with anything but a nod. We packed our things up as if nothing had happened until my eyes landed on the second tent. Now, with faint rays of sun illuminating our surroundings, it became apparent just how much blood Sarah had lost. Crimson speckled every fiber of the tent, bits of muscle still attached to the material, though the vile stench emanating from the tent filled the air like smog. We still had to take it with us to hide any evidence. Once I finally entered the old, beaten-down vehicle, I rested my forehead against the steering wheel, attempting to collect myself before starting the engine.
Max sat down next to me, slamming the door shut. His gaze was fixated upon the mirror, his face twisted in monotony, his constant blinks undoubtedly to make sure that what happened wasn't some fever dream. "John," he mumbled. The glazed look left his eye and returned to mine. "Drive." I nodded, twisting the key in the ignition. The engine coughed to life, only for the gas to sputter out and end in a chilling silence. I twisted the keys once again, and more gas was pushed through the pipes, only for the same result. Max's lips curled into a scowl, and he snatched the keys out of my hands, repeating the action. However, the outcome was much the same. I knew one day I would have to tell this story. It took me a year to finally sit down and do it. I've been told that doing this could help me move on, but that's not what this is for. I don't expect to move on. The girl in 402 will always be with me. I'm telling this story simply because I have to. I lived there for 2 years. It was a tiny little unit tucked away on the very right of the 4th floor. Bachelor is almost generous. It was the kind of dingy place that never looks bright no matter how many lights you have on, but I liked it. I'm good with a small space. I enjoy not having that much to take care of. I could do without the bug problems, the leaks, the electrical problems, and the rotten smells that just sort of happen. But it is what it is. There was a level of comfort as well to living on the 4th floor. Nobody robs a random 4th floor apartment unit. Nobody can peek into your window. It's unlikely to get shot at. Yeah, I lived in one of those kinds of cities. You didn't walk around at night if you could help it. You just didn't. I got accustomed to noise there. The cars, the sirens, the dogs barking, the shouting, the occasional echoing pop of a gunshot. It all becomes a whirling auditory soup. I learned to tune it out fairly quickly. In fact, I learned to tune out a lot of things. I was in one of those periods of life that I think some people call the grind, but really it's more like being beaten into submission. Working to live, living to work, not living at all, just continuing to exist. All of this to say I wasn't very perceptive or sociable at this time. I was sleepwalking and daydreaming through life. I'd say I could do my routine blindfolded except for the fact that I would stub my toe in the same spot on the coffee table 4 times a week at least. Funny how that works. I guess that was part of the routine too. But that's what I mean about not being perceptive. The building could have caught fire, and most days I probably wouldn't have noticed until I actually went up in flames. I didn't retain any faces I saw or names I heard. It was all just a blur, each day blending into the next, until one night. I got home from work like usual in the evening as the sun began to descend past the buildings. I couldn't afford a new car, but thankfully my work was close enough to walk to. The days were getting shorter now, so my walks home became more brisk. The apartment still smelled of dust and paint, as they had finally sent someone to replace a moldy bit of wall the day before. I could still feel the sensation of dust collecting on my tongue when I opened my mouth and it getting sucked into my nose with every inhale. The smell of paint was strong, but infinitely better than some of the other smells. I opened the window to attempt to ventilate the place. I emptied the bucket of rust-colored water collecting in the bathroom. They couldn't be bothered to fix that as well, and I collapsed onto my bed. This was my ritual. After every workday, I would always take 10 to 15 minutes to just spread out on my bed like a cat and decompress from everything.
But tonight, after about 2 minutes, I heard a noise. The noise stood out from the outdoor soup because it sounded a lot closer, and it sounded like a voice. A soft, feminine voice, making some kind of subtle moan or whimper. I froze in place. It startled me. It sounded so close, like it might be in the room. I didn't move a muscle. I didn't want to make a noise. I wanted to hear it again so I could tell where it was coming from. For a second, I thought it might be coming from under my bed. After a few seconds, the sound repeated. A faint, girly whimper, a bit louder than the first one. This time I could tell where it was coming from. It was behind me, specifically the other side of the wall behind my bed. That gave me some relief. It was my neighbor. But then I was confused. I didn't remember ever hearing my neighbor making noise before. If I could suddenly hear a noise that soft, that mild, why couldn't I hear anything before? Did I even have a neighbor before? Is this person new? I felt a rush of shame at just how detached I had become. I reached back into my mind to try and recall any memories I had about my neighbor. I couldn't find a single one. I remembered some people being on my floor, but I couldn't remember ever seeing anyone enter or exit the door next to mine. I did, however, recall seeing people yesterday morning trying to move a couch up the stairs in the lobby. It was a fairly regular occurrence to see things like this. People rotated in and out of this place all the time. I suppose nobody else really wanted to stick around that long, and I can see why. But I guess that answers it. As peculiar as it is, I didn't have a neighbor before for 2 years, and now I do. And now they're whimpering. Why are they whimpering? Slowly, these sporadic whimpers became more defined sobs. A woman was crying. I didn't know what to do. I just decided to be as quiet as possible and put on some headphones to let them have their privacy and spare myself from feeling any more awkward. It felt wrong to hear this, and I immediately felt bad for this person. I made sure to play some extra loud music. About an hour later, I removed my headphones and the noises had stopped in the interim. I very briefly debated going over and telling them about how thin the walls apparently are, but I made that much easier decision to wait. Wait until they do something loud and not so private so I can use that as an excuse. Like the TV or something. I was weighing my options, but I couldn't talk to them about this. I couldn't say, "Hey, you were crying real loud over there." The rest of the night was quiet, but I didn't have the best sleep. The disturbance in the routine and the thought of having to face this person at some point was giving me some anxiety. By the morning, however, the alarm kicked me back into the routine. I heard no noises from the neighbor, so life resumed. I got back home from work that night much later than usual because someone decided to no-show for work. Walking home in the dark made me paranoid, and I hated days when this happened. When I got inside, I was relieved, and the dust and paint were not nearly as oppressive to the senses this time. I did the window, the water bucket, and then collapsed on the bed like clockwork. What happened yesterday was still on my mind, so I made sure to be extra quiet when laying down. After a few seconds of silence, I was ready to try and remove the whole ordeal from my brain. Then I heard the voice. I couldn't make out the first word I heard from the other side of the wall, but I listened for the rest. "It was a poetry book," I heard in a muffled but distinctly feminine voice. Quieter than yesterday, I thought. She must be further away from the wall. "I can't remember exactly. It always feels like we're going somewhere. Maybe that's why we see them most at night. I mixed up our glasses." There was a moderate gap of a few seconds between everything she said. Clearly I was only hearing half of a conversation. Phone conversation, most likely. Or else the other person is just insanely quiet.
It was difficult to gauge her tone from how muffled the voice was, but there was a kind of melancholy in it. I wondered what was going on, and I kind of laughed at how random the phrases were. I thought about listening further, but I stopped myself. It wasn't my business. It's not for me to hear. I once again thought about going over and letting her know about the noise, but it didn't feel like a good time. I put on my headphones once again to try and enjoy the minimal amount of respite I had left in the day, and that was the end of it for that night. The third night I got home on time. I was a bit surprised not to hear anything from her at first. I guess that maybe she went to bed early or went out for the night. It was Friday after all. Usually people do things on Friday nights. I still made sure to be quiet when near her wall just in case she was sleeping. I made a mental note to look up how much soundproofing panels cost. I probably should have thought of that earlier. I got up from my 15-minute work sucks bed sprawling and headed over to my computer to do that important research. But, as often as I did, I forgot my coffee table exists and I stubbed my toe. The heavy table shifted inches across the wooden floor, and pain shot through me like a shockwave. I don't remember which expletive left my mouth involuntarily that time, but it was definitely one of them. I was so annoyed. Every time. I could just move the table. Why don't I ever just move the table?
Are you okay?
My heart leapt in my chest. I physically jumped back on one leg. I thought she wasn't home, and I forgot how close she could sound. It scared the crap out of me. She also spoke quite loudly. She probably assumed it would be harder to hear through the wall than it was. Oh, yeah, I'm good. Sorry, I just stubbed my toe. I responded back in a shaky voice. That sucks. I could hear a chuckle in her voice. She was clearly amused. Her volume decreased to match mine. I laughed in return. It happens all the time. So sorry to disturb you.
No, it's fine. I'm just reading. You sure you're good? That sounded violent.
She responded, sounding half concerned and half joking. Yeah, no, I'm alright. It sounded worse than it is. It's a heavy table and the walls here. I began to explain before she cut me off.
They're really thin, huh?
She finished my thought and then continued.
I can hear you so well. That's insane. I'm surprised I didn't hear you before now.
Yeah, I guess I'm quiet. And, well, I'm at work most of the day and get home late, so... I didn't like how awkward I sounded. I think I forgot how to have normal conversations.
Has it been noisy for you? I'm sorry if it was. I didn't know. I just moved in.
She sounded very kind and friendly. I was taken aback by it a little bit. Oh, don't be sorry. Nothing much. I think I probably heard you talking on the phone a bit the other night. I didn't listen in or anything. I put on my headphones. I explained. I hoped she believed me about the headphones. It was the truth, but it's hard to trust that sort of thing. I didn't mention the crying. I didn't want her to feel awkward or anything.
Oh, sorry about that,
she said. I detected a hint of confusion in her voice, but I ignored it. It's okay. I'm sorry I didn't tell you earlier. I just didn't know when it would be a good time, and it's new to me too. I didn't have a neighbor before, I don't think. As I spoke, I found it harder to rationalize why I hadn't told her before now. I really should have.
Really? How long have you been here?
She asked. 2 years.
No one lived here before me for 2 years? Are you sure?
She was very perplexed. Well, honestly, no, I'm not sure. I just never heard anyone before, and I never saw anyone before. I probably sounded like a total recluse, but I was more interested in why she was so confused.
Oh, that's strange. I'm pretty sure there were people living here right before me. At least that's what the guy said.
Her tone had shifted, and what she said sent a bit of a shiver down my spine. It didn't make any sense. How could I not hear them, not once, when I can practically hear this woman breathing? After a brief silence, she spoke again and returned to a more casual tone.
Well, maybe they weren't around much. Maybe it was a second home or something. Anyways, sorry again about the noise. I'll get some soundproofing stuff for my end right away.
I admired her positivity, and I didn't feel any judgment from her for how strange I probably came across. It was really nice, and she had a point about it being a second home. That could be the case. I don't know why they have a second home in this crappy building, but what else could the explanation be?
I'm Jane, by the way. Nice to kind of meet you.
She added in a chipper manner. Well, it was refreshing to have such a pleasant interaction. A small part of me worried about her. She was so carefree and optimistic, almost naive. She must be new to the city. I wondered how long it would take before this place whittled away at her trust in humanity. The trust that she seemed to give me so freely. The thought of her spirits being slowly crushed like mine made me sad. I'm Lee. Nice to kind of meet you. A small impulse told me not to give my name, but I decided to reciprocate her trust. And yeah, I'll soundproof my end too.
Have a good rest of your night, and be careful,
she said. I found that slightly ominous, but then I remembered the toe thing. I will, I chuckled. Enjoy your book. That was my first conversation with the girl in 402. Over the weekend, we spent a lot of time getting acclimated to each other's presence, as we each waited to get our soundproofing. I expected it to be a lot more awkward than it was. I attribute all of that to her. She had a way of making everything seem fine and almost playful. She would knock on the wall 2 times and say things like,
about to vacuum, sorry,
and
my bad,
when she would make noise. I would follow her lead and do the same 2 knocks. It was kind of nice. Out of the blue on Sunday, she knocked twice and said,
you know, it's weird. I don't hear my neighbors on the other side at all. Only you.
We pondered over that a bit. She didn't seem to sweat it much, but it was odd that it was only on one side. These odd things were beginning to stack up. Why just the wall? Why only now? I began to wonder if more odd things have been happening all along, and I'm only starting to notice them now. Monday night I got home to find my package had arrived. The soundproofing was here. It was a little bittersweet seeing it on my doorstep. I knocked twice and told her I got it. She confirmed that she got hers too. She actually went out and physically bought it. I guess that speaks to the kind of people we are. We both said we'd put it up right away, both of us not wanting to continue to inconvenience each other any longer. But then that didn't end up happening. Instead, we just kept talking. I didn't mean to, and I don't think she did either, but we just kept finding more to say. The friendly small talk about the building and whatnot gave way to more meaningful conversation. We talked about how we got to where we were. We talked about where we wanted to go from here. I wound up sitting on the floor with my back to her wall, and I could hear words right behind my head as if we were back to back. Luckily, the paint on that bit of wall was dry by now. To her, this place was a fresh start. She didn't go into detail, and I didn't want to pry, but it was clear that this was some kind of escape from something. Maybe that's why she was so upbeat, because she was able to escape a bad situation. Or maybe she was just always this upbeat. She told me that she was going to enroll in the college here, and that she was going to start an online shop and work as a waitress on the side. Eventually, she wanted to open a restaurant. She even told me where and what the name and theme would be. She told me all these plans, all these wonderful things she wanted to do, all laid out step by step. I don't know what was preventing her from doing them before, but it made me smile hearing how excited she was about them. Something about the conviction in her voice made me truly believe she could do it all. Then she asked me about my plans. I froze up a bit. I didn't have plans. I wish I did. I was envious of people who did, but I could never seem to figure it out. At some point, I think I shut that part of me off entirely. This was as far as I got, is what I told her. We sat in silence for a bit after that.
There's still time,
She said softly, breaking the silence. I could feel in her voice a new level of comfort and safety. All guards were down on both sides. She knew what I needed to hear, and I knew somehow that those words meant more coming from her than they would anyone else. We simply got each other. In that moment, there was no wall. Eventually, we said goodnight and agreed to put the panels up tomorrow. Those soft, comforting words rattled around in my brain all night long. They never really left. I woke up early the next day, and I began putting them up before work. It was a bit sad at first, but it's not like she was gone or anything. She was still right next door. We could just be friends normally now. I went to work excited about the idea. On my way home, I decided that I would properly introduce myself face to face, just to say hi. I felt confident enough in doing so by this point of knowing her. I got up to the door of 402, and after a brief hesitation, I did the 2 knocks. About 2 minutes passed and there was no answer. I tried again, still nothing. I was disappointed but not dejected. She must not be around. I'll try again tomorrow, I thought. When I got inside, I was immediately struck by how much quieter it was. All that constant city noise was getting absorbed by the panels. I didn't even think about that. I wasn't used to this kind of quiet. Now every small sound was large. I felt vulnerable, like all the noise was a big comfy blanket I could hide under, and now I'm exposed like a nerve. It would take some getting used to. An hour passed in this utter dreary silence. I tried to brave it without distraction to try and acclimate as quickly as possible, but it was just too freaky, so I had to put on some music. Not 5 seconds into the song, I heard,
No way.
coming from the wall. It was her. Jane, you can still hear me? I almost shouted in disbelief.
Did you put your things up?
She responded. Her voice was exactly as clear as before. Yeah, did you?
I covered the whole wall.
She shouted. What the? I was feeling mixed emotions. On one hand, it was nice to talk to her again. On the other hand, what the hell? We were both utterly stumped by this. Neither of us could come up with an explanation or a solution. She offered to try and ask the super to come do something. I told her she could try. Eventually, we settled back down and accepted the situation.
Well, shit. I guess you're here to stay.
She said. I guess I am. I couldn't tell if she was happy about this or annoyed. I couldn't quite tell if I was either.
Alright, I hope you like ABBA then.
I hated ABBA. This was a nightmare. We resumed our routine from the days before. It remained mildly inconvenient, while also being oddly comforting. That night we talked more, sat in the same spots on the floor as the night before. I don't know why we chose to sit on the floor when both of our beds were right there, but it felt right. The discoloration of the new patch of paint on the wall marked the talking spot perfectly, and it felt a bit nostalgic. It's not often you sit on the floor as an adult. With all the excess noise being drowned out, it felt like she was even closer. I could literally hear her breathing. We talked a little bit about our upbringings, and we aren't terribly different. Her dad sucked. My dad died. We all got messed up somehow. The good news is, she informed me that I don't snore loudly at night, which is a huge relief. I laid up in bed. After she had said goodnight, I still hadn't acclimated to the silence, and now I had to bear it if I wanted to sleep. It wasn't working. I was just awake with my thoughts, which is a place I usually hate being, but not so much tonight. I thought about Jane, and I thought about the weirdness of the situation. As odd as it all was, it was at least interesting. By far the most interesting thing to happen to me since I moved here. I began having those middle-of-the-night urges to Google the principles of sound waves and how they travel, or how often apartments are vacant for long periods of time. But I resisted, determined that if I laid here unmoving in the dark long enough, sleep would happen. Briefly piercing the silence, I heard a mattress creak a few times and blankets shift. It sounded like she rolled over. Then back to nothing. I checked the clock. 2 a.m. Maybe sleep was hopeless. I stared into the dark of my apartment so long I started seeing abstract shapes and folds fade in and out of the shadows, and the walls seemed to wobble. I was so tired. I began to fade, but then another mattress creak brought me back to lucidity. This one was different. It was a deeper creak and singular, like one fluid motion. She sat up. Without question, that was the sound, but that was the only sound. No creaks, no fidgeting, no swiping sounds of blankets moving while she slowly awoke. It was strange and abrupt. It could be that she had a nightmare, but there was no heavy breathing or gasping or any of that. I waited to hear another sound, but it didn't come. A half hour passed. I didn't hear her get out of bed. I didn't hear her lay back down. Was she just sitting? My mind began to paint a picture of a woman sitting still in bed in the pitch black darkness, and it unnerved me. Maybe she did lay back down, just slowly and softly enough that I didn't hear it, I thought. Maybe she had her book or something. She said she was reading the other day. Maybe she never sat up at all, and I mistook that sound for something else. I didn't hear anything else that night, and about an hour later, I managed to get some sleep. I wondered if I could bring this up to her. Would it be weird? Eventually, I decided against it. I don't want her thinking about me listening to her sleep. The situation is already a bit uncomfortable as it is when it comes to privacy. Plus, it was probably nothing. The next night, I got home and double knocked on the wall. She double knocked back. This was our new normal.
Hey, never date a tennis player. You know why?
She said. Why's that? I responded through my grin as I dealt with the water bucket once again.
Love means nothing to them.
She made sure to sound extra dramatic. Wow, that's tremendous. I responded, bemused.
I'm gonna hit you with one of those every day, I decided.
She said emphatically. Oh God. I pretended to sound annoyed.
That's right. This is why I don't have a boyfriend. They all run away. But you can't run away.
I can move away.
No, you can't. You're broke just like me. If you could have, you would have by now.
She had a point.
So deal with it. Here, what do you call a beehive with no exit?
She continued. No more. This is harassment. I weep for your future husband. When you bring a man over, I'm going to shout at him to run as fast as he can. I will just scream bloody murder until he leaves.
Unbelievable.
Dang it. I like that one, I replied. I couldn't lie.
Also, I'm never bringing a man over here. Are you kidding? You hear enough as it is.
Again, she had a point. We went about our business, and later that night we talked a bit more. These floor chats before bed we'd started having had become a highlight of my day, and I began looking forward to them while I was at work. A part of my brain was trying to recontextualize this into a romantic thing, but it really wasn't that. And I didn't want it to be. At least not right now. It was just nice. It was nice having someone to talk to, who was easy to talk to, who made me laugh and who I felt comfortable with. It was nice to feel genuinely connected to somebody after feeling disconnected for so long. It was nice to have a friend. Can I ask you something? I inquired.
Yeah.
She answered without hesitation. Why did you trust me so early on? I had this question for a while, but I felt comfortable enough now to ask. Jane paused for a moment before responding.
What makes you think I trusted you?
I was a bit taken aback by her question. Oh, well, you were just so friendly and open. I was just wondering. This is a seedy place and you don't know me. She cut me off.
I was friendly, yeah, but that's how you have to be. That's like customer service voice. I don't want to anger the strange man living next to me, you know?
That made a lot of sense. I didn't think of it that way. She continued.
But I trust you now.
Yeah?
Yeah, I think you're a good guy. I think you probably won't kill me. What about me? Do you trust me?
I mean, I'm still not 100% convinced you exist, to be honest. I've still never seen you. You didn't answer your door when I tried to say hi, so you might just be a figment of my imagination. Who's to say? I joked, but a part of me thought that would actually explain things.
Wait, when was this?
She sounded surprised. Oh, after we put up the soundproofing. I was gonna say hi when I got home from work, but you didn't answer.
Really? I didn't hear you.
She responded, sounding legitimately disappointed. Well, that's a first, I joked. Jane chuckled.
I know, right?
I sighed. Alright, I gotta try to get some sleep tonight. Last night was awful.
Yeah? I slept like a baby last night. These soundproofing things rule.
She slept like a baby? The image in my head of her sitting up in her bed replayed and gave me chills once again. Clearly, I must be mistaken. I shook off the thought. Well, I still need to get used to it. Good night, Jane.
Hear you later, Lee.
She was serious about doing those jokes every day, wasn't she? I heard her get up and make her way to bed. A few minutes later, and her side fell quiet. I crawled into my bed and I once again stared into the dark. Sleep still wasn't coming easy. I dreaded this, but this time it only took about an hour to fall asleep, of which I was grateful. The silence still unsettled me. Suddenly I awoke, still in the darkness, even deeper now. I don't know what woke me up, but when I checked the clock, it was 2 a.m. I wasn't happy. I tried to fall back asleep, and it was slowly working until I heard it again. That same deep bed creak, that unmistakable sound of someone sitting up. Now I was fully awake. Minutes passed and I heard nothing else. Same as before, like she was just sitting there. This time, however, I just had to know. I was confused, concerned, and pretty creeped out. So I just leaned close to the wall and whispered, "Jane?" Nothing happened at first, but then I heard the bed very slowly begin to creak again, agonizingly slow and subtle. It sounded like she was turning, or at least adjusting her position in some way. I heard what sounded like her hands touching the wall, splayed out far apart on either side of me, and then I heard her breathing. I could only hear her breathe before when we were sitting back to back against the wall, so she must have been pressed right up against it. Her breathing sounded different this time, though. It sounded hollow, like she had a cold. I was petrified. The hair on the back of my neck was standing on end. What was she doing? Was she even awake? What must she look like right now? I stared at the wall, imagining her on the other side, pressed up against it like some feral thing. Was this really happening? Am I just too tired and loopy to be able to tell? Maybe the creaking was her laying back down and she's just breathing heavier than normal because she's asleep. I wanted to rationalize this so badly. I waited for something else to happen. Some other sound. I waited hours, but nothing did. And I was too scared to say anything else. Was she still there? Was she pressed against the wall all night long? I tried to get a little bit of sleep. I managed maybe 45 minutes, but it was not pleasant. I couldn't focus on work the next day. I was tired and I was so creeped out by what happened. I couldn't think of an explanation, but I knew there had to be one. There had to be something. I couldn't get the image out of my head, and every time that image replayed, she looked a little bit less human. I pictured her smiling a grotesque toothy grin. I imagined her drooling, her eyes open as wide as saucers, her fingers long and bony caressing the wall. None of this was rooted in reality. I knew that, but I couldn't help but think of it. I got back home, and this time I hesitated before doing my customary knocks on the wall, but I did, and she returned them, same as always.
I was just thinking, mankind has made a lot of great inventions.
Jane,
But the dry erase board has to be the most remarkable.
I laughed. I wasn't sure if I was going to be able to laugh at her jokes today, but I did. She's still Jane. At least she seems to be. I was way overthinking. That one's pretty good, I can't lie.
You like it?
She asked, sounding proud of herself. I do. Hey, I have to ask you something, though, I said, trying to remain at least somewhat casual.
Shoot.
Do you sleepwalk? The other side went silent for a minute.
No, never in my life.
She responded instantly, sounding unnerved. I fell silent too. I didn't know how to explain, but she continued.
That's a scary question to ask out of nowhere. Did you hear something?
I don't know exactly what I heard.
Stop, don't talk like that. Is this revenge for the corny jokes? I'll stop the corny jokes. Don't do this to me.
She pleaded in a half-joking manner. No, I promise I'm not messing with you. And it's probably nothing. It's just, you didn't get up at all last night. Or the night before.
No, I did not get up at all. Please tell me what you heard.
She said firmly. I told Jane everything that happened. I tried to be delicate, but also honest. I trusted that she didn't know what was going on. That became evident to me by how freaked out she seemed. I know it sounded crazy. I just hope she didn't think I was messing with her. It was difficult to tell from her tone. Initially, she wanted to debunk it all, saying that I must have heard something else, which I admitted could very well be true. Nevertheless, she told me she was going to stay with her sister for the night. Probably a good idea. She gave me her phone number and told me to call if anything happened. That put my mind at ease about whether or not she trusted me. I told her to be safe, and she tried once again to reassure me that it was probably nothing, but I felt a sense of immense dread as soon as she left. Suddenly, I really didn't want to be alone here. That night was the quietest night of my life, and not in a good way. I thought about drowning it out by putting on some music or a movie, but nothing felt right. I wasn't sure if I'd be able to sleep that night, but eventually I managed. I ended up having a dream about a woman wearing a veil. Through the veil, I could vaguely make out 3 large black holes where her eyes and mouth should be. I couldn't recall anything that happened in the dream, only the image of that woman. I wondered if that was my subconscious way of trying to visualize Jane. I still didn't know what she actually looked like, so maybe my brain had trouble coming up with distinct features of her, or maybe it was something else entirely. It was still dark when I awoke from the dream. I felt a deep unease as I checked the time. 2 a.m. again. This time I wasn't eager to fall back to sleep. I didn't want to see the veiled woman again, so I stayed up a little while longer, attempting to ease my mind. I thought of every possible way to reassure myself. Eventually I began to fall into a facade of comfort until... creak. I went ice cold. No, this can't be. I didn't just hear that. It was that same sitting up creak, but I heard Jane leave. Could she have come back late while I was sleeping? Maybe, but what if it isn't her? What if it was never her? My mind raced. So many improbable scenarios played out in my mind. None of them were good. Was someone else in there with her the whole time and she didn't know? Someone hiding away, only coming out when she's sleeping? Was that creak her sitting up, or someone else sitting down? Do they watch her sleep? All I knew for sure was that someone was on the other side of this wall, because I could hear them breathing again. I wanted to do something. I wanted to know for sure, but I was powerless. Calling out to it last time was the most horrific mistake of my life. I didn't want to try that again. I wanted to call Jane, but I was afraid of making a sound. Instead, I just waited and listened. I was in a petrified daze, hyper alert but also completely exhausted. My body wanted to shut down, but my brain wouldn't let me. It may have been minutes, or it may have been hours. I couldn't tell. The image of the veiled woman kept reappearing in the back of my subconscious. Eventually, I decided to call Jane. If I heard a phone ring on the other side, then I would know. I typed the number in and hit call. The number you are trying to reach is not in service. What? How could that be? Suddenly cutting through the silence was a sound I had become very familiar with, and yet was the one sound I was the least prepared for. Knock, knock. A wave of shock shot through me. It was our knock. I didn't dare respond. If that isn't her, that means whoever it is has been listening to us. Now they're reaching out to me. They know I can hear them. But what if it's just her? She came back and was trying to see if I'm still awake. The thoughts whirled around like a hurricane. I couldn't bear it. I couldn't bear the silence. I couldn't bear the uncertainty. It was all too much. I got up, I grabbed my keys, and I left. As I walked out into the hallway, I saw her door. It looked the same as it always has, but to me right now, it was a portal to hell. Someone, or something, was on the other side of that door. It might be pressed up against it. It might be looking out the peephole at me. I darted away. I simply couldn't be here anymore. I got outside and suddenly I could breathe again. The noise of the bustling city greeted me like an old friend. I never thought I would find such comfort in it. I sat down on a bench in front of my building. I wasn't going to go back, not while the sun was down. I knew where my window was, so I knew where 402's window was. I didn't want to look at it, but I had to. It was completely black. I couldn't see anything inside. That was good, I thought, but that didn't stop me from feeling like I was being watched. I felt eyes up there looming over me. I couldn't rationalize it, but something inside was telling me that whatever was in 402 wasn't a person. I fought against that thought for a long time. I was starting to accept it. I tried my best to ignore it all. It wasn't easy. Eventually I laid down on the hard wooden slats and was able to get some much needed shut-eye. I slept better than the last few nights. I called in sick to work the next morning. I wanted to be here when Jane got home, or to see if she was already home, and last night was a massive overreaction. I felt safer seeing the sunlight beaming through the windows when I got back inside. I tried to occupy myself by catching up on some household chores, as the back of my mind waited anxiously for the next sound. I heard nothing all day. The longer it went on, the more sure I became that Jane wasn't home. As the sun set, it was apparent that she decided to stay with her sister for another night, meaning that yesterday night definitely wasn't her, also meaning that I was here alone for another night. I tried calling again. I don't know why I expected the outcome to be different. Still wasn't in service. I made extra sure I got the number right. It was exactly the number she said. Why would she give me the wrong number? Was it a new phone and she got it wrong by accident? Or did what I said to her really freak her out and maybe she thinks I'm not to be trusted? She placated me with a false number and then got the hell away from me. That outcome would have hurt the most. But a third idea crept into my mind too. The idea that maybe she couldn't be trusted. I vehemently resisted that idea. Night fell and the dread came with it. Part of me wanted to go outside to the bench again, but another part of me had to hear it one more time first. One more time to confirm that it was still in there, and then I would call the cops because this needed to end. I don't know why the noises always seem to start at 2, but that's what I was waiting for. As 1:59 turned over, my senses sharpened. I waited and I waited, expecting that sit-up sound. Only it didn't come. I had hoped that not hearing it would put my mind at ease, but that was not the case. It only put me more on edge. I felt like I was being watched. I felt like the thing on the other side knew I was listening. I couldn't hear anything, but I could feel the presence. It was there. I knew it. I just needed confirmation. The longer the silence went on, the more doubt began to creep in. The doubt infuriated me. All of this was doubt. Every second of this nightmare was doubt, and possibility, and maybe. I knew nothing. Nothing made sense. I was afraid and I was frustrated, so I made a decision. I stood facing the wall, carefully picking up my phone in one hand and my keys in the other, ready to run and dial 911 at a moment's notice. I gathered up all the courage I had and prepared to speak. I had to call out to it. I had to know that I wasn't crazy. I opened my mouth, but before the words could escape,
Lee?
a soft voice whispered through the wall. It was Jane. She sounded further away and her voice had a slight echo to it, but it was unmistakably her voice. Jane? The word fell out. My voice cracked.
Help me.
She sounded afraid, hushed, like she didn't want to wake something. Jane, what's going on? I had a million questions. I was frantic, but I quieted my voice to match hers. Suddenly I was afraid to wake it up, too.
Please help me, Lee.
How are you there? When did you get back? I whispered, not covering my desperation.
I see it.
She continued. A shiver went down my spine. I'm going to call the cops right now. They'll be right there. It was the only solution I had.
I don't want to die.
She fell silent after that, but I heard the breathing against the wall again. The hairs on my arms stood on end. I was too scared to think straight, but I knew this wasn't right. It was her voice, but it can't have been her. Knock, knock. Knock, knock. Knock, knock. I had enough. I ran out into the hallway and dialed 911. I told them that there was an intruder. I kept it vague because vague is all I had. As I spoke, I kept my eyes on her door. I wouldn't let it out of my sight. If it left, I would see it. If it stayed, they would catch it. I hoped. They advised me to stay in my apartment and lock the door. I didn't listen. It took around 40 minutes for them to arrive. 2 officers arrived on my floor, and the building manager was with them with keys to let them into her unit. I think his name was Larry. Like I said, I forgot a lot of names and faces. He shot me a brief glare when he saw me standing there. I probably woke him up with all this. I wanted to get a glimpse into the room, but I was ushered away back into my unit. My stomach was in knots with stress. I just wanted this to be over. I didn't know what to expect. Would there be shouting? Would I hear a fight? Would there be gunshots? A part of me had a feeling, a dreadful feeling, that they would get in there and they wouldn't find anything. Minutes passed. I waited and waited, but I couldn't hear anything from the wall. Not a peep. Why aren't they going inside? I thought out loud. Suddenly there was a knock at my door. I opened the door and sure enough, it was the officers, flanked by Larry. They told me what I was afraid of. We searched the apartment, and we couldn't find any signs of someone living in there. You went inside? I questioned. I knew they didn't go inside. We searched the entire unit up and down. There was no one in there. But if you hear anything again... After that point, I tuned out. I exchanged the default pleasantries and they went on their way. I couldn't find a crap to give in any of their words, and I was too frustrated and exhausted to search for it. I tried to get answers. Instead, I ended up with yet another question atop the pile. Why wouldn't they go inside? What did Larry tell them? I knew I wasn't getting any sleep that night. All I could do was sit on the bed and overthink. This was all bigger than I thought it was. Jane could have been in on it. Larry could have been in on it. The police could have been in on it, for all I knew. I really didn't want to believe that Jane was in on it. The way Larry glared at me, maybe it wasn't "screw you for waking me up in the middle of the night." Maybe I stirred something up that I wasn't supposed to. Maybe the problem wasn't with Jane. Maybe there wasn't an intruder, a creature, or even a ghost. Maybe it was the room itself. As I sat and drove myself crazy with these theories, a new sound shot into my ear and sent my heart up into my throat. Some kind of rapid clacking sound. Almost sounded like someone button mashing a controller, but not as plasticky. I jumped off the bed and the sound stopped. The room wasn't done with me yet. I had never heard this sound before. I couldn't place it at first, but once the initial shock wore off, I knew exactly what it sounded like. It sounded like teeth chattering. I didn't want to believe that's what it was. There are lots of things that sound similar to teeth chattering. If it was any other circumstance, I could easily debunk it as the place settling. Little rhythmic cracking of hard materials rubbing together, bending. But this isn't any other circumstance. I was frozen in fear once again. The images my mind involuntarily conjured up were instantly traumatizing. A wide, chattering, horse-like, bloody mouth upon a gaunt, sunken face. A naked man with hungry mouth strewn all over his body. A zipper made of teeth going all the way down a human head so it can open like a Venus flytrap. Those chattering mouth toys you get from a joke store haphazardly sewn into human flesh. I pleaded for my imagination to stop, but it simply wouldn't. The mouth abominations, the veiled woman, the ghoulish watcher, pressed against the wall. All my imagination, but imagination is powerful when reality is vague. One of them could be real, if this thing even has a form. Maybe it was just a shadow in the dark. The sounds began again. Now I heard scratching at the wall. Not hard, not ferocious. Little light scrapes, nearly inaudible, like it was just kind of picking at it, or scribbling against it. It sounded like having a rat in the walls. I used to be afraid of rats, I thought. Now I would love nothing more than for this to only be a rat. The sound began to change. Those little scrapes and scribbles along the wall morphed somehow. I couldn't tell if it was just my tired mind changing from the way that my tired eyes could make the stucco ceilings move and warble, but the sound changed nevertheless. The scribbles began to sound breathy. They started sounding more like whispers than scribbles. The content of the whispers was indiscernible. My mind went to someone in a small, padded room, sitting in a corner with their legs curled up to their chest, shaking and whispering incoherent gibberish to themselves. There was an almost hypnotic effect to the whispers. I resisted the urge to move closer to try and make out any words hidden in the almost silent muttering. I wouldn't have the opportunity to try, however, because suddenly a blood-curdling scream exploded through the wall. I almost leapt out of my skin. It wasn't just any scream. It was Jane's voice again. I had never heard a scream so horrific in my life, but it was enough to break me from the trance I was falling into. I grabbed my keys and ran outside as fast as I could. I spent another night on the bench outside. At least whatever was left of the night by this point. Even outside and far away from the room, sleep wouldn't come. The images I conjured were too horrific, and the sounds replayed over and over. The deep, frustrating, impossible uncertainty of the situation loomed over me heavily, as did the eyes that I still felt watching me from the window. I was terrified, and I felt truly alone. Morning came, and I felt the relative safety of the sun. It took a while for me to gain the courage to re-enter my apartment, but I did. Then I went to work like always. Despite all this, despite being scared out of my mind, sleep deprived, and feeling like I'm going insane, life doesn't care. The world keeps turning. I still gotta eat. If this monotonous routine wasn't already so deeply ingrained into me, I might have had a full psychotic break by now, but my body was on autopilot. Plus, I didn't like being home anymore. Even in the daytime, last night was too much. I didn't go home right away after work. I delayed as much as I could. I thought about staying somewhere else, but if Jane was back, and if she really was the friend I thought she was, I had to be there to warn her about the thing that uses her voice. There was also one more thing that compelled me to come back. A breadcrumb I had to follow. I got into my building, but instead of heading up to the 4th floor, I went straight into the front office. I hated this little room. Unkempt, smelly, with a thick hum of fluorescent light tubes. Luckily, he was still there, head down in some papers. I knew he had to have some kind of answers for me. He had to know something. "Larry, you got a minute?" I asked, trying my best to put some extra bass into my voice. "It's Mike." "Dang it." "Don't worry about it," he replied with a slight chuckle, then looked up to meet my gaze. When he saw me, his expression slightly changed. Have a seat." He seemed to be expecting this visit. He knew something. I could see it in him. I took the only seat without papers and envelopes all over it. "What can I do for you?" he asked. I had so many questions, but I wanted to choose the simplest and most broad one to start, just to see where he takes it. Only 4 words popped into my head right away. "What's wrong with 402? Mike gave me a half-hearted grin. He knew this was coming. "Look, kid, maybe it would do you good to just get out of there for a while, okay? Stay with a relative or something." "What are you talking about?" I responded, bewildered. "You know, city life, it's not for everyone. It drives us all a little crazy sometimes. I know I love to go camping every now and again with the old lady, once or twice a summer. Get away from all this. It just gets your mind right." I saw through his words, and I knew that he could read on my face that I wasn't accepting them. "Tell me what's wrong with 402. Mike sat back in his chair and let out a deep sigh. "I don't know." He said that like it was an answer. But he continued before I could press him. "I wish I knew. It's just one of those things." "It's just one of those things?" I repeated, immediately put off by his tone. "Okay, I don't really like to talk about it. I try not to. I find that's best." He paused, took a few seconds to find the words, then continued. "People don't do well in 402, meaning they get scared and they leave, or, whatever. I don't know what it is, and I'm not a superstitious type. There's just something wrong with it. That's all I can say." He explained. His body language changed. I saw him begin to fidget with his hands. "Did anything happen in that room?" I questioned. He took another big sigh. "A lot of calls to the police like yesterday, thinking there's an intruder. A man in the closet, a man under the bed, things like that. Spook house things. That's how it started. It all sounded like nonsense. Of course, police find nothing every time. We get the place tested for a gas leak or what have you. Nada. So we carry on. What more can I do, right?" A shockwave shot through me as he said all this. I was stunned. This was the first kind of confirmation I had gotten about any of this. It's all real. All of it. It's not just me. He continued. Then things started getting worse. People started doing things to themselves. You know what I mean. They started carving themselves up. Paramedics would be in and out. It was getting really bad. Sarah, my wife, she cleans the rooms up for new tenants. They were in and out of 402 all the time, so she was in there a lot. One day she tells me she can't go in there anymore. I ask why. She says because something is watching her. She says it knows her. She says something terrible is going to happen in there. I don't know what to make of that, but she never went into 402 again. She doesn't even like going near the door because she thinks there's someone at the peephole. Then there was the disappearance. That girl went missing. You heard about that, right? I was ashamed to admit that I didn't. Maybe it came up. Maybe at one point I was told, but it was long since forgotten. They presumed her dead, never found her. I knew it had something to do with the room, so I closed it for good. Nobody in or out unless absolutely necessary. I didn't know what to say. I was horrified. What must all of these people have seen? I shuddered to think, but also, I still had questions. This sounded right, but there were glaring inconsistencies. I had to keep prodding. How did you get the police to go along with that? I asked, attempting to remain composed. I didn't. They do their business. They're in and out quick. They never find anything, and they don't really ask. It's the city. No, but they didn't go inside the room last night. Why didn't they go in? Mike shot me a confused look. They did go in. They went in, they searched, they found nothing like they always do. New guys. It's been a few years, but none of them do. I was getting frustrated again. Things weren't lining up. Why lie about this? I know they didn't go in. I would have heard them if they went in. I hear everything that happens in there. And you clearly didn't close the room because you rented it out. It's occupied right now. And Jane said you told her about previous tenants when she moved in. So there were people even before her. Mike's expression completely dropped. You think someone lives there right now? Yes, someone lives there. Don't lie to me, I asserted. No one has lived there for 8 years. I promise you, he said coldly. I was boiling over. I lost my composure entirely. Someone lives there. Jane lives there. We both know she does. I've spoken to her almost every day since she moved in. I've heard her cook. I've heard her clean. I've heard her crappy music. She's my friend, and she's in danger living in this room. And you just let her go on in for what? Your bottom line? You really needed that extra rent money? What? For your camping trips? Mike raised his voice to match mine. Listen, buddy, I don't know what to tell you. Nobody lives in that room. I won't allow it. You want to go see for yourself? Here. Mike rummaged around his desk and threw a set of keys at me. You have at it. Go have a look. It's an empty room. And after you see that it's an empty room, do the smart thing. Don't stick around. Don't go inside. Lock it back up. Then pack your stuff and get out because your room isn't safe anymore. I was stunned. I was angry. I was confused and slightly ashamed. I had no more to say, so I turned to leave, but then he spoke up one more time. Oh, and by the way, you really are bad with names because Jane, that's the name of the girl who went missing. Jane Lewis. My whole body went numb as I walked out. This couldn't be the truth. I couldn't have been talking to a dead person this whole time. I had guessed that this thing was using her voice somehow, but that was only at night. It can't have all been fake. Jane was my friend. I couldn't believe it. I refused to believe it. That walk up to my floor was the longest of my life. I approached 402 with the key in my hand. I stopped in front of the door. I stood for what felt like hours. I just couldn't bring myself to do it. Not right now. The thought of opening that door for even a moment, especially at night, was far too horrifying. I had to sit down and collect myself. I went inside my apartment and immediately sat on my bed. I wanted to cry. This was all too much, but all I could do was sit and shiver in silence until... Knock, knock. I didn't have time to be startled, as a familiar voice immediately accompanied the knocks.
Hey, I'm back. I stayed an extra night. I bet you love the peace and quiet. Anything happen? You didn't call, so I'm hoping we're all good. You gave me quite a scare.
Jane, in her normal, casual, optimistic Jane voice. I wanted to be able to trust her so badly. I needed a friend right now, and she made it so easy to trust her. So easy. How do I talk to her? What could I say? I couldn't find the words.
You there?
She asked calmly. Your number. It said it was out of service. I muttered weakly.
Really? What the hell? Are you sure you typed it in right?
Yeah, I'm sure. I couldn't put any energy behind my voice.
Are you okay? What happened?
She responded, sounding genuinely concerned. You know, don't you?
No, what?
You're part of it. You're this thing.
What are you talking about? Lee, you're not making sense.
Is your name really Jane?
Well, yeah, obviously. Why wouldn't it be?
Jane Lewis? The wall fell silent for a moment.
What the hell? Are you looking me up or something? That's messed up.
Jane said, sounding shaken. Maybe I should look you up. Maybe I should, since you're dead.
What? You're scaring the shit out of me, okay? I think you need some help.
I lost my composure again. You're dead. You died. Jane Lewis died, so who are you, and why are you doing this to me?
I'm not dead. Why are you saying I'm dead?
She shouted. She sounded so convincing. Maybe she genuinely didn't know she was dead. Or maybe this was another trick. Your apartment is vacant. Nobody has lived there for 8 years. It's empty. You aren't real. I heard her laugh. That kind of exasperated laugh when you hear something so ridiculous your brain has trouble processing it. It was a very human-like response.
Lee, that's not true. I don't know who's telling you this, but it's not true. I can assure you I am real. I signed a lease. I have a parking spot. I just went to see my sister and my nephew. We played Mario Kart and ate pizza. Pretty sure I wasn't a ghost to them. Listen to yourself. You're in your own head. I am real. I am your friend. At least I'm trying to be.
Her voice began to crack at the end. I could almost hear the tears welling up. I couldn't hold it in any longer. I began to cry. She wasn't trying to pull me back to a reality I had drifted so far from. God, I wanted everything she said to be true. Across the wall, I could hear a few quiet sobs. It was so real. It had to be real.
You're really scaring me. If this is a game, please just stop. It's sick. I'll leave. I'll pack my stuff and I'll leave. Just please stop.
My heart broke. I never wanted this. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, Jane. I don't know what's happening with me. Nothing makes sense. The building manager told me all this stuff and I don't know what's real anymore. I need help. I almost let it all go. I almost convinced myself that I had totally lost it and it was all in my head. It would have been so easy. All the pieces would fit together if none of it was real. but I had one more idea. I have a phone, like I said to her. Maybe I should look her up. If she went missing, there would be reports. All I have to do is type in her name, Jane Lewis, plus the name of the city. Enter. My heart sank further than I thought it could. There she was. The article came up immediately and I saw her face for the first time, but I didn't think she was lying. Not on purpose anyway. Those tears couldn't be fake. I refused to believe it. She really doesn't know. She's still stuck in that room, thinking she's alive. I looked at her picture for a while, so different from the ones my mind conjured up when we spoke. But her face fit her voice and personality like a glove. It radiated positive energy. The image of her in my mind was replaced with this new one instantaneously. Something about being able to attach the voice to the face made me trust her 10 times more. I knew this was really her. In some form, I wasn't being tricked. I was certain. I don't know if I should tell her that she was dead. A part of me thought there wouldn't be a point. There's no way she would believe me, but I felt like I had to. No more secrets. I needed this all out in the open. Whatever happens. Jane? I said hesitantly. I looked you up. I'm looking at the article right now.
Lee, please.
She begged. I continued and began reading the article aloud. Jane Adrienne Lewis, 26, last seen October 12th, 2015, reported missing October 14th, 2015, declared dead October 14th, 2022. Multiple searches turned up no leads. The initial suspect, ex-boyfriend Devin Aronson, whom had at the time been serving a restraining order from Jane, was exonerated. Her sister Carrie and mother Lynn continue to urge the public to come forward with any information they may have. I recited coldly, trying not to break. Jane was loved by her family, friends, and community, and is described as a kind soul, funny, passionate, and selfless. Her entrepreneurial spirit led her to start up multiple small businesses, dating all the way back to 8 years old when she would make and sell beaded bracelets and homemade baked goods to her classmates. Her mother, Lynn, quotes, "I stopped myself. This is a lot to throw at her, and I think she got the point." She was silent for a minute and then she spoke.
October 12th, 2015.
Yes, 8 years ago last month. That was the last time you were seen.
8 years ago.
Yeah,
October 12th, 2015 is today.
she said.
You're telling me I go missing today.
Everything turned upside down once again. I stammered. Words struggled to form. She was living out her final days all over again somehow.
Nobody remembers the stupid bracelets. Only my mom remembers that stuff.
She continued. I'm sorry.
It's not true. You're sick. You've been stalking me, gathering all this information. What do you want?
She screamed. There's a video. I can play it for you. She went silent. I took that as a yes. I turned the volume up, held the phone to the wall, and hit play on the embedded video. An older woman and a younger woman stood together in front of microphones on the front lawn of a small house. I could only assume her mom and her sister. She wouldn't accept it from me. Maybe she would accept it from them. Her mom didn't get through 2 sentences before I heard the most horrific sound I had ever heard coming from the other side of the wall. It sounded like all the air was sucked out of her, while at the same time she screamed and wailed. It was like the scream I heard the day before. All she could say was no, over and over again. I heard her rocking back and forth on the bed. It hit. She believed. I'm sorry. I cried, but all I could do was wait and listen to her violent sobbing, her awful cries. I couldn't imagine what she must be going through. After a few minutes, the crying stopped and she spoke through her sniffles.
Read me more. There has to be more.
I obliged and continued skimming the article. The words, "an early prominent lead," jumped out at me and I read the paragraph out loud. Jane's older sister told police about conversations the two had the day prior to her disappearance. Jane talked about making friends with a neighbor named Lee. I paused. The last thing I expected was my name to appear in this. Albeit spelled wrong. It was spelled Lee. Mine is spelled Leigh. My heart began to pound, and I continued. Whom she claimed she could hear through the unit's wall. However, when police searched, they found nobody by that name living in the building, and weren't able to find any evidence of this mysterious Lee.
What the?
Jane said, echoing my sentiments. You're alive. I'm really talking to you. 8 years ago. I surmised. It was the only way that could make sense.
I've been trying to tell you I'm alive.
Wait, maybe that means I can help you. You were supposed to die today, but maybe I can save you.
Okay. How?
I thought about it for a second and the most obvious answer popped into my mind. Get out. Get out of the room now. It's in the room. You have to leave.
What do you mean it's in the room?
It's 402. Something bad is in 402. I hear it at night. You have to go right now. Stay with your sister.
Okay, I'm going.
She said frantically. I heard the bed shift as she began making her way off. Then I heard something else. Wait, I shouted. Don't move.
What? Why?
Don't step off the bed. Stay on the bed.
Why?
It's breathing. I can hear it. It's under your bed. I softened my voice to a whisper, even though I didn't think it would do any good.
I can't hear anything.
It's there. It's waiting. Don't step your foot off.
What do I do?
I don't know. I don't know. Just wait.
I don't want to die.
You won't. We'll figure this out. I paced around the apartment frantically, trying to put the pieces together to try and find some answer, some way I could save her. Then something struck me. I don't want to die. She said that to me last night. And she wasn't here. It was the same words, said in the same way. Like her scream was the same scream. It wasn't this thing mimicking her. It was her. I heard you when you weren't here. How did I hear you when you weren't here? How did I hear you say something before you said it? I asked in desperate confusion.
I don't know.
She repeated. You said those exact words before, the same exact way. It was you. I thought maybe it was using your voice, but it was you. Now I don't understand. I don't know. Jane, I'm sorry. I don't know what to do. This doesn't make any sense.
Time.
She said in a softer voice. What?
I read this book a little while ago. It was a poetry book.
It sounded like she was just talking to calm herself down, saying anything, thinking about anything. Just going back to a happy place. Anything to cope. It seemed like something she had to learn how to do. I let her continue while I searched my own mind for answers.
One of the poems was about time, about how life is a cup and time is water being slowly poured into the cup. I can't remember exactly how it went, but the stream of water is your present, and it all collects and fills up to become your past.
She said. I heard her lay back on her bed. I pictured her staring at the ceiling, fingers interlocked, scared out of her mind but trying her best to talk her way out of it. I never heard that one, I replied.
It always feels like we're going somewhere because we're in the middle of the pour, but when you look at the past, it's all in the same place. You can take a sip from any of it. I always liked that analogy for some reason. Maybe when we see ghosts, it's just time spilling out of their glasses, out into the world for all to see. Maybe that's why we see them most at night. It's easy to spill things when it's dark.
Her voice slowly grew calmer. I listened, fearing deep down that this might be the last time I hear it. She kept going.
I don't think I spilled. Maybe a little bit. In the dark. Maybe that's what you were hearing. But I think I poured my time out. To you, I mixed up our glasses. Because I needed to.
Maybe she was right. There's no way of knowing, but it is a nice thought. We mixed our time. I pictured a plain milkshake in a blender, but with a little chocolate swirl cascading into the center.
Or maybe I threw my whole glass at the wall.
She said, chuckling faintly. I smiled. That would do it. The thing in that room, maybe it spilled too. Spilled over here from someplace else, I surmised. The wall went silent. It was silent for a long time. Too long. Then the creak I had become so familiar with. She sat up. Jane? I shouted.
I see it.
Her breath was shaky. Her words were weak.
It's with me now.
Get out of there. Run. Just run. I shouted.
I can't move. Please help me, Lee. Please.
She begged. I couldn't take any more. I couldn't think anymore. I took the keys Mike gave me. I grabbed a big kitchen knife and I stormed out of the apartment as fast as I could. I didn't know what I would do or what I could do. I just had to get to her. Without hesitation, I plunged the key into the lock of 402 and burst through the door, letting it slowly close behind me. My heart was pounding out of my chest. I took in what I saw in the brief moments when the room was illuminated by the hallway light, and it was everything Mike said it was earlier. Empty. Completely empty. Unkempt and unclean. The dust was thick. There was absolutely no mistaking the fact that this place was abandoned. Now, though, with the door closed, all of those details were replaced by a thick blanket of darkness. So dark. Darker than my apartment ever was. I tried the lights and they didn't come on. Jane? I shouted again as I walked further into the blackness, but there was no response. She wasn't here, but she was. She was on her bed, helpless, staring at something that was about to kill her. What was happening 8 years ago, but it was happening right now. I just couldn't see it. There isn't even a bed here anymore. I stood right where it should be, and there was nothing. Please answer me, Jane. I should be able to hear her, I thought. I tried to even just feel her presence somehow, but I couldn't feel anything except dread. Was I too late? I called out to her again and again. Nothing. I turned my attention to her tormentor. Leave her alone. What are you? Show yourself. What was I saying? The adrenaline was too high. I didn't even fully realize the scope of the stuff I was in, but it was beginning to dawn on me. This thing, it killed Jane. It torments people. It carves them up. And I just walked right into its mouth. I liked Jane's theory about time, but maybe it was this thing that didn't. It mixed up our time. It put us together to lure me over here. 8 years without a victim, and it was starving. It knew we would connect. It knew I would come to save her. It got me right where it wanted me. In my adrenaline-fueled haze, I walked far away from the door without even realizing it. I was on the other side of the room. I could make a run for it, but I froze. The soundproofing panels were gone, but the place was just as silent. The intense dark made my vision fuzzy and grainy. Dark spots and subtle shapes manifested and dissipated, tricking my eyes. I tried to scan the room. All I could really make out was some of the basic geometry. The only light was an inch-tall line coming from under the front door. It could be hiding in any of these pitch-black corners, standing there, watching me hyperventilate. There was a sliding closet door next to the front door, very slightly open. Mike said something about people seeing it in the closet. I could imagine its eye peeking out. Maybe that's where it hid in the daytime, watching Jane and listening to us. Something moved above me. I looked to the ceiling but saw only black. It could be up there too, sprawled out on the ceiling like some kind of spider, looking down at me waiting to pounce. I wouldn't know. More movement in the far corners of my periphery. I turned to face it out of instinct and was again met with the void. I wanted to think it was all a trick of my eyes, but I knew better. I told my body to run. It was time to run. My body didn't want to move, but I had no choice. I couldn't stay here. As much as it killed me, I was quickly realizing there was no saving Jane. There never was. I was still as powerless as I had been this entire time, so I had to go now. Then I heard it creak. The floorboard right in front of the door I was so anxious to get to. I turned and looked towards the door, and I saw it. The line of light under the door was now broken by two dark pillars. It was standing right there. It was too dark to make out any other features, or maybe it didn't have any. All I could make out was a shadow amongst the shadows, the vaguest confirmation of a form. My legs fell out from under me and I came down hard. I kicked my feet and crawled back against the furthest corner. I didn't take my eyes off of it. I didn't dare to even blink. It didn't move. After a moment, the floorboards began to creak subtly again and again, but it still wasn't moving. It sounded like it was only slightly shifting its weight from one foot to the other and back again. It was swaying. I really was trapped now. It wasn't going to let me go to the door. I put my hands on the wall behind me to help me push myself back up. One of my hands touched something wet. The wall was damp and squishy. Instinctually, I looked to see what I was touching, and my eyes were able to adjust enough to make out that it was mold. A ton of mold, coating several feet of the wall. I recoiled in disgust, but it quickly all started to add up. This mold was exactly where the mold in my apartment was. It was the same mold on both sides. The guys who replaced my drywall, they never looked on the other side. But now that I thought about it, the day after they opened my wall was the day this all started. Opening the wall opened the threshold, and that's how it must have found me. These revelations ripped through my mind within a few seconds, but the ultimate realization was that I took my eyes off of it. I quickly turned back. The line of light was unbroken again. It moved. It could be anywhere now. It was toying with me like it toyed with all the others. I began to feel my feet go numb, just like how Jane's did. I couldn't make a run for it anymore. This was it. It was coming for me. In my desperation, I took the knife and jammed it into the moldy wall. It slid in, so I stabbed it again and again and again. Then I dropped the knife and forced my hands inside, pulling and ripping and tearing at the decay. Some parts tore away easy. Others were still rough and hard. Amidst the crumbling and the squishing sounds of the wall being pulled apart and the sounds of my own struggling, the creaks began again, coming closer now. The tips of my fingers screamed in pain. My fingernails bent and broke as drywall lodged itself behind them, but I continued tearing at it with everything I had. It felt like I had an extra pair of hands. The creaks got closer. The numbness crept up my legs. The breathing I heard time and time again I could now feel on the back of my neck. Then, that awful sound of teeth chattering inches away from my ear. Eventually, the hole was big enough for me to crawl into, and I hoisted myself inside with every bit of strength I had left. My body barely fit between the drywall and the solid concrete. I squeezed in as best as I could. I knew this wasn't an escape. This was just the only thing I could do. Maybe this would be far enough outside of its physical domain. Sound could travel past the wall, but maybe it couldn't. It was a stretch, but it's all I had.
It was pitch black in here. I couldn't even see myself. I was at the whim of the warbling fuzz of my own retinas. It stopped moving, but it continued to breathe right next to my ear. Maybe I was right and it couldn't get inside. Time passed. The breathing faded. My heart rate began to slow and the intense pain in my hands crept to the surface. I didn't know how long it had been, but it felt like ages. At this point, I was waiting for the sun to come up, but instead it stayed pitch black. I finally decided to take a peek outside of the hole just to see a glimpse of that line of light again. I reached my hand toward the edge of the hole to pull myself towards it, but I couldn't find it. I ran my hand along the whole surface. I couldn't find the hole. It was gone. It was like it was never there. The wall was perfectly smooth and solid. I began to hyperventilate again. Then I began to scream. I screamed for help until my throat went coarse. I hit the wall as hard as I could over and over, and it wouldn't budge. I couldn't see the blood, but I felt it trickle down my knuckles. I managed to dislodge a wooden stud, but that offered no help. I fought until I had no more fight left in me. Then I sat back, staring into the blackness once again, defeated. Only there was something different this time. I could only describe it as something darker than pitch black, a little fuzzy orb of it, floating past the wooden stud that I broke off. I pulled myself closer, and my eyes very slowly began to adjust. It wasn't an orb I began to discover. It was 3 orbs, arranged in an inverted triangle. I pulled myself closer again. No, not orbs. They were holes. I couldn't fully make it out until I was a mere foot away from it. Then I gasped in horror. A face, sunken black holes for the eyes and mouth, withered and shrouded in a veil of cobwebs. I could barely make out the rest of the body, slumped over and sitting like I was, decayed to bones. There she was, the veiled woman, but not just the veiled woman. It was Jane. She was here all this time. It probably tricked her into the wall the same way it tricked me. Tears welled up immediately and turned to frantic sobs. No, Jane, please, no. I thought I could save you. Please don't be gone. I knew she was dead, but actually seeing her like this broke me beyond repair. It sunk in now. That last glimmer of hope I had was gone. My friend was dead, and she died afraid. You can't be gone. Tell me one of your jokes. You're supposed to tell me them every day. You can't miss a day. You have to, please. I was hysterical, thinking about her scared and alone and trapped for God knows how long, never being found. It shattered me over and over. I couldn't save her. I couldn't reassure her. I couldn't make things better. I couldn't say goodbye. I couldn't even bring her or her family closure because I will die in this place too, and neither of us will ever be found. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Give me more time. Spill me more time. Just a little more. I begged, but nothing happened. The next few hours were agony. Staring at the empty, decomposed husk of the girl I failed. Replaying every single decision I made. Thinking about how I could have done it differently. I was always too late. Always one step behind. Too scared, too uncertain. I always knew I was like this. I always have been, but I didn't think it mattered. I figured the only life I could ruin was my own. I began doing our knocks on the wall over and over, hoping maybe she would hear it somewhere, sometime. Maybe it would reach her at a time when she needed to know someone was still with her. That's probably not how it worked, but it's all I had left. I was hungry, dehydrated. My lips were sticking together. My vision got even spottier. Occasionally I would sleep, as much as I could. I tried to move my arms and my body every now and then to stop them from becoming completely stiff, but they hurt like hell. 2 days passed.
I continued knocking. I was in a haze when I saw an axe crash through the wall, bringing with it a beam of blinding light. It crashed through several more times. The light scorched my eyes. I heard a voice and yelling, and I couldn't discern it. Before long, I was being pulled out of the wall. The pain in my muscles was unbearable. My eyes wouldn't focus, and my brain wouldn't unscramble, but I could think just enough to repeat, "Jane is in there," as I was dragged away before I completely lost consciousness. I awoke in a hospital room, once again blinded by all the light, but my eyes eventually focused on Mike. He told me he regretted giving me the key to 402 and came to check on me. When he saw the key still in the lock, that's when he heard me knocking and he got me out. I told him I was grateful and that I was sorry. The police and the paramedics came and collected Jane's body. Mike told me what story to use to explain what happened. Say I heard some rats and took it upon myself to set traps on the wall when I got stuck and found Jane. It worked well enough for them. I got fired for missing work, which made me laugh. And it goes without saying that I had to find a new place to live. I went back to my apartment after I got discharged, gathered everything I could in about 20 minutes, and left. Right before I shut the door, I knocked twice on the wall, one more time, just because. Jane's sister reached out to say thank you on behalf of her and her family. I wish I could tell them more, but there was no way. All I could do was wish them the best. I believe they're trying to sue Mike for criminal negligence. I struggled to find a new place and a new job. I got fired a few times for being too inattentive or slow. I wasn't sleeping or eating. I had panic attacks and night terrors. I couldn't bear the dark or the quiet. The things I saw I couldn't escape, but beyond the fear and the trauma, it was the guilt that was the worst. I saw her face everywhere. Her dead face haunted me while I slept, and her living face haunted me while I was awake. Neither face could ever forgive me. I didn't have enough money to drink away the sorrow. I was forced to face it all every day. Dating was off the table. I wouldn't subject someone else to me in the state I was in. I thought long and hard about giving up in those next few months. I got closer and closer to making that decision. I started stockpiling prescription pills and drafting final letters. I only felt more and more ready as the days passed. But on the day I chose, and the time I chose, I heard 2 knocks on my wall. My wife's long black hair swept over her shoulder as she turned to tell me to hurry up. 6 miles into the hike and she was still bounding with energy while I neared the brink of collapse. Bang, 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 bang. Taking no notice of the pounding that had just drifted through the trees, she paused to allow me to catch up with her and tease me for becoming an old man. Our 10th time making the trek. An annual tradition to return to the place where I'd proposed, and she looked as beautiful as she had on the first. Bang, 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 bang. It was louder now, enveloping us. Desperately I tried to ignore it too, fighting to stay in the moment, fighting to stay with her. I knew what was waiting if I gave in. Bang, bang, bang. I opened my eyes and she was gone. And I was back there. Light bringing no warmth streamed in through the window and I shivered, uselessly pulling the meager, moth-bitten sheets tighter to my body. A full month's worth of frigid mornings had taught me to expect the chill air forcing its way through the cracks in the crumbling plaster walls, which brought with it the scent of fresh snow. And so continues the endless winter in hell, I grumbled. half awake as I reached blindly towards the bedside table and wrapped my hand around the glass that I knew would be waiting there, full to the brim with poisonous medicine. Swallowing its entire contents in 2 large gulps, I gagged on the flavor of tepid, watered-down, cheap whiskey, potent enough to keep the shakes at bay, yet not quite so strong as to bring any measure of real peace. At least its pain-numbing qualities exceeded those of the booze in the outside world, allowing me to choke back the tears brought on by my shattered back. Bang, 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 bang. The cacophony that had woken me continued down on the first floor. From the sound of it, our fresh arrival was still violently trying to come to terms with his new living arrangements, angrily shouting, pounding on the walls and based on the scraping and then the loud crashes that followed, attempting to hurl the dining room chairs through the windows. "Henry will be furious about having to rebuild those again," I murmured. I took another swig from the glass that, by then, had refilled itself, and listened more closely to the man's words. With only 2 semesters of college Spanish under my belt, it was some time before I recognized anything that he was screaming. "Donde esté la puerta?" was the only thing I picked out that I fully understood. It will return soon enough, I thought to myself, polishing off my second helping of swill and setting the glass back on the table, feeling the weight of those words more heavily given the events of the last couple days. Best not focus on that part, though. I shuddered, propping my back up against the metal bars of the headboard and reaching once again for my only comfort in there, topped off as it was, for a 3rd time. Confined to my bed for the foreseeable future, I heard Henry's door open and his footsteps thump past mine as I knew, for the 3rd day in a row, he was going to attempt and calm the fresh tenant. And watching the haggard, dirty, broken man in the mirror that faced the bed raise the glass once again to his lips, I reflected back on my first day in the winter house. 2 years. It was 2 years to the day that I lost Sherry. It all happened so quickly. We were on our anniversary hike when, for the first time in our relationship, she fell behind me. Then, without warning, collapsed in the middle of the trail. Hospital visits, tests, diagnosis, treatment, fighting, losing, withering. Dead. 6 months. It's all it took. 37 years of healthy existence. 10 years of happy marriage. So much life still left in front of her. Dead. Every time I closed my eyes, I could still hear the high-pitched squeal of the machine announcing to me that her heart had stopped when I felt the last of her strength evaporate from the hands I was holding. For the next 2 years, I tried to carry on without her. Did everything I knew to pull myself out of the swirling pit of despair I dropped into the moment she stopped breathing. Friends, family, hiking, lifting, church. I even debated going to therapy. But my father had always told me that that was only for weak men. Every day I fell deeper into the hole, and every day the bottle loomed nearer. You see, Sherry and I had met in Alcoholics Anonymous. She was already 3 months sober at the time and comforted me on the very first day. Helped see me through the worst of my detox. Kept me going back to meetings. Became my biggest advocate. We were 2 broken souls that had enough pieces left to hold each other together, and once she was gone, mine was shattered once more. But she had made me promise that I would keep my sobriety in her absence. Made me swear it on the ring she'd worn on her hand every day of our marriage, and that I then wore around my neck every day after her passing. Yet one night I found myself in a bar. A bar I'd been to many, many times in my pre-Sherry life. A bar so familiar that,
Although I hung my head in shame, the feat I was watching carried me to a stool that, even after years of neglect, still felt like home when I sat in it. And without me uttering a single word, a drink appeared in front of me. Double whiskey, on the rocks. The bartender winked and asked where I'd been before shuffling off to take another patron's order. Staring at the ice cube suspended in the amber pour of my failure, I apologized to Sherry before drowning it in one practiced motion. 5 more helpings of the same tonic at the bar, and a stop at the liquor store on the way home, and I was feeling the best that I had in a long while. In fact, it was the only time in the last 2 years that I hadn't felt the crushing weight of Sherry's death bearing down on my chest, and I was experienced enough to know that the minute I sobered up again, the pain of her loss would return even more intensely than before. So I decided that night, on the walk between the liquor store and my house, that I was never going to be sober again. My plan was to continue drinking in every waking minute of every hour of every day of the remainder of my life until my liver finally would give out on me. And in that instant, I felt an incredible sense of relief. Everything seemed so simple then. I was a locksmith who worked for himself, so I didn't need to worry about being fired for intoxication. All I needed to do from then on would be to make enough money to afford my rent, utilities, food, and booze, while I waited for death to take me. What I did not know at the time was that I'd just made myself a target. When I arrived home that evening, I immediately stumbled my way into the kitchen and grabbed a plastic cup from the cabinet. Given I was already nearly toppling over with each step, I was certain I'd shatter anything glass if I tried to use it, and therefore was more than happy to fill my NASCAR chalice with a heavy dose of whiskey and ice. The next hour or so, I melted into the couch watching trash TV, working myself halfway through the 5th I'd purchased. It wasn't long before I passed out, empty vessel in hand, dreamlessly fading into nothing. I awoke with a headache, around 3 in the morning, needing to pee fiercely, and stupidly, I tried to sprint to the restroom, kicking the coffee table on the way there. Blind pain seared through what I imagined was likely a broken pinky toe in my right foot, necessitating that I limp the rest of my way to the toilet in our master bedroom. After I had finished my business, I debated brushing my teeth and laying down in bed for the rest of the night, but with the way my head was feeling, I knew that if I didn't get some more alcohol into my system before I fell asleep again, the morning would be horrendous. And walking back into our bedroom, I caught sight of something I hadn't noticed when I'd crossed through the space with my eyes bleary from the tears of my shattered toe. There was a glass on my bedside table, brimming with a brown liquid and ice effortlessly floating through it, tinkling softly as the cubes moved up and down. It appeared as if someone had just placed it there a moment ago. I blinked repeatedly to make sure it didn't disappear, but after closing my eyes and opening them for the 4th time, I resigned myself to its reality and focused then on how it could have gotten there. As I mentioned, I was only planning to drink out of my plastic cup for the evening. Moreover, as far as I was aware, I'd been knocked out on the couch until about 5 minutes prior. Had it been there when I came into the room initially? I pondered. It must have been, unless there was someone else in the house with me. My heart rate increased, considering the possibility that someone had invaded my home, and I stood stock still for a minute, listening intently for the sound of any other movement in the house. But all that met my ears was the gentle click of the ice, which I felt should have settled by that time. Yet when I looked back at the table, it was impossibly still stirring, as if disturbed by an unseen hand. Grabbing a baseball bat from the closet, I planned then to search the house and started first by checking that I had, in my drunken stupor, remembered to lock the front door.
Sherry and I had had a break-in a couple years before she passed, and I had personally installed a special deadbolt that used keys which I'd made myself. Of those keys, there were only 2 in existence, and of those 2, I retained sole possession. So when I reached the door and found that I had indeed thrown the bolt behind me when I'd returned home earlier, I relaxed slightly, confident that no one could have picked the lock and entered through the main entrance. I conducted a thorough search of the remainder of the modest domicile. In doing so, I established that all other doors and all of the windows were locked, sealed, and undamaged, and I detected no trace of anyone besides myself within the walls. I was alone. So, I returned to my bedroom, praying as I crossed the threshold that the beverage would simply have vanished, and I could chalk the whole thing up to a hallucination. But I was sorely disappointed. There it still stood, solid as the moment I first laid eyes on it, ice continuing to bob up and down. The only explanation that I had for its presence then was that I had woken up, or maybe even sleepwalked, some time before I had arisen to pee, made myself a drink, placed it down next to my bed, and wandered back to the couch. But why would I do that? I confusedly considered. If that had been what happened, I would have had to have it done it very recently, as the ice looked unmelted. And it seemed so odd that I wouldn't have drank any of it before heading back to the living room. However, as it was the only explanation I could come up with that made any sense to me, and given I had been on my way to the kitchen to fix another drink before I spotted the one already waiting for me, I begrudgingly accepted that it must be the truth, brushing off the concerns that kept popping up in my head. With that, I approached the table and saw that as I did, my footsteps shook the contents, answering for me how it had appeared to be in a constant state of disturbance. I had been stomping around the house and creating the vibrations that were making it look alive. So easily, I ignored all of my worries. So easily, I lifted the glass from the table. So easily, I took a sip. And it was euphoria. The most delicious drink that had ever passed my lips. In fact, the most delicious thing I'd ever consumed in my life. Far beyond the quality of the piss I knew to be sitting in the plastic bottle in the kitchen that it should have tasted like. But I didn't care. I couldn't stop myself. Down, down, down. I gulped its entirety down in a wild frenzy, unable to move from the spot, unable to care for anything else. I ate the ice. I licked the inner walls of the glass clean. I was about to bite down on the glass itself when I snapped out of it. For a moment I felt nothing, but then as I lowered the empty container from my face, I was struck with an intense surge of pleasure. Every nerve ending surged with warmth. Every pain I'd ever known drifted away. Sherry's hollow, sickened face dissolved from my memories and was replaced with the smile that greeted my mornings for so many years. I needed more. Then, as if a bartender had heard my thoughts, I looked down to see the glass was full again. Madly, I snatched it up, draining the elixir even faster than the first helping. And I was rewarded. I began tingling with the sensations of every joyous minute I'd ever experienced. The best days of my life all flashed before my eyes. The smell of Sherry's perfume crept into my nostrils. At that moment, I was positive that I was happiest being on the planet. While I basked in bliss, a voice rose from the back of my mind, carrying with it only one word. More. It demanded. The glass was full again, and the third dose barely lasted a second. I felt Sherry's arms around my waist, wrapping me in a hug from behind. The weight of her head pressed down on my shoulder as she pulled me gently down onto the bed. Lovingly, she ran her fingers through my hair, and whispered tenderly in my ear, "Don't worry, I've got you now." It was so sweet to hear her voice again, so sweet to feel her warmth beside me. "I've got you now," she repeated, yet this time the tenderness was gone. This time, a darkness filled each syllable. Panic replaced ecstasy, but I was helpless to do anything about it. Overwhelming exhaustion overcame me, and I was forced powerlessly into a heavy and dreamless slumber. Sunlight shone on the inside of my eyelids, and I cracked them open to find it was morning. Nothing about my bedroom appeared different than any other time I'd woken up there, besides that it was absolutely freezing for the middle of summer. Yanking the covers closer to me, I cocooned myself to attempt and warm my bones. But it was to little avail. A pounding headache prevented the events of the previous evening from returning immediately, but when I rotated my head to look at the clock on the bedside table, there was an empty space on it that I knew, for some reason, should have been occupied. The glass was gone. It all came back to me, and I, with a start, sat up in bed, quickly to be greeted with an incredible bout of nausea. Frantically, I ran for the restroom and began to vomit so furiously. I worried that I might not just expel what was inside my stomach, but actually launch my stomach itself into the toilet. It was the most miserable I had ever felt, a hangover so severe that I legitimately considered calling for an ambulance. You would have thought that in that instant, I'd be swearing off alcohol forever. Yet, in reality, once I felt assured that I had nothing left inside my body to chuck up, the first thing I did was crawl like a baby to the kitchen to find my leftover whiskey from the night before. Any alcoholic can tell you that the fastest way to cure alcohol withdrawal is to consume more alcohol. So, with trembling hands, I snatched the half-empty bottle down from the counter and, foregoing any imitations of sophistication, took 2 large pulls directly from it. I gagged and my stomach churned. It took every ounce of my fortitude to keep it down, but I was able to hold it. Sitting on the floor, I leaned against a cabinet and continued to take small sips every few minutes while I waited for it to take effect, and gradually I began to feel the hangover symptoms subsiding. Once I was able to focus on anything other than feeling horribly ill, I thought again about the night before, about the mysterious glass, about how perfect it made me feel. With its conspicuous absence that morning, I wondered if it had all been a very lucid dream. Maybe it really had been a hallucination brought on by the binge I'd gone on after such a long period of sobriety. Whatever the case, as the whiskey displaced more and more of the healthy ingredients of my blood, I focused less on the likely imagined events of the night before, and more on the growing hunger. With that sensation returning, I knew that I would be feeling well enough to stand and hold myself to my feet. Swaying a bit more than I expected, I continued to take intermittent gulps of drink as I managed to fumble my way through a shower, teeth brushing, and getting dressed, so that I could at least head out to get a greasy fast food breakfast and another bottle for the afternoon. Feeling at least presentable enough for the liquor store, I stepped out through the front door, closed it behind me, and turned my key in the deadbolt to lock it. And when I spun it back to the center position to remove the key from the door, it got stuck. Yanking on it as hard as I could, it refused to pull free from the lock. I tried jiggling it a bit, but couldn't shake it loose. Then I tried twisting it back to the locked position, but it wouldn't budge that direction either. Annoyed, I was about to head to my truck to grab some of my smithing tools to force it to come out, when something happened. The key rotated on its own to unlock the door. I stared at it in disbelief for a moment. There was no way that should have been possible. Even if someone was standing on the other side of the door and had spun the deadbolt handle, it wouldn't have moved the key externally. confused but significantly inebriated, such that I was more frustrated than scared at the time, I tried to turn it back to lock the door again, but found it was now frozen in the unlocked position. Unsure of what to make of the situation, I decided to open the door to begin investigating the entire mechanism that was met with a sight that I'll never forget. My living room was gone. Instead, the door had opened to reveal the dingiest interior I'd ever seen. From what I could make out under a thick coating of dirt, there were wood floors where there should have been carpet, a dining room with a sloping table, and 3 crippled chairs took the place of my kitchen, and a sitting room with 1 tattered sofa occupied the space where my recliner and TV should have been. Every surface was topped with such a thick layer of dust that the only distinguishable color was gray, and the most confusing part was that directly in front of me, straight away from the front door itself, was a flight of stairs leading up to a 2nd floor. But I lived in a 1-story home. I moved backwards 1 step and surveyed the exterior of the house just to make absolutely sure that I hadn't somehow blacked out, and found my way to the wrong abode. But there were the numbers of my address on the letterbox right next to the door. As I had the night before, I blinked again and again in the hopes that my living room would return, but the decrepit image beyond the entry remained unchanged. There were the stairs leading up to the floor that could not exist. Fear began to eat its way through my liquid courage, and I reflected back on the glass from the night before. Maybe it hadn't been a dream. Maybe I'd been drugged. Maybe it was part of a government experiment of some kind with LSD. There needed to be a sane explanation for what I was seeing, as it was impossible that my door had randomly decided to open itself into another home. I went to take another step back, as my instinct then was to take off running. But before I could, a hand shot out from behind the door. A hand the size of my chest. A hand with haphazard, jagged spines jutting from the back of it. Pointed fingers as long as my forearms wrapped themselves around my wrist. And I was pulled inside the dismal foyer before being violently thrown to the ground near the foot of the steps. I felt my elbow shatter as it slammed into the floor, and I heard the door crash shut behind me. Screaming in pain and terror, I turned now to face what had just ripped me into a nightmare, only to find my concept of a nightmare had been childishly underestimated. A naked, pale creature towered over me. Moving on all fours, it circled me like a predator, considering its next meal, and given the dagger-like carnivorous teeth it displayed in a mouth that opened wide enough to consume my whole head in one bite, I believed it would not be too long before I discovered what it felt like to be prey. Its face was rounded, containing slits for nostrils and sunken black holes where there should have been eyes, but even lacking those, I knew it could see me. It met my gaze no matter what angle I watched it from. If not for the shape of the head and the humanoid hands, it would have appeared much like a 12-foot-long, hairless dog, but for one additional feature: the spines. I'd seen them on the back of the hand that grabbed me, but now that my eyes were adjusting to the light, and I'd blinked away many of the tears that had formed from the pain in my arm, I could see clearly that there were 4 to 5 inch spikes sticking out from its flesh on nearly every part of its body, sans its face, palms, and soles. Hundreds of them. There was no pattern of organization, and when they caught the light from the sun streaming through a window, I took them to be made of bone. On top of the talon-like fingers and the razor teeth, I then pondered that the spines on this thing might be venomous, and I started to cry once more, thinking through the horrible, painful ways in which I was about to die. It moved closer to me, and I braced myself for the inevitable, but then it simply stepped over my body and climbed the stairs behind me. I heard it make the hallway above, its steps receding further and further into the house, and then a door slam, and I was alone again. Gingerly I got up from the floor and backed myself towards the entrance, never taking my eyes off the stairs in case that thing came charging back down them. I felt behind me for the wall and eventually made contact with it, blindly running my hands along its surface. I searched for the handle but continued to feel nothing but smooth wood. Getting nowhere, I risked a look behind me to find the door, but was met with yet another shock. It had vanished. Staring at a bare wall between two windows, my brain broke momentarily and I began laughing hysterically at what I wasn't sure. But I knew one thing. It wasn't real. It couldn't be real. It was a joke of some kind. It had to be. I turned around expecting people to pop out from behind the moldy sofa, but no one came. I pulled my cell phone from my pocket to see if I had any messages from friends saying they got me, to find that it wouldn't turn on, though it had had a full charge when I'd walked out of my house just minutes earlier. Surveying the room around me further, I saw only candles and oil lamps for lighting, no outlets or appliances. I wondered if I'd somehow stepped outside of time. With the dire nature of my situation setting in more and more by the minute, I again felt panic building in my chest. Sprinting to one of the windows that flanked where the door should have been, I peered outside to see if I could flag down someone from the street to help me. But my street was not outside those windows. I don't know what I'd expected. I'd been pulled into a home not my own, and could then see that the world outside was not the one I'd left behind earlier. The world outside didn't even appear to be in the same season as the one I'd come from. Thick snow blanketed the ground in a sea of trees that stretched further than my eye could discern. Somehow I'd traveled from summertime in suburbia to a winter forest in an instant. What little buzz I'd had going before leaving my house that morning was fading rapidly, and I was not going to be able to contain my terror much longer. Feeling that fleeing on foot through the woods would be better than exploring any deeper into the house and possibly running into even more terrible creatures, I tried to pry open the window I was looking out of. But it wouldn't move. I searched for a lock that might be holding it shut, or nails, or screws, anything that could prevent it from letting me out. But there was nothing that I could locate. Throwing all caution away, I started to punch and kick the window, following my body's instinctual desire to run, but it seemed nothing I did could crack the glass. Overtaken by dread, I forgot even the fear that the monster I'd already met would come soon to devour me, and yelled for someone. Anyone to help me, while I smashed my body into the panes. Eventually, I even tried to throw a chair through it, and it did nothing more than break the chair into pieces. And it was when I did this that I heard a voice behind me curse in a thick French accent. "It took me weeks to mend that last time," it snapped. I shouted and jumped back against the wall, after finding a waif of a man behind me, dressed in the remains of what had possibly been business attire at one time. He'd previously had a mustache, but now above his lips were a few tufts of unkempt mange, and much of the gray, matted hair on his head looked to have been yanked out. His teeth were rotting, and his skin browed with dirt, but not enough to cover the needle marks in both of his arms. A junkie. "Where am I? What do you want?" I blurted at the man, who threw a finger in front of his mouth and shushed me threateningly. "I want you to shut up and quit breaking stuff." "It doesn't like when we fight," he whispered ominously, eyes darting to the second floor. I dropped my voice lower. "Who are you? What is it? What is this place?" I asked. He indicated himself, am Henry Laurent. This," he gestured to the room around him, "is the winter house. And it," he pointed up the stairs where the creature had disappeared, "is the house. And the house is it." He was speaking nonsense. clearly high on whatever he'd shot into his veins. My face must have shown my distaste for his BS when I was clearly in distress, as he smiled and continued, "You think I'm messed up and spouting gibberish at you, no?" He gave a quiet chuckle. I thought the same thing when Bo explained it to me, but he tried to, gently, deliver the news. I feel it's easiest for you to hear the blunt truth. You'll come to accept it more quickly that way. Accept what? I inquired. That you are dead, he said nonchalantly. I'm dead? I snapped involuntarily. Not quite yet exactly, but you will never leave here alive. Think of this place as a sort of purgatory, a miserable purgatory. He trailed off. Please, I pleaded with him. I just want to go home. Can you help me get out of here? Were you not listening? He quipped. You cannot leave. No one leaves the house once it has them. It brought you here to feed on you, and there it will never let you go. Stop, I begged him. It was too much. My whole body was shaking, and I was struggling to breathe. Please, I don't want to hear anymore. I just want to go home. I sniffled with tears returning to my eyes. Oh, but you are home, he said unsympathetically. There's already a room prepared for you upstairs. This isn't my home, I shouted. Of course it is. You accepted the invitation. He gave a yellow-toothed smile. Invitation? I racked my brain for a memory of accepting an invite to live with a monster and a junkie Frenchman when it hit me. The glass. The drink. You remember now, no? He pestered. What was it? Pills? Cocaine? A whiskey, I stammered. Ah, yes, alcoholic then. Mine was heroin, the best I'd ever had. 3 needles full. The stuff here is terrible, but it's all there is. His expression dropped to one of deepest longing. There's heroin here? I was astonished. Heroin, alcohol, pills, meth, cocaine. Whatever brought you here will be here for you. Always. He paused momentarily. The house provides, he finished, then walked towards the shattered chair and picked up some of the pieces. There was a pile in the corner of the room with the remains of several other pieces of furniture, and it appeared he was going to try and mend the chair using pieces of different chairs and still more pieces of chairs as tools. You'll see. He started up again. Go check your room. Up the stairs and first door on the right. There will be something waiting for you in there that I'm sure you're beginning to get desperate for. Upstairs? Are you crazy? That thing is upstairs. I had every intention of keeping as much space between me and the monster until I could figure out what was going on. Oh, it won't bother you now, he said. It was only down here to let you in. It'll stay in its room until it's time to feed again, or unless we try to kill each other. He could see that I did not trust him at his word. Fine, he sighed. Would you like me to show you to your room? I did not want Henry to show me anywhere. I wanted to wake up. I tried to slap myself several times, but only found Henry's laughing face staring back at me each time that I did. Follow me. He made a motion behind him and walked towards the stairs. Come, there is something in your room that will make this easier. I saw no reasonable alternatives. I could continue to try and smash unbreakable windows and find an invisible door, or I could follow Henry to my room. Being I was unwilling to explore any of the rest of the house alone, so trepidatiously, I accompanied him. Henry showed me up to the second floor, which comprised a single hallway that led straight back to a door at the end, with 3 others branching off on the sides. The warden lives down there. He pointed to the door at the end of the hall. I'm in here. He threw a thumb towards the first door on the left. Bo's in there. He jabbed a finger to the second door on the left. And that leaves you in here. We stopped in front of the only door on the right right-hand side of the hole. I opened my mouth to ask him more questions, including why he'd referred to the creature as the Warden, but he shushed me for a second time. Just go in and get your head right. I'll explain how it all works. Well, at least what's been passed to me, and the little I understand of it. Once you've taken the edge off a bit. He gave an encouraging nod towards the door, and I opened it to see a small and rather shabby room. My initial reaction was that it had no redeeming qualities whatsoever, and I was unsure what Henry was referring to as something that would help inside. A small cot, one might generously call a bed, sat under a window on the right-hand side with a mirror facing it from the opposite wall. On the left, there was a putrid-looking toilet, and the only other furniture was a small nightstand which was barren except for a glass of whiskey. The adrenaline had been masking it, but now that my body no longer felt it was in imminent threat of death, the withdrawal symptoms were encroaching and the pain in my elbow was peaking. I don't recall entering the room or walking to the edge of the bed. All I know is 1 second I was at the entry with Henry, and the next I was holding the glass in my hand, hesitating and remembering the many warnings I'd been given during my life to not accept strange food or drinks. I turned back towards the door, expecting Henry to be there, providing affirmation that it was okay to take a sip. But he'd gone. Instead, I was startled by the touch of another hand on the one that was holding the drink. A gentle hand. Sherry's hand. My body was frozen by its presence, other than the arm she was guiding. She pushed the glass towards my mouth, and from behind me, she cooed when it reached my lips. "It's okay, baby. You need this." So I drank. It was a pale imitation of the quality of the invitation, warm and with a flavor more reminiscent of top-shelf booze than the transcendent experience I'd had the previous night. However, in that moment, it was everything that I craved. My body relaxed the instant the liquid touched my tongue, and while the powerful ecstasy did not return either, the calming effect was exquisite. Even the pain in my elbow receded. Though the high was muted from what I knew was possible, it was still enough for me to beg for more, and my wish was granted. I stood, rooted in place, while Sherry's hands nudged me through 2 more helpings, and while I considered that it could have just been due to my intoxication level increasing, I couldn't help but notice each glassful tasted less potent. When I set the glass down the 3rd time, Sherry left me. No, come back," I yelled, but she did not return. Alone once more, and with my fear then sufficiently muted that I could begin to process the position I'd landed in, Henry's words floated through the drunken haze. "The house provides." Looking down at the table, the glass was yet again full, and the meaning of that statement sank into my mind. The house could give me a chance to feel my wife's touch again, hear her voice, see her smile, and it would furnish me with as much alcohol as I wished to drink. It brought you here to feed on you. But it would also take from me. Sherry was not there to show me real love, and she would not stay to bring me real joy. She was part of the house. I reflected on Henry's sallow features, and wondered what he might have looked like when he first arrived, contemplating who might be handing him the needles in his suite. "You will never leave here alive." And I was going to die there. I was going to die there. Studying the room threatening to be my tomb, I caught then something carved into the walls. Names. So many names. A shaking hand darted for the glass again, and I dumped more relief into my stomach, pushing the doom as far from my thoughts as I could. It took 7 more doses before I stopped sobbing, replacing horror with tiredness. I lay down on the mattress, somehow more concerned with sleeping than finding a way out of there. The house provides. In the weeks that followed, Henry taught me more about the winter house, so called by its tenants for the perpetual season it resided in. Lacking insulation, it was always cold within the walls, and as I learned with any discomfort there, the only respite could be found on the table in my room. Hunger, thirst, tiredness, cold, boredom, depression, fear, even arousal. Alcohol was all the house lent for me to cope. For Henry, it was the needle. For Beau, pills. The human body behaved differently within its confines than it did in the outside world. One could not starve there or dehydrate, though the sensations of needing food or drink would become overpowering if you tried to stop consuming your vice. And it was not possible to overdose, but rather overindulge would merely bring a relief. Restless sleep, carrying with it only nightmares and painful memories. All residents, male and female, found themselves impotent there. Not that desire was removed, it could just only be managed with narcotics or drink. And while we were not discouraged from interacting with one another or leaving our rooms, were free to converse and roam as we pleased, I quickly learned that addicts made poor conversationalists, and there was no more to the house to discover beyond the dining room, sitting room, and our bedrooms. No kitchen, no library with books, or living room with television. One afternoon, I asked Henry why the house even bothered with the dining table we were sitting at, being we didn't need to eat, or a couch being we had no entertainment to enjoy on it. Reminders, he told me. Reminders of what? I responded. Of the lives we left behind, of a meal with family, of a movie night with a lover. The house is clever. If it just trapped us, alone in our rooms, and forced us to use all day and night, no one would last more than a few weeks here. But it lets us talk. It lets us come downstairs and see a sunrise, sit at the table and imagine being back in our own homes, at our own tables. And in doing so, it lets us keep a fraction of hope alive, a sliver of a dream that we'll make it out of here someday, allowing it to savor its meals for longer. He paused. But no one can hold out indefinitely. The door will return soon. I do not think Beau will last much longer. He cared for Alice. He was not the same after she left. He dropped his face into his hands and said the last few words through his fingers. Beau had not emerged since I'd arrived at the house nearly 4 weeks earlier. I'd initially surmised that Henry had made him up, having been driven mad by his 3-month stay there, consuming nothing but heroin. But sometimes at night, I'd hear movement from Beau's room, or a moan of anguish, confirming his reality. The door will return? I asked. Yes. Once an invitation has been sent, the door will materialize, but an invitation cannot be sent until a room has opened. His voice faltered slightly near the end. And how does a room open? I pressed. I told you on your first day here, you will not leave here alive. He shrugged. So I'll just keep drinking until the alcohol finally kills me? The house had chosen well if that was its goal, given I'd already decided to do that the night that it invited me in. No. He stood from the chair and walked towards one of the front windows before continuing. No, it will not let your vice take you quietly. Your body will not eventually just give up, nor will you be able to overdose, as you are aware already. Your body will rot from the inside, and you will feel pain, unbearable pain, but you will not die. So you're saying, I believed I knew where he was going, but wasn't ready to speak it aloud myself. Yes, if you want this to end, if you want to leave here, you will have to end things yourself, violently, painfully. It knows that you want to die, that's why it brought you here. It knows that you'd given up on fighting your addiction, and were just going to passively drink yourself to death. That's why it targeted you.
It's why it targeted me, and Bo, and Alice, and the hundreds of others that occupied all of our rooms before us. We are its favorite meal, those so unwilling to seek help or feel our pain that we'd rather mask it until we simply expire. If our addiction is its dinner, our suffering its seasoning, then our deaths are its dessert. You will find that one day, when you begin to wish to die more than to alive, the house will change. It won't send your wife to put a glass in your hand. It'll send her to hang a noose. Tears were welling in his eyes. Bo warned me it would happen. Alice had been looking worse and worse for weeks. Her skin and eyes yellowed. She said her son had been telling her that it was time, and then one day she stopped coming out of her room and we heard something kicked over. Choking, gagging, silence, and... Christ, I can't. He wiped his face with his soiled shirt. Overnight the door formed. I tried to open it, of course, but it was locked. It needed a key. He finished. I was feeling sick to my stomach, something I knew I could easily fix by heading back to my room, but I wanted to know more, so I asked, "What do you mean it needed a key?" "You will see soon. I do not think my description would do it justice." And with that, he headed back up the stairs to shoot up. Henry refused to say more on the subject when I inquired further, but I did not need to wait long for answers. It was just a couple nights later when I was laying in my bed and powering through enough whiskey to knock myself out for a few hours, that I heard the same sounds Henry had described from Alice's demise coming from Bo's room. Something climbing on top of something, a chair being kicked over. Choking. I tried to block it out, even covered my ears with my pillow, but it forced me to listen, to hear every agonizing gurgle of Bo's final moments, to foreshadow what it had planned for me, somehow amplifying every excruciating detail directly into my brain. Yet as traumatic as it was to eavesdrop on another man hanging himself, Henry had not prepared me for the noises that would soon permeate the walls. Maybe it had been too horrible for him to wish to recount. First, it was the door at the end of the hallway bursting open, followed by the heavy clunks of the warden moving towards Bo's door, and finally the sound of something heavy being dragged across the floor, being dragged back to its lair. Then, squelching, crunching, chewing. Again, I tried to obscure the sounds, but it was no use. So, as I'd been trained to do, I reached for my glass, only to find that, for the first time, it was empty. The house was not going to give me anything to dull the moment, and I knew it had done the same to Henry when I heard his anguished screams blending with the chorus of consumption. I considered running from my room, but was too terrified to what I'd see, as I had not heard the warden's door close behind it. There was nothing I could do but wait and shake and cry and vomit. The house relished in its dessert, relished in every second of our combined despair, until silence fell again. A weight pressed down on the bed beside me, and as I turned to see Sherry holding the glass in her hand, topped mercifully with salvation. "Shh, it's okay, baby. You can have this now," she purred. I hungrily pulled the drink from her and poured it down my throat. "That's it. It's okay. Your age is away from that. You still have so much left to give me. Rest now." And she was gone again, only there to feign comfort, only there to imitate compassion, a phantom that, if Henry was to be believed, when I was all used up, would walk me to self-imposed gallows. I had avoided it to that time, but I could not help a glance in the mirror to see what I'd become, and was appalled with the man reflected back at me.
The fat had melted from my cheeks and deep bags sat below bloodshot eyes. What color had remained of my hair was now replaced with gray, and the majority of it had receded. I looked like the face of a dying man. The house could not refill my glass quickly enough that night, and eventually I collapsed back onto the bed, preferring the nightmares I might find in my dreams to the one before me. The following day, I did not leave my room until I heard Henry venture from his, which was after nightfall, and I only did so cautiously, first peeking to see if the warden's door was opened. Upon finding it shut, I ventured down the stairs to find Henry swaying in front of something that had sprung up between the two front windows. A door, which, as with the rest of the house, was ancient, heavy, likely made of oak, and had an iron doorknob that sat beneath a lock carved, from what I could tell, out of bone. See, I told you. Here it is. An invitation has been sent. Now we wait for it to be accepted. Though he spoke calmly, his face appeared to have aged years overnight. Well, he had not indicated to me that Beau was a friend, or that they were close in any way. I knew from his stories that Beau had been there since Henry had arrived. With Beau's death, I wondered if Henry was considering how long it would be before the house would take him too. How will we know if it's been accepted? I asked, trying to focus the subject on anything other than the events of the previous night. The warden will make a key, came his cryptic response. What do you mean, it'll make a key? I annoyedly followed up. You will see soon, he said, before reaching forward to try the knob. It was, as he indicated it would be, locked. I tried it myself, though it might have remained a wall for all the success I had. But I was not completely deterred. I studied the lock, wondering if I might be able to find something laying around that I could use to pick at. Yet, it was unlike anything I'd seen before. In fact, it looked to me as if it were still waiting for a key to be designed for it. Still, I thought it might be worth a shot to see if I could get it to turn, and finding a nail on the floor, I stuck it into the opening. Immediately the nail glowed orange and burned my fingers before melting to the floor. Henry chuckled while I shook my singed skin through the frigid air. I guess I must applaud you for trying, but this door can only be opened by one of the warden's keys. He snorted. So, we just need to steal one of those then, right? I asked. He laughed harder. Oh, if only it were that simple, my friend. His mirth was cut short when a bang came from upstairs. Henry exclaimed. We had no time to react. It was only in that brief flash that I truly appreciated how small the house was compared to the size of the warden. In what must have been seconds, it made its way from its room down the stairs and had grabbed us both around the ankles. Then it madly dragged us by our legs, smashing our bodies step by step, up to the second floor before unceremoniously throwing each of us into our respective rooms. And as I lay there, certain I'd broken several ribs in the journey, I heard it tear back down the stairs, screeching horribly as it did, clearly in terrible distress. Reaching for my whiskey to numb the pain in my chest, I next tiptoed to my door to see what was going on below, and when I made it to the hallway, I saw that Henry was leaning out from his room, a fresh needle mark in his arm, to watch the scene unfolding downstairs as well. Down on the first floor, the warden's shrieks became more and more intense as it slammed itself around, pounding on the walls, charging to and fro. Confused, I wondered briefly if it was trying to escape when suddenly it stopped just in front of the door, holding one of its hands out before its face. There, in the palm, a spike was forcing its way out, exactly like the ones that covered the rest of its body. A pointed bone jammed through its skin before, slowly, the tip began to form into a jagged but methodical shape. A key. I couldn't believe I didn't recognize them before, but I had only seen the warden the one time previously, and my eyes had been somewhat clouded by painful tears. The spines protruding from its skin were not tipped with venomous points, but with keys. Hundreds of keys. Various shapes and sizes dating back to locking mechanisms in the early 1800s. I understood then why Henry had thought the idea of stealing a key from the warden to be so humorous. One would literally need to be snapped off of its body. The warden continued to bellow until the key finished glowing and taking shape before it fell silent again. And then it waited. Patiently it hovered in front of the door, anticipating something that did not come until well after the sun rose the following morning, when a noise I recognized all too well met my ears. The turning of a key in a lock from outside the house. I watched then, as the warden inserted the newly formed key in its palm into the lock on the door and, pausing but for a moment, rotated it to the unlocked position. Silently I screamed in my head for the person on the other side to run away, to not be as stupid as I was to crack the door open. But it was no use. I saw the knob turn. The warden hid behind the door as it crept open, and I observed in the opening a man confusedly scanning the space before his eyes. There, behind him, was a rainy street with cars splashing through puddles, and I considered for an instant, sprinting down the steps and diving out to freedom. Yet before I could start my legs, the warden reached through, just as it had for me, and yanked the man inside. He was forcefully smashed to the ground, and I heard something snap as he began to wail in pain and fear. But I was not watching him. I was watching the warden slam the door behind him, watching it remove its hand from the lock and the key retract into its palm, watching a new quill spring up in the forest on the creature's back, and watching the door dissolve once again into a solid wall. The warden circled the new arrival once before climbing the stairs again, and my first inclination was to withdraw into my room before it passed by, but I was overcome with an impulse that I could not ignore, a wildly stupid impulse. As it lumbered by my door, I waited until its back right leg was set down in front of me. Then I reached forward, wrapped my fingers around one of the spines on its ankle, and snapped it off. It howled with shock and pain, whipped around, and struck me with such force that I was knocked clear across the room and into the wall. Something cracked in my back, and I was met with the worst agony in all my days. I was sure that the warden was going to come in and crush more of my bones, but its head just hovered in the doorway. It looked to the key I held in my hand and observed the anguish on my face before simply turning away and continuing back to its hole. Perplexed, I could not believe that it allowed me to keep the key, wondering why it had not pursued to wrench it from my grasp. But when I looked down, I solved the mystery quickly. The spine in my hand was only that, a spine. The key had not been intricately carved out of its point when I removed it from the warden's leg only moments before. It was smoothed out. It was useless. And my back was broken. A fine reward for my brazen idiocy. I screamed from the torment racking my nerves, but also to the futility of my situation. For a brief second, I'd allowed myself to believe there was a way out, to believe I was not going to waste away for months, to hang myself, to be eaten by a monster. Henry left his room once the warden was safely locked away, and paused at my door long enough to say, "You are a moron," before heading down to the first floor to attempt and calm the new arrival. He had explained to me already that we could not enter each other's rooms, so I knew he could do nothing to help me, but his lack of empathy still stung on top of everything else. At least I'd tried to do something to get us out of there, rather than just waiting for the house to consume us. You're a very naughty boy, William. Sherry's mocking voice cut in, as I felt the glass slip into my hand. Drink up. That back is going to take a long time to heal. You'll need a lot of this. It was 2 days before I was able to move from the floor. The drink helped with the recovery, but only enough that I could get to my bed where I remained for the next week. From my convalescence, I could hear Henry trying to communicate with our new tenant, Manuel, but they had not made much progress yet. Henry spoke French and English, and Manuel only Spanish. While I was confused, I had nothing but time to think, and I delved firstly into why I'd done what I'd done to begin with. Why was I even searching for a way out of the house, when the house was giving me exactly what I wanted before it brought me there? All I had to do within its walls was drink and die. It even removed all other worries from the outside world. Bills, food, injury, work. The house provides. So then, why the impulse to survive? Why the drive to escape? Was it just that I could not stomach the idea of dangling myself from a noose? Or was it that, by forcing me to listen to Beau's death, by refusing to let me be deaf to his final consumption, the house had inadvertently sparked my will to live? Whatever the case, as I lay in that bed, I resolved that I would not die there. I resolved to go home. And I believed that it was not impossible. The house had shown me something the day Manuel arrived. It was vulnerable. If we truly could not leave the house, then why would the warden have bothered to return us to our rooms before it opened the door? What would it care if we were down there when it pulled someone new inside? Unless it was worried that while it was open to someone entering, someone else could exit. I mulled over plans for some time that involved me sprinting down the stairs the second the door was cracked, and I considered the timing of it, and the sheer size of the warden, and every scenario that I played out in my head ended with it breaking several of my bones well before I reached the portal. I did not think it was wise to test the warden's speed and strength, and while I did not think that it would outright kill me, as the house would then lose one of its meals, I had just been made brutally aware that it was willing to destroy large parts of my body in defense of itself. However, I thought again on what had happened when I snapped one of the keys from its leg, and I felt there was another clue in the warden's behavior afterwards. It had made sure that the spine in my hands had ceased to be a key before it returned to its hovel. Why would it do that? If it knew any key removed from its body would become useless in human hands. With that question in mind, I examined what I knew about the winter house worked from Henry's descriptions and my own observations, and I arrived at a conclusion. I could use my own key to escape. The house needed to put a piece of itself out into the world to invite us in. The drink I'd found on my nightstand, the needles Henry had discovered on his dresser, and when we had accepted the invitation, we'd given a piece of ourselves back to the house, a piece which it used to create the key and bridge the divide into our world. It was a theory, obviously, but if I was to hold on to any hope of surviving the nightmare, it was one that I needed to believe in. The key was created equally by me and by the house, and only its makers could use it to access the outside world. And while I had firm faith that my key would retain its form in my hands, I had two major issues to overcome. The first was finding my key amongst the hundreds the warden retained on its body. Though I was certain I could recognize the cuts that I'd personally designed, it would take careful and close inspection for me to locate it. The second, and no less daunting, would come after I'd discovered it. That was how to remove it and fit it into the door without the warden mangling my body. Over the next several days, a plan took shape in my mind, a plan that would require the help of Henry and Manuel. Neither man was very keen on my proposal when I shared it with them after finally recovering enough to leave my room. Manuel could not understand much of it, but he gleaned enough from the conversation to surmise that it was very dangerous. Henry simply thought it would never work. Around the splintered table in our 3 ramshackle chairs cobbled together by a bored and restless Henry, we discussed my fantastical plan for escape. "You're going to get us killed," Henry said. "I don't think so," I replied. "I don't think the warden will take it that far. You forget what you told me on my first day here. It is the house, and the house is it. Remember? It doesn't want to take our lives. It wants us to do that ourselves. Otherwise it can't savor its meal the way it wants to. Break us, sure. I have first-hand experience with that one. But we can recover from those injuries quickly here and try again." While our vices did speed the recovery process, they also never allowed the damage to our bodies to fully heal. My elbow still bothered me daily, and the destruction of my back made every move agonizingly tedious. I'd also noticed that every drink the house gave me was weaker than the last. It was very slowly working to wear me down and increase my suffering, but I was willing to weather significant pain if it would afford us the chance at freedom. "Even if that's true, you'll never find your key," Henry quipped. But I was confident that I could. I would just need their assistance. The warden rarely emerged, so there would normally be few opportunities to search it, yet Henry had said that it would come out to separate us if we tried to murder one another, as it would be a wasted meal too, if we were to die by each other's hands. So in my mind, it was a simple proposition. We would need to fight one another, often brutally, seriously. We would need to be convincing enough that the house would have to intervene, and while the warden was punishing us, I would have a window for an up-close inspection of its hoard. It took several days to convince my compatriots to join my resistance. I believe Henry capitulated as his own mortality weighed on him more and more by the hour. Manuel, I think, was simply afraid and looking for anything to distract him from the bleak world he'd been unwillingly forced into. In all actuality, I did not necessarily need their endorsement for my plan to progress. I could have just as easily attacked either of them without permission, but I felt that if they did not know why I was doing it, they might ambush me someday and quickly finish me off before the warden could stop them. As well, my conscience just would not let me keep it a secret from them, especially considering the second piece of my strategy. I dreaded discussing it, and was hoping I might be able to leave it as something to be sorted later, but Henry figured it out on his own. But of course, this is only half an idea. Even if you can locate your key, and even if you could remove it from the warden, you would need the door to return to use it. And for the door to return, one of us must die, Henry somberly stated. And as you believe you must be the one to wield your key, it must be either me or Manuel. I could not look him in the eye when I replied with a quiet, "Yes." Manuel caught on, and holding up a couple fingers said, "Only 2? "Yes," I added. "Only 2 of us will be able to leave, and I must be one of them. Once I locate the key, we'll need to wait for the door to return, and once it's arrived, we'll stage one more fight. When the warden attacks me, I'll snap the key off, and one other spine so it will, hopefully, only see the one that isn't mine turn into a useless spike while, in the confusion, I stash the real one in my pocket. Then when it leaves us alone again, whatever state we're in, we'll drag ourselves to the door. I'll let us out, and we're home free." "It's all we've got," I concluded. Though, while the pain sounded straightforward enough on paper, it turned out to be much more difficult in practice. Henry's body was deteriorating rapidly. All of ours were, really, as we had to continue to use our vices in order to get through the day, especially considering that if we did not, we became so sick and weak that we would not have the energy or strength to convincingly try to kill one another. However, Henry was so far gone already that, on our first attempt, I broke several of his ribs with a half-hearted punch before the warden fractured his skull. It was a brutal game we played. Desperately in each trial, I scanned the warden for the telltale cuts of my key, but the warden was fast and violent. Still, we were undaunted. We tried again and again, with Manuel and I taking the brunt of the punishments as Henry took far longer to recover than either of us. Then, after 4 months and countless failed attempts in which I suffered innumerable injuries, included a crushed foot, broken arm, broken nose, several deep gashes, and a dislocated shoulder, Henry stopped emerging from his room entirely. I tried to speak with him through the door, urged him to carry on. I promised him that we were close, and that he could maybe go home soon. But it was too late. I could hear him speaking softly in his final hours. Okay, yes, you're right. I'm ready. It's too much. I'm ready. He had never told me who it was that haunted his room, but I knew there was a loved one in there, someone that he trusted, convincing him that it was time for him to die. The house had squeezed every ounce of life from him that it cared to take. The meal was finished, and it was ready for its dessert. I care not to describe the sounds of that evening again, but suffice to say they will never leave my ears. Henry was not someone I would have called a friend, but he had been there since my very first day, and his passing was difficult for me to stomach. With his loss, I felt the walls of the house closing in on me ever more. However, as bleak as the morning following Henry's death was, there was one macabre upside to his demise. When I went downstairs to inspect, I found Manuel standing in the living room staring at the space between the 2 front windows, where the door had materialized once again. Manuel turned to face me, and I could see from his mostly vacant gaze and the bloodshot eyes that he'd likely swallowed an entire bottle of pills after the house had finished with Henry. Yet, buried beneath the stupor of blunted horror and disgust, there appeared a determination which I had not recognized in him before. Manuel had, assuredly, gone along with the escape attempt so far, but with a hesitation that suggested he felt it wasn't the only way we might leave the house. I don't think he had truly believed that he would die there, and still held on to hope he may one day just wake up in a hospital bed recovering from a near-fatal overdose. It had clearly been a humbling experience for him, as it had been for me, to listen to another man's life end in such harrowing fashion. Without a word to one another, we both understood the opportunity that lay before us, and that, for at least one of us, this would be the last chance to get out alive. A small nod from Manuel told me that he was ready, and I charged him with all the remaining strength in my body. Tackling him to the ground, I pummeled his ribs with my fists, not bothering to hold back this time. He, having spent far less time in the house, was not nearly as diminished, and was able to flip me over onto my back with relative ease before he pinned me down and closed his fingers around my windpipe. Blackness began to press in on my eyes as my brain was refused oxygen, and when I was on the brink of losing consciousness, I heard the familiar blast of the warden's door smashing open. It came more furiously, and more quickly than it had any time previously. Even though I was hovering between life and death at the time, I was sure it was mere seconds between it leaving its room and it hurtling Manuel from atop me. There was an incredible crash as Manuel landed on the table, and it collapsed in a flurry of splinters, and the warden followed him to dole out more abuse, while I gasped air into my lungs, trying furiously to regain my vision. The snapping of bones jolted me from the floor, and I rolled to see that the warden had stomped on Manuel's ankle, cracking it in two. He cried out in torturous suffering, and I felt a pang of sympathy, but I was not looking at his newly crippled leg. I was looking at the leg the warden had used to inflict the damage. There, on the back of the thigh, just above the bend of the knee, was a familiar shape. With the warden distracted and raising its fist to deliver a blow I knew would be aimed at knocking out several of Manuel's teeth, I crawled as quietly as I could towards their struggle, inching closer and closer, eyes locked on our only hope. When I was just an arm's length away, I raised myself to my feet and braced for the onslaught I was sure would be rained down upon me momentarily. Then, swiftly, I threw my hands forward, wrapping my right around the base of the spine, tipped with my key, and left around a random second. With a twist of my wrists, I snapped both of them clean from its body in one motion, and I was met instantly with a backwards kick to the diaphragm. The blast sent me through the air, 10 feet across the room, the shock of which knocked the decoy from my left hand, but miraculously, I managed to hold on to the true one in my right, working to recover my breath yet again, having had it knocked from me by the powerful shot to the chest, and blinking the stars from my eyes brought on from the slam of my head against the ground when I landed. I cautiously looked upon the item I gripped tightly in my palm. The key remained at the tip. I had precious little time to celebrate, however, as the warden had rounded on me. It directed its wicked focus to what I'd stolen from it, and my planned subterfuge was thwarted instantaneously. We would not be able to slip out quietly like I'd hoped. It was now or never. Where I'd fallen, I was directly in front of the door, and the warden looked from me, back to it, and back to me again, both of us recognizing the gravity of each of our next moves. I rolled towards the door, reaching from the ground for the knob with my empty hand and aiming the key for the lock. But before I could insert it, I felt the monster's hand around my leg pulling me back. It grabbed my right arm, and with its incredible strength attempted to crush it, with the aim of forcing me to release my grasp. But I held firm, struggling fiercely to rip myself away, knowing that if I dropped the key, it would lose form, and I would be dooming Manuel and I. Yet, the pain was becoming unbearable. I could feel the bones in my forearm beginning to splinter when suddenly I was released. Manuel had dragged himself across the floor and had picked up the spine I'd naively believed would work to fool the warden. In a stroke of improvised genius, he jammed the point of it into one of the empty black sockets of the warden's face, causing it to recoil in pain and confusion. In the brief reprieve this granted us, the warden ran around the room trying to pry the impalement free. I was able to lift myself from the floor, slide the key into the lock, and rotate it. A loud, beautiful click told me that it had worked, and understanding that any hesitation would cost the both of us our lives, I threw the door open to find my front yard before me. A gentle summer breeze met skin that had not felt warmth in months. I breathed in the miraculous smell of fresh-cut grass as I spun and reached for Manuel's hand. Hobbled as he was, I did not want to waste time trying to get him to his feet to limp out, and instead began yanking to drag him through the opening behind me. But the warden had finally been able to pull the intrusion from its face and recovered. Witnessed that we were nearly free of it. It latched onto Manuel's broken leg and pulled him the opposite direction of me. Back into the house. Back into hell. I tried with every ounce of fortitude left in my emaciated body to heave him loose of its grip, but it was of no use. Slowly Manuel's hand slipped through my fingers. The last my eyes met his, I tried to wordlessly let him know how sorry I was, tried to thank him for all he'd done, tried to find any measure of forgiveness in his expression, but all I saw was fear and pleading for me not to leave him behind. Yet I knew that it was over. There was nothing more I could do for him. If I did not leave then, neither of us would be getting out. So, too fearful of that prospect, and truly hating myself for it, I turned away from Manuel. I pulled the key from the lock, I stepped through the portal, and I slammed the door behind me. It's been 2 years since my stay in the winter house, and up to this writing, I had not shared the details of my time there with anyone. Who would have believed me anyways? The instant the door had closed, the key turned to dust in my hand, and though I was confident the bridge between this world and there was broken, I did not dare immediately check whether the door now opened into my house or its. With the only evidence of my experience being my extensive injuries and significant liver damage, I chose to explain those as having been acquired through a lengthy bender, and having lived on the streets for the few months that I'd been missing. Even considering an attempt to explain the truth of what had happened to me filled me with terror, guilt, and shame. I convinced myself that no good could come from it. Barely alive, the first 2 weeks after my return were spent in a hospital being pumped with nutrients and receiving several considerable surgeries to begin to correct some of the damage to my body. And luckily, with several months of treatment and a few more surgeries, my prognosis for a full recovery was good. It was not until my return from the initial stay in the hospital that I first opened my door again, which, bringing with it a powerful wave of relief, revealed behind it my living room, just as I'd left it those months before. Upon entering, the first thing that I did was dump out the remnants of the whiskey I'd purchased on the night I'd relapsed, the only glimmer of positivity from the whole experience being that it strengthened the resolve in my sobriety. I told myself that I would never touch another drop, that I would live the rest of my life trying to help other addicts reach recovery, that I would keep as many away from the winter house that I could, as I know it's still out there. I know it's just on the other side of the door waiting for me. It knows I have my moments of weakness. It knows I suffer, and it hungers for my return. I'm writing this now to remind myself of the horrors it put me through. I'm writing it so that I never forget the torment I endured at its hands, because its temptations are difficult to resist. For the last several nights, when I've laid my head down to sleep, I've been greeted with the sound of tinkling in a glass. The invitation rests beside me, waiting for me to accept it. I'm flooded with the memory of euphoria it contains, and the unbridled ecstasy I could experience once again. A familiar, chill air sweeps through the room, and Sherry's whispers meet my ears. "Oh, baby, I've missed you. It's okay. Just take it. Come back home."